263. Futures back in negative territory here as we get September non-farm payrolls just out to the upside, higher than expected once again. 263,000 versus 250,000 expected there for non-farm payrolls. Once again, the unemployment rate, meanwhile, does tick to the downside ever so slightly, 3.5% versus 3.7 expected. But remember, as we were discussing late in the day, yesterday, that number higher than the expected could be potentially a negative for the overall market. We are seeing futures moving to the downside here in a pretty big way as that number surprises again to the high side. So 263,000 versus 250,000 expected there. Otherwise, it has been a fairly quiet pre-market so far ahead of this data as we get into the swing of things for a Friday. Welcome in, guys. Again, September non-farm payrolls just out there. Big move down for the overall market. We'll get Arun in here this morning, and we'll get Sean set up, just putting his mic on. But we are dealing with a negative move on that number to the downside. Number of interesting storylines to discuss this morning as well, including Tesla and their semi-truck. Hey, we can talk about Tesla and not talk about Elon and Twitter for a change. AMD also on watch this morning as we get a guidance cut to the downside after the market closed yesterday. All of the chip names to the downside this morning. Tech stocks in general, downside this morning. Big news coming up this morning as well. Michael Noss is in the house, Trade Ideas in the house. We'll discuss that and more coming up. It is Friday, October 7th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Right out of the gate, U.S. interest rate futures now pricing in a 92% chance of a 75 basis point hike once again coming up in November. November 1st and 2nd will be the next Fed meeting. Again, that's a huge jump up from where it was yesterday, around 60, 65. Yeah, that's a look at the board. What a difference a couple minutes makes. The NASDAQ was 0.3, now 1.3 to the downside. S&P 500 0.8, the Dow holding on to a slight gain, but if you miss it again, September non-farm payrolls just out there, higher than expected, 2 months in a row, 263,000 versus 250,000 expected. Let's jump right into things. We'll bring in Arun is in the building today for Neil.
Yes,
off to the Jays game. Sean here, of course, as well, guys. That was a big move down on that.
Yeah, welcome everybody. Yeah, I'm pleased, happy, excited to have Arun here beside me today. So it's going to be a great day. And what a great day to come through, right? We have futures popping off right now to the downside, of course. I just got cleaned up on Microsoft. I went long in front of 244. That number came. I got hit. I got out right away. And now we have a dollar spread or so in some of these names. But it's going to be an absolutely wild day today. I mean, we got the weed names going crazy. We've got some tech ideas on board now. The NASDAQ now down that 1%. This dude's got his Superman shirt on right beside me here. So, yeah, look, we're excited. We're ready to rock and roll. It's Blue Jays Day. You didn't happen to see that NFL game, did you?
No, I didn't. What happened?
The most brutal NFL. It was one of the most boring games I've seen. It was 9-6 with like 2 minutes left. And the Broncos threw a pick, basically right on the goal line. They turned around. The other team tied it 9-9 with a field goal. Then the Colts won in overtime. Like, people were leaving. So get this, Arun. The game's in Denver. Denver's leading all game.
Right.
And people left the game as it was going into overtime. Like, why? Like, you know what I'm saying? You pay all that money to go to a game. It goes to overtime and you leave. Anyways, that's a big story there. We're excited, man. Glad to have you back. How was your vacation?
That's a good time. It was a good time. You know, when markets are quiet, you kind of try to get away, and then markets pick up. And hey, it's been an exciting one. Market right now is trying to figure out whether it wants to extend this break. Obviously, what did we get? 263 on the non-farm payrolls and 6.7% on the unemployment rate, beating what was on the street. But is good news bad right now?
Right.
It looks like everyone's looking at what they're going to do with the Fed, right? What's the Fed going to do with this information? Market's still trying to process this. Initially, you got that big drop. It seems like it's stabilizing around these 20s. We're going to see how this market plays through these 20s and 30s. If you get a rally back above 50, you really might have a shot back towards 3,800. Okay. So I'm keeping a pretty close eye on how this market's going to handle this 30 area.
Are you in any positions now, or are you just going to wait for this?
Just going to wait for a little bit.
All right, cool, good. All right, guys, look, it's going to be a really fun day. We do have Michael Noss here. Look, I've anointed this day as like trade idea day, right? So we're going to have a lot of trade idea talk here. We have the biggest promotion ever through Trade Ideas. We're going to talk about that very, very soon with Michael Noss and with Brendan at the big screen. You might have already seen the promotion. If you open up our watch list, it's there. You're gonna see that. We're super excited. Oh, come on, Microsoft. Just come to my screen real quick here just to show you what happened to me. I wrote it on the watch list. I was like, I wanted that Microsoft long, right, through 244. I really, really liked how it was setting up there. Look at the 20-minute chart. Here's that 244, 244, 244 again. And now it's 50 cents in the money, but I'm okay with all that. We took, whatever, I could tell you, we took 500 shares there in the pre-market trying to make something happen, and then it broke through 244, and we got a great fill. We got 244.90, so we actually only wind up losing about 20 cents. So we put about, it's only $100. We're down that now on Microsoft, but it would have been nice because right here we would now be up about 300, but that's okay. We'll wait for that. We're not using huge share size here in the pre-market, but that is what we had. I don't reveal that too often, but today is a special day. That's a pre-market trade on Microsoft, in and out right there. Check out the sticky note. There's a few other ideas on here, but we're ready to rock and roll. I don't know if we're ready to go back to Brendan or not, but he's yeah. Okay, he's chatting it up there. Randy and Michael Noss at the big desk. What's up, Brendan?
Yeah, we're just getting Michael Noss set up on the Wi-Fi connection, or trying to, so we can get him connected to Trade Ideas. We'll bring him in here in a second and discuss a few things, as we typically do on a Friday. Remember, that's over there, his #1 trade setup coming today. So we'll get that to you. We'll talk a little bit about support and resistance again. We've been discussing that over the past few weeks. He'll, again, give you his #1 trade setup. We're also going to talk a little bit about Trade Ideas, the platform, an absolute monster deal coming your way at some point this morning. We'll touch on that a little bit more. Here is the headline, though, as Randy walks through the shot there. Hey, Randy. Here's the headline, though, that is driving the market to the downside so far this morning. If you missed it or are just joining, welcome, guys. We do this every single day. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe as well. Yeah, that was a big move down on that September non-farm payrolls. We were discussing a little bit late in the day yesterday, in the sense that, yes, it's good, more jobs in the month, but that also means that the labor market is not slowing yet, which is one of the key ingredients Fed Chair Powell was saying he needs to see before they can even think about pausing when it comes to these interest rate hikes. So 263,000 versus 250,000 expected there. Not exactly what we wanted to see for the overall market, guys.
No, I thought, good call on that one, Brendo. I was thinking there that the bad news would be good news in that situation, because then hopefully we'd be able to price in a 50-point rate hike instead of a 75. But as Brendan just said, the Fed rate futures has jumped up to 92% chance that we do get a 75% rate hike in November. So that's going to be the problem there for the market. And you can see I have the NASDAQ, a 30-minute chart up right here for the NASDAQ. So you were trying to break out yesterday. I mean, Arun's going to cover some levels, obviously, in the S&P as well, and look at that. But I just feel like the NASDAQ did have a chance today. If that number came a little worse and we started to go, I thought there was a chance for a big day if we took out this 11,700 area, right? That's been the top here. This is just a 30-minute chart, so that's what we're looking at right here. If you go back a couple days, you're coming into some support at 11.3. You're at 11.4, trying to break the bottom of the 5th. So today's the 7th, so that's the bottom of Wednesday before we took off. So that's Wednesday in the pre-market. So we're going to have to watch out for that. It looks like it's trying to take it right now. We did dip down below to 11,336, but yeah, this level now is going to become real key, man. 11,400. So you're right into here for the NASDAQ. Let's just see if it's able to hold. That's going to be the key thing for me. Will we be able to hold this? The NASDAQ's now down 1.23%. It's been just like a monstrous week for the NASDAQ, right? Remember, we had just 6% move in 2 days there. I guess it was about 5%, then add back whatever the move was yesterday. Give it back down 1.25% right now. So yeah, not a great number there for the market. Good number overall. More jobs is a good sign, right? But that shows exactly what Brendan said. There's not a slowing down in the labor market. So, you know, that might have been something that would key a possible market rally. You know, this is the Qs if you're trading the NASDAQ. You could also trade SQQ or TQQ. If you drop this down to like a 10-minute chart or something, you'll see the kind of levels I'm talking about. There's that 284. That coincides with that 11,700. And then some bottom ticks here. I don't think it's setting up for a free fall Friday at all. I feel like the key to this market today anyways might last in the semis. We do have, wow, look at all these trades on AMD. We have AMD right here. I have it written down on the sticky note to see what happens when we break 63. I feel like NVIDIA, AMD, Intel, all these stocks today, especially off that revenue warning, they're going to be what's coming through. So let's wait to see what happens here with AMD. I think you've already talked about a few key levels there, Arun, including that 3,800 mark. Anything else you want to add to sort of that early move here?
Yeah, for me though, initially what I was looking at is this 3720, right? Like if we can get underneath and just stay underneath, just the fact that we got underneath opens the door a little bit, but the way that we bounce back up into the 30s, and I was saying that when we were at the 30s, it's gonna be critical that we see how this kind of all plays out. This 30 area needs to kind of give you the direction, because if they hold well in these 30s and high 20s, this market can easily go right back up to 3,800. But the fact that they're now dripping back down towards these 20s, if we can actually get underneath and stay underneath 20, this opens the door for what some guys in the chat were asking for, free fall Friday, or wondering if it is free fall Friday. Well, I mean, it needs to do a few things, and it's going to need some volume to do it through 20. But if we do get through 20, next up in terms of levels, and that also coincides with the 11,350 on the NASDAQ as well, which we kind of got underneath fairly quickly, and now back above. If we get underneath 3720, we have a chance, not just at 3,700, but we have a chance below 3,700 into the 3680s, 3670s. I've got the next level marked off as 3670. So we'll see how this one all plays out, but it's going to be pretty much between 20 and 40 is going to determine how this day is going to play out. If you get under 20 and stay underneath 20, you're going to see a shot down towards 3870. If you get back above 40 and stay above 40, you're probably going to see a shot back towards 3,800. So if the market wants to do that, we're just going to wait for this market to figure itself out, and then we'll just go in that direction. Until then, I'm going to stay out, equity included, until we get that direction.
All right, well, Michael Noss is getting set up here. We're just trying to get some internet connection. We can bring him in if you want, guys, and kick things off for the morning. There he is. It's great to have you in studio for the first time. It's great to be able to, as we were just saying, see each other for the first time in a long time. But how have you been? And welcome to Toronto.
I've been great. I've been in Toronto for a few days now, doing some CMT stuff, talking to some different things, and it's been great. It's good to get out of my little shack in the woods into a city with people around. A little bit more of an energy than I'm used to. So it's been great.
Fantastic. We're going to get into the third part, right? The third part of the support and resistance segments that we've been discussing over the past few weeks. If you've joined us every Friday when Michael comes on, we're talking about support and resistance. And this is a big one because it is his favorite and number one go-to trade. Tell us about it.
Yeah, this is, if this is one setup, if there's one setup I could do forever, it would be this particular setup in which we call polarity, and I'll go over that a little bit more. But we talked a lot about, we've gone from what is support and resistance, why does it work, you know, the psychology behind it. We talked about buying support and selling resistance, but this is kind of the culmination of, I think, every different aspect of that, in which you can develop kind of a whole trading plan around this one kind of a system that I really, really like. All time frames, all markets, that kind of stuff.
All right, let's jump right into things here.
Sure.
I know it might be difficult for you to see the actual presentation,
I
but
got it.
Tell us where we've come from, what we've covered, where we are now, and what that entails.
Yeah, so far we covered why support and resistance works. This is kind of the two frameworks. If there's two tenets of technical analysis, it's support and resistance and trends, right? And we talked about the fact that price is memory, people will defend areas that they've seen on the chart before. You see the guys do it on the show all the time. They find an area, they say, hey, it bounced here before, this is the area I'm going to play off of. We talked about buying support, we've talked about selling resistance, we've talked about buying breakouts and breakdowns, and then last week was my second favorite setup with failed breakouts and failed breaks down. And now the next step going on here into the next slide is polarity. So this is the simple concept that once a resistance area or support area is broken, it then flips. So you know, if you have a area that's been resistant, say the stock's been struggling to get through $10 for a period of time, finally gets through $10, comes back to it, that's a pretty low risk way to get into that particular trade. So I've got some examples of trades I've taken from different things. This is actually one that I bought yesterday in SNDX. You can see this, this huge area that's been existing for a pretty long time there. That's around 22, I think. And then had resistance at 25. So I bought some yesterday as we kind of bought through 25. And I love this because it incorporates trend and support and resistance. I know that this 22 area is important both for the sellers and the buyers. So I know that as long as it defends that area, I'm okay to be in. And because you're taking a breakout and a pullback, you're already getting in a trend without needing to define that trend for you. Here's another one that I've been in for a while, WWE. I've drawn in kind of the trend to get into and up to that area. As soon as the area gapped up, I believe this was earnings or some type of news, pulls back, holds that area, great. And I've been in this one a few days, great trade for a slow trader. And then intraday. So this works intraday as well. This is a trade I took on NVIDIA yesterday. We had a big breakout in the morning, and then the market just kind of came right back in and fell apart about half hour after the market opened. Found support at that prior breakout level. Again, simple trade, low risk reward to get into the trend. So as always, I got to give you guys some actionable ideas to look at. So first we're looking at SSRM. This one is a gold miner. So it had this really, really clean level of support, or sorry, resistance, broke that, came back, acting as support. I like this one, especially if the news today is bad. Maybe gold is something to take a look at. SPWR in the solar space, same kind of setup. You had a break of this resistance, pull back to it. So depending on what happens after this news, if solar is strong, this one's to take a look at as well. And then OLLI is, I believe, an oil play, and it's, again, the same kind of move. You're looking for this breakout and this pullback, and the next slide, I actually have the reason that I came here.
There it is.
Trade Ideas and Trader TV we've had a relationship for a very long time. We're expanding that relationship out a little bit, and we are offering discount codes to all of your viewers for this weekend for kind of, I guess, celebrating me coming here. 30% off. You go to Trade Ideas, trade-ideas.com, put in code word TraderTV30, and you get 30% off your first month or year with Trade Ideas.
An amazing announcement, an amazing idea, and I just want to kick this off by saying this is a platform that I use religiously on a daily basis. I cannot do what I do for the show. I cannot do what I do for the market without Trade Ideas. So if you've ever had any inclination, I mean, maybe go to that wide shot. There we go. If you've ever had any inclination of looking into Trade Ideas, this is a great opportunity, guys. Until Monday, Trader TV 30 will get you 30% off Trade Ideas. We're so excited to not only have you here, Michael's going to be with us for the entire day, the entire morning show. He'll be here throughout the day as well. So we'll answer questions. We'll talk more about the platform. We'll get into what you can do a little bit more with the platform. Again, if you had any thoughts about Trade Ideas in the past, Trader TV 30, go there, click that link right now and get 30% off. Sean, I know you're also a big component or proponent of Trade Ideas and use it on an ongoing basis as part of your trading as well throughout the day. An absolutely huge announcement and a great idea.
Yeah, look, I'm thrilled to have Michael in the building here, and then thrilled to be able to offer this. We worked really hard with Trade Ideas to get that to come and offer. And I just think it's one of those things where you never want to trade blind, right? I mean, our watch list is great. This is the very first affiliate we've done with anybody, and it might be our last. We want to make sure that we're with good products. Trade Ideas, been around since 2003. They have tons, millions of scanners, to be honest with you. And we have Michael Noss right here in our back pocket. So I think there's a lot to be supported with them. And 30% off could be for the whole year subscription. And take advantage of it, man. I mean, even if you want to try it for a month or whatever, there's lots of awesome opportunities there. After Monday, though, it goes back down to 15%. So I really think that there's a great opportunity. And look, if you don't want to go for it, you don't have to. The one thing, and I know Trader Prad shows this all the time, you want to come to my screen right here? This is the kind of benefit that I'm talking about with having Michael around, right? He made this scanner for me. So it says for Sean, and all I wanted, you guys know that I trade a lot of mega cap stocks, so this is actually a race. So right now it doesn't start until the market opens, right? They're 10-minute races, and what it does is it scans all the mega cap stocks and tells me which one is winning, both on the, these are the reason why there's four. Some are for the largest losers and some are for the largest winners. So like if the market's screaming, it will show me, hey, Microsoft is up 2% versus Meta up 1%. So there's a lot of stuff available here. There's predetermined scans. Trade Ideas is just a fantastic opportunity, and it's Trader TV Live. Go over there. Brendan has the codes. You check my Twitter, check everything out. It's actually on our watch list as well. The code is ready to rock and roll there, Trader TV 30. So you guys can grab that on the watch list. Grab it, go over to Trade Ideas. The links are there. Bears vs. Bulls is putting that in there. I just think it's an awesome opportunity. There's so many scanners, man, and they actually really do an awesome job. And I know Michael can talk about this. The pre-market scanners too. There's tons of pre-market scanners where you can get volume, things at key levels, so on and so forth. So whether or not you're a futures trader, an equity trader, I just think it's really amazing some of the things that Trade Ideas is able to build out for us, including many of those scanners. The charting as well is absolutely first class. So you can get real-time data with that package as well.
Sean,
so
one thing I remember using Trade Ideas a while ago, something I remember that was a really cool feature is a lot of people like to trade breakouts, but it's hard to find breakouts if you're only staring at like 10 symbols. You can actually create a scanner that only specifically looks for 30-minute consolidations on a breakout, and then it just alerts you when it breaks out. And it's like, if you're looking for certain types of trades, it's definitely a great function to have. So another tool in the arsenal, apart from charts, Trade Ideas, great scanner as well.
Yeah, no, we're really excited for it. We also do have it here if you do have our watch list today. I feel like anybody that's not on our watch list really needs to be there. Let me just show it to you quickly. This is completely free. Watch list for today. Link to the show. A talk all about the jobs report, what we're expecting. And then here's the 30% off sale. So if you do have it, you go over to Trade Ideas, push in the code TraderTV30, the largest sale or discount code available right now for Trade Ideas. And it's just been absolutely fantastic. Not only on the trade list are you going to get that link, but you're also going to get some ideas here. Cannabis, chip makers, including some charts here as well. DraftKings in the news, Tesla, big tech is all over the place. Lyft today. In vivo therapeutics up 51%. So look, there's lots of things available, man. The watch list is completely free. Make sure you sign up for that. Watchlist.tradertv.live. But make sure also that you take a look. Look, if you're not interested in Trade Ideas, that's fine. Take a look at it. Download the software. Have a look. That code is valid all weekend, man. It's 30% off. It's a big one. Trader TV Live 30. I'm going to put it up on my social when I get the graphic as well.
All right, let's get some analyst moves here to start things off this morning for you. Upgrades and downgrades on the way. Some interesting moves this morning on this board already, including, the banks. Back to the downside, obviously. We're going to see the entire market downside. But Goldman Sachs ahead of earnings. Coming up again next Friday, we'll get some of the big banks out with earnings. Goldman Sachs with an upgrade today. There's Lyft on the watch list. RBC with a downgrade. It was weak already, getting crushed here, guys, so far, along with the market now 2% for the NASDAQ.
Yeah, I was talking about that 3720, right? If we can stay underneath and actually trade underneath, we have a chance at that 3670, but we just bounced off 3700. Remember, it's not up on our symbol, position board here because it's a futures position, but I am short like I said, if you guys can see this chart, that little arrow there, I am short at 37.20. So we are writing this one down. I'm not just saying it. I am actually playing it with you guys if you guys are trading it as well. So we are underneath 37.20. There's a short in play. Now I'm just holding on to see how this 3,700 is going to play out. The reason I'm waiting is because although we're falling off, it's going to be all about the open. Because when the open comes in and if there's a move, a strong move to the buy side, it could be a complete reversal. So I'm just trying to avoid that situation. You could also get the flip side, which is a complete fallout. So I'm going to try and hold on as long as I possibly can to see what the open looks like, and then I'll determine how I want to cash out of this. But I do have a bid out to get some out, but in the event that it does snap back up, I'll walk away from this trade. Before now, there's a futures position on the short side. I haven't gotten into any equities yet. The reason being, I'm looking at the futures. Yes, we're below 37.20. NASDAQ is the only thing that's concerning me right now, is because it is flirting with that 11,300 level, 11,350 to 11,300. I just want to get this thing clear that area. If we can get underneath 11,300, I'd be more comfortable in going for shorts on a lot of these names. And the one I would stay away from, though, Microsoft, if for whatever reason is now flirting with that 242 area, it needs to get below 240. So, and NASDAQ clears 11.3. Microsoft clears 240. The reason I say Microsoft needs to clear 240 is because it's the number 2 weight in the NASDAQ index. So you need that to go as well to get a real kind of sell move in the NASDAQ. So we're going to wait a little bit on these on the equity side, but at least for now, we've got the futures position riding to the downside.
Yeah, a little bit of talk there about Lyft. Yeah, look, I like the futures play there. Down now 1.82%, man. When we started the day, it was actually, down 0.3 or flat, and then that jobs number came and boom, this to the downside, which of course now we have that 0.75% rate hike, 75 basis point rate hike coming now in November. It seems like that's obvious. It's back up to 92%. It was like 60-40 or so, and now it looks like because of that number and the way this market is, that we've gone up a little bit. I don't think the Fed now has too much worry that the market's going to be crashing down, but I think they might be wrong on that. I don't think the market wants this 0.75 for sure. All right, so looking at Lyft here, $13. You're down that 4.5%, of course, on that downgrade. This is probably the more interesting name out of all those names that were downgraded here today or on that list. And again, make sure you grab our watch list. It's all right there. We do have Lyft written on the watch list. I don't know if we're going to get there, but it's RBC lowering their shares from sector perform from outperform. Price target still 16, but down from 30 right now. So watch out for this. For me, I prefer, and again, I haven't really done too much, work into the valuations of the companies or anything like that because this Lyft downgrade just sort of came. I like Uber because I feel like they're a little more diversified and do get a little bit more coverage than a Lyft. So I think I like Uber a little bit better, but you're seeing them down again, another 2.4%. So this could be another shoe to drop here for Uber. Look at this level, 28.30. Right into here, right? So if you can get a bounce back down, you're down to 29 right now. Watch out for a possible bounce off of 28. You do have some support down here. So Uber and Lyft definitely on my mind. A quick check back in on Microsoft. Wow, okay. So really happy that we were able to get out of that Microsoft trade. This would have been a pretty bad one there. We tried to protect that 244. What I was really hoping for here was we get a move down to that 244 level, which is right here on the support level, and then we hold it. But that number came out and the market is not holding anything. It's going straight down to the downside. So wow, good thing we got out. We talked about how many shares we had, whatever. We don't normally do that, but it was 500 there. It came back in. We got hit back down to the downside. So now down to 242. So it's a good thing we got out. We're going to have to look for some more bottoms here. The funny thing about it, Brendan, is, and I know we're going to get to it, but AMD is actually kind of making a move in the other direction here. So there's going to be some real interesting trades, I think, setting up.
Yeah, you mentioned even the last time Micron came out and did something similar. It ended up being a huge day back to the upside for Micron and all of the chips. As always, guys, first segment of the show brought to you by True Trading Group. Check them out on screen right now. Shout out to them. Thanks for coming on board once again. Let's have a look at how things in Europe are shaping up so far today as we head towards 9 o'clock. Bit of a red day, obviously, following U.S. markets. Downside coming off this jobs report. Worse than expected. Better than expected. But again, one of those good news is bad news kind of a day as far as the jobs are concerned. 1.67 for Sweden there, leading the way to the downside. England trying to go red as we speak. Quick look at the social sentiment board here. Yeah, all things weed popping off the board so far today. Tilray The biggest one being discussed, the entire group, huge moves, absolute monstrous moves. End of the day yesterday, if you missed it, after President Biden said he was going to pardon cannabis-related charges in the U.S. So we'll talk about Tilray. We'll talk about all of these coming up. This NVIV, not a cannabis stock, but with its own news today. Otherwise, pretty negative right across this entire board. Why don't we get a check of the overall market? And we don't have to bring in Arun today because, hey, he's right in the building. So let's talk some futures, Arun, shall we?
Yeah, we've talked about the futures pretty much since the numbers have come out, but it's going to be all about that 20 for me, right? I've got that 20 now. We bounced off that 3,700. What I don't want to see is this market get back above 20. This is the inflection point. If we find strength off the 3,700s and get back into the 20s, and we start to stabilize above the 20s, it's pretty much that scenario where if we could easily bounce, right? And that's my concern for this short. I've still got the short for now. The trail stop has come down. So if we get back above 20 and stay above 20, I'm probably going to lose maybe 3-4 points on this. I'm okay with that. I didn't take anything out because I didn't see the need to get out at 3,700. It wasn't the level I was looking at. But at the same time, I'm watching, trying to protect, or at least in this case, limit the damage as much as I possibly can. So from up 20 points in the money to now up 4 points in the money, that's perfectly fine. That's what you're going to get in a pre-market that has a number attached to it. So here we are waiting for this market to stabilize. And if we get that move, like I said, off the open and we get back above 20, and this is Microsoft, not the futures. Let me pull up the ES chart here. If we get back above this red line here, that's the 20. If we can get back above and find some decent buying, I'm going to start looking for longs. And that's going to be not on the future side because the next stop is too far away, but I'll essentially create my own index, I guess, by going after Apple, Microsoft, Tesla, and Google. So see if we can grab longs on those names. So we're going to wait for the open. That's all you can really do at this point is just wait for the open, see how this market reacts to this number at the open. That's when the majority of volume comes in. And at that point, we'll know what to do, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, I mean, I just, Arun covers the futures daily for us, and it's great to have you in the office again. Must be different trading live as opposed to at home there. You don't have your shirt on. You're more casual here when you come into the office. I like it.
Well, you know what, though? That's the thing people need to understand. That shirt that you guys see me on, I put it on only for the camera.
I know.
It's my It's my at-home on-camera for 2 minutes shirt. So,
I like it.
So, yeah.
I need to get one of those bad boys. Today we're obviously wearing casual. It's Casual Friday. I got Superman in the building here, and then pretty soon we're going to have Prad Sharif coming through as well. And we also have the man, the myth, the legend, who is normally with us every Friday remote, halfway across the country. But Michael Noss is in the building here, and I just tweeted it out, man. So here we go. I'm proud to do this, to be honest with you guys. There's a 30% off. Here's the promo code TraderTV30. We've talked about a few things. Michael Noss told me the other day. I said, we had this meeting, and my biggest thing was uptime and reliability. I didn't want to support something that was going to crash on people. We do have software all the time that is glitchy and things like that. Michael Noss said 99.9% uptime, also switching over to AWS. It's going to be amazing. And Michael, you also told me that Trade Ideas bread and butter was pre-market scanners. So I'll throw it back to you guys. I don't know if you have anything set up, but maybe you want to talk a little bit about that, because in the pre-market, finding opportunities is super, super important.
Yeah, we were actually just having that conversation, Michael and I, in the sense that understanding what is moving initially when you sit down in the morning is so key, and then you can kind of go to the next step and break down, why it's moving. Is there a trade there?
Well, and not only the individual securities, but you can start to get themes. So for example, if you sit down and there's a whole bunch of semis moving, you probably know there's something going on in the semi space that day that you can play with, and then start to dial into the news. So I know, Sean, for example, he's got AMD that he plays all the time. I know Neil always likes to be long NVIDIA and short Intel.
Right.
So just by looking at these gappers, even if you're not going to play the individual names, being able to say, okay, there's something going on in the sector, there's something that's going to move these securities, then using charts and relative strength and a new tool that we have that I'm going to talk about a lot, which is our intraday relative strength scanner, to make sure you're long the strong ones and short the weak ones.
And that's a great point. And the first thing we're going to talk about here is the cannabis stocks. And it was so key late in the day yesterday, that relative strength scanner. because the entire group was moving, and you wanted to be involved with the ones that were moving the most and the ones that were showing the most strength. So why don't we jump into everything else we need to get through here as we head towards the market open. That is the link to the watch list, guys. Make sure you grab that every single day. And yes, today there is a link right on the watch list, so you can get 30% off trade ideas until Monday. Use that link. It's right on the watch list again. Check your inbox. Get 30% off trade ideas. Let's talk about cannabis stocks to kick things off here this morning. Again, the entire group went absolutely crazy late in the day yesterday, and it was trade ideas that pointed them out to me first. So we'll touch on that a little bit more coming up here, guys. But very important, I think, today, despite the news, that we kind of narrow it down to 1, 2, maybe 3. Or do we take a more wider approach and talk about that ETF MJ a little bit as well?
Oh, man. First of all, let's hit this one. Where is it? There it is right now. We're going to be smoking on some of these names today again here right now. Look, I mean, you ask a great question. I mean, do you want to focus on the MJ? What do you want to focus on? Tilray coming out here. I don't think are their earnings even out? I mean, I'm not really seeing any spike in volume here for Tilray at all. But if you come over here and look at the chart, there's that big spike yesterday on the pardon. I was going to say Biden pardon, but then it came out as Barden. Maybe I created a new word there. The Biden Barden yesterday. Yeah, no, pardoning some of those sort of misdemeanor marijuana charges on the federal level that realistically, I mean, we're not trying to get political here or not, but I mean, it's ridiculous that it goes back to some people in jail from 1992. Like, isn't it 2022 and we're talking about jailing people for minor possession and things like that? Anyways, not to get political, although I kind of just did there, but we're going to wait to see if this has an effect on the industry, right? So I'm surprised Tilray's only up that 1% or down, sorry, that 1%. We got as high as 440 yesterday in the that looks like today at 8 o'clock. I didn't run the chart all night, but we did get as high as about 440. So today, I'm just kind of looking at momentum. Right? I don't necessarily want to play one stock over the other. I don't think it really matters which area you look. I'm going to look at Tilray with earnings coming through as well. So we're going to see if that can make a little bit of a move here today. But I like Tilray. We know that it can get the juice behind it. I feel like this is the name that a lot of social media is on. Reddit always gets on Tilray. The other name that we looked at yesterday, of course, was CGC. So this is Canopy. To me, these are the biggest out there. They also have Constellation Brands behind them. But how disappointed are we today when we come in and we talked about possibly running in the aftermarket, which we did do for some of these names, but now you're just pulling back. So come back to reality. This is the thing about marijuana stocks, man. Like, when you get that news, sure, they bump like crazy, but how many more days is it going to happen? The news is already out. Now, I think the next shoe to drop, President Biden also mentioned that he wants the same sort of relief coming from the state level. So again, I don't know too much about correctional facilities or all that kind of stuff that happens. I can't think that this would be a good thing for some of those private jails. But at the same time, you know, let's see if the next shoe to drop is different states coming out and dropping those as well and pardoning from a state level. If that happens and if we get news like that comes out today, then we'll see what happens moving forward. So I still feel like there's more news to come on this today, and I am a little disappointed that some of these names just don't seem to be reacting very well here today. So let's just see. I think there's a lot of momentum to come. I feel like at 9:30, that's why I wrote on the sticky note, guys, just wait, play the momentum. At 9:30, when people get in there and start buying options, call options, whatever, you're going to get some squeezes on the gamma. So let's wait to see if some of these marijuana stocks really start to light up.
Well, if they do light up, I
may
may have to just put them out, because I'm looking at this
That's a good one.
The way I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, okay, I'll wait for the open, but if we can't, especially, okay, I'm looking at CGC. If we get above 4 and we have nowhere to go, because the way it looks right now, it doesn't look like it's got much traction. This almost looks like knee-jerk reaction. Oh my God, look, we're going to go up now. And then we run out of steam, and then we come right back down to 3. So I'm going to give it a chance until we get to the open. And then again, like I'm doing with everything else, if we get to the open, we get opening volume that goes nowhere, even if with a nice little pop above 4 that has no follow through, fade it. Why not fade it? Fade it. For even, and then we'll go from there and see if we can't ride it back down to 3. And that's kind of the plan here. I've got, obviously, I've got a bunch of index names that I want to play. This is not a priority for me, but at the same time, I'll give it a chance. I'll put it up, see what it does after the open, maybe 10, 15 minutes after the open, come back to it. And if it's tried above 4 and can't get going on CGC, then I might actually take a shot on the short side on this.
All right, we're discussing different ways of finding stocks. Michael Noss is with us. If you're just joining, welcome into the morning. We're getting through the watch list here. One of the things that I use all the time, I was just saying to him, one of the things I use from Trade Ideas all the time in the pre-market is the morning gappers. What's gapping up, what's gapping down, what's doing the most volume in the pre-market as well. It's so key to understand not only what is moving, but then kind of go down to the next level and talk a little bit about why. Michael just brought this one to my attention, ADTX. Big move up here on decent volume, 25% right now, just tagged 430 there. After this came out, FedEx teaming up with ADTX on a deal. So there's another one to add to the list this morning. Let's continue along. We're getting on in time already. AMD, guys, out aftermarket yesterday, guiding to the downside, could be as much as $1 billion off of their prior forecast.
Yeah, look, the funny thing about this is like, so I came in today and we saw AMD down 5%, or like where it is now, 5.5%. Then we get the NASDAQ moving down another percent on that jobs report. And what do we wind up having for AMD? Nothing. It's actually starting to go back up right now. So here's AMD all day today. So I'm starting to get those feels that the market is sort of just assessing that $1 billion move to the downside, just like Ford. It's the same number. Ford and AMD both just, picking $1 billion out of the air as they're going to miss on their revenue and guide a little bit lower. But it's down that 5%. Here's the NASDAQ cranking lower right here, right? So you would think NASDAQ makes a big move and AMD just kind of hovering. So I know Arun's going to look at NVIDIA, but I think that there's going to be a few plays here today in the chip space. I was thinking this 63 is a smash level down to the downside. 63 has been held on AMD forever. I mean, not forever, but these last couple moves to the downside, I mean, every level's broken, but this has been the bottom right here for AMD. So for me, we crank lower there on that initial report, and then now we're just kind of bouncing off of it. So I do have the short set up for 63, but I don't know now. I think we'll now try to test the long. It's come down. It's seen that level on the news, right? So the news is already baked in right now. Comes down. That's the jobs report right there. Hits our 63 number. And now is starting to cruise back up to the upside. So yeah, I'm here for the long actually now in AMD. I was completely short, man. I was convinced that this name was going to get crushed down to the downside here today. That 5%, maybe the market's digested the news. They've come in and said, hey, you know what? Maybe we're not that bad here. It's down 5%. That's enough. And again, people that crunch the numbers, analysts and so on and so forth, they're taking this into consideration and they're not bringing the stock down. I like that. Michael Noss from TI is here. I like that right at the bottom. Wow, that's pretty aggressive. Okay, SMH here. Let's go over to the SMH. So this is the semiconductors. If you wanted to make a play on anything, I mean, these nice rally for the semis, and I think that that's going to spark a lot of this market rally to the upside, or did spark the market rally. But I also thought that it would spark this move to the downside today. But you're seeing SMH actually holding up pretty good at some of these levels. So I don't know. I feel like there is some buys here in NVIDIA, on AMD, on Micron, Intel, all that today. Here's SMH, a nice move down and respecting that bottom. So I think you could buy something around this 190 mark if we fall today on SMH. I'm just surprised that we're still holding up relatively well considering that AMD news. So for me, color me purple, I guess, on this move. I'm surprised it's holding that level. I just said I'd go long in front of 63. I don't know. Let's be patient with this. If there is a pop in the stock, I still want to short it. I wrote down that we'd be shorting pops up to 66. So let's see if there's anything there on an AMD move. But yesterday it was a negative stock for me. We got railroaded early. Did you guys remember that right here? Where we were short. Like yesterday we were short, Arun. We were short 69. We were short 70. Got blown out all the way early. This had a $3 move to the upside before falling completely down. And now yesterday we were short 70. Today it's at 64. So this market is definitely wild here.
Yeah, wild, but yet it has yet to confirm the direction. Although we're on the short side, we moved, but it is starting to firm up here. So that, that opening volume that I'm waiting to see, if we get to the buy side, we may have to just jump quick on some of these names. So Microsoft being one of them, which is actually sitting at that 242. AMD, although it's at the bottom end, it's got some news attached to it. Do I want to go long? I'm going to be very hesitant. I've got the 66 and the 62 marked off. If we get above 66 and then kind of stabilize, a lot more needs to happen on AMD for me to get involved. And this market is going right back up to 19. So keep in mind, I am short, but I'm flat at the moment because of the way it's come up. I'll take a few point loss on this if it gets through 20, and then we're going to wait for the open. And if the opening buy-side volume is buy-side, and we're going to jump quick into some of these index names. So AMD is going to be one of those I'm going to set to the side, not a priority, but I'll watch it. It's just like CGC. It's great to trade, I think, in terms of momentum. Like you were saying, Sean, $3 move to the upside. $3, you can get a lot done in $3. It's just that sometimes it depends on how you trade it, right? For me, it's not going to be set up for me to trade, but it's something to watch. So we'll just set it aside, put an alert out, 66, 20, or 62, whichever side it breaks out and settles in. We'll go for that if I've got space to take it. If I've got a bunch of positions, I'm not going to go into AMD as well, but we'll assign some space to it on our alert list, and we'll see how that goes.
Or we're not going to make it. Let's continue along. Michael Noss is joining us from Trade Ideas today. If you missed all of the banter earlier, we're going to touch a little bit on the deal that we have for you. If you've ever thought about having a Trade Ideas account, today is the day because we're giving you 30% off until Monday, guys. We'll have a promo code for you in the description of the video. Let's talk about DraftKings. Big move up after market yesterday on a note from Bloomberg suggesting Disney and specifically ESPN could be very close to a deal with DraftKings going forward. There wasn't a lot of detail on what that would entail, but that would be a huge deal for DraftKings, guys.
Not as huge of a deal as our Trade Ideas deal today, going through there for 30%. So definitely check that out. I have tweeted that out as well. And it's great to have Michael here. And I do want to go over, once he gets all set up, I want him to sort of show some of the scans that are available and whatnot in that Trade Ideas platform. Because again, I do use it. And we're just trying to affiliate with one company there. And we really are happy about our Trade Ideas. Okay, so right there, $16 as a bottom is what I'm thinking, right? So this is a daily chart. We've broken above $16 right now on DraftKings. I'd actually stated down here that this $10, $11 mark was something that I wanted to wait for in order to pick something up for DraftKings if the market did crumble back down to its lows. But that did happen. The market did come back down to its June lows. But guess what didn't? DraftKings, right? So that's going to be relatively strong coming in today into this move, right? Up that 7% against a weak market. So we definitely know we like that kind of a play on DraftKings. And again, a deal with Disney, bring it, man. I mean, one thing about Disney that I'm sure a lot of you guys know because you watch the show and because it's not like it's a fact that people don't know, but Disney is also ABC and ESPN, right? So as ESPN goes, guess what? DraftKings making a deal with Disney. Disney also obviously has their streaming product. So I feel like DraftKings and Disney would make an awesome combination. I'm actually really surprised that Disney's getting involved with gambling. So I want to see what's happening, what's up with that. That's a pretty aggressive move for them. But again, hey, look, if you could put a floor on this stock, I really like it. I mean, I was a buyer and trader of DraftKings before. I still do own a little bit in my longer term portfolio. But, we were able to get out of this name up and around here before, when it did start come back down. I haven't bought more shares. Like I said, I was waiting for this 11 mark. But for today, if we get any dips into this 16 area, I mean, I'm waiting there right now at 16.15. So I don't think that's going to come through. And look what happened, really? I'm waiting. Wow, okay. Prad's at the same prices as me, but here it comes right back down in. So we'll see if DraftKings can fill this gap back down here on DKNG. So for me, look, it's up 6%, and look what happened at 8:30. Nothing. Like that number came out, it went down 30 cents and popped right back above the high. So I think this is an aggressive name today. I want to be all over DraftKings and hopefully it'll dip first. I don't necessarily want to buy a rip, right? Like I'm not sure what this market's going to do at open right now. So I don't want to take out the top here and it might be a mistake to not break the top. But I feel like a dip back in for DraftKings is something that I want to be here and waiting for.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. When you look at it, this is the hourly chart, by the way. It looks pretty good, like it broke out through 17 with that news, and now it's kind of trickling back down, still holding on to 17. The problem is for me at least, is that it still needs to get above 1750 because that's the last point where we hesitated. The thing with moves like this is there's it's just one direction. So you really can't develop where the levels are or figure out where the levels are. But then when it starts to trickle in, you start to see kind of get an idea of where the levels could be. And it seems like 1750 is going to be that trigger point. So 1750 break to the upside using 1650 as a stop and see if you can get to the upside or like a run towards 18 and change. Yeah, that's a trade that I'd be willing to take. I'll set the alert off and see how that goes. But for the time being, again, now that the futures market is back above 20, I'm out, by the way. So this is, you guys can see it here. The short, red arrow is the short, green arrow is the exit. The difference being 3.5 points. So I lost 3.5 points on that trade. But what I gained is now I know that this market is struggling below 20. So now I know that that's the situation. I'm going to prioritize Microsoft. And I missed this one earlier, Amazon as well. Some of these index names that are actually relatively strong. I'm going to play relative strength in a negative market and see if I can grab some longs. I'm going to wait for the open, though. We're not going to do it now, but we're going to wait for the open and then go for the long side if this can hold up well above 20. So we were initially looking for that short. It doesn't look like that's going to work out right now. So we'll wait for the open, and if we get some strength, we're going to go for the longs on those big index names.
All right, let's go on to Tesla here. We'll have a little bit of a look at Tesla in the sense that we're not talking about Twitter. I sat down this morning and said, yes, Twitter is still a thing. It's still there in the background, but there's another news story that I think is a decent one for today anyways, and that is this semi-truck note that came out after market yesterday. December 1st, guys, Pepsi is going to be the first company to take delivery of the $180,000 per unit semi-truck.
Is that a lot? I feel like that's not that expensive. I feel like there for the semi. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's too expensive.
I'm just going to say I saw a commercial the other day for the Volvo emergency brake system, and I thought that was pretty cool. So I'm going to stick with Volvo.
What is that? What is the Volvo emergency brake system?
It's like it auto detects if there's like a small object in front of you, even if it's going at full speed, and it auto engages the brakes, which is pretty cool for a semi. And I've seen some videos on that. That's pretty cool. But anyways, we're talking about Tesla and its cool features and trucks. I've never seen it, nor do I care. But at the same time, what's the Tesla stock doing? That's all I care about at the end of the day. It is in a downward trend and looking at, what is this, 233 to the downside? So with the market, again, Tesla's part of this index too. So you got to watch Tesla as well. Now, Tesla is sitting at that edge where it could easily snap underneath 233, set some stops off, and come back up. So you can't really get involved in Tesla. So some of the names that I put earlier in terms of index names, those were all just ideas of where I want to go, but not necessarily are set up to go. So, but I know Microsoft is looking pretty strong. So I know that one's going to be one that I really want to get involved in. But Tesla, now that it's under the price point where I would be willing to trade it, it's not actually setting up for the type of move that I'm looking. But then again, market's also not staying strong above 20. So I don't know what to do with this market. We're just going to wait a little bit, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday, Tesla's been a great trade. I mean, it's been our trade of the day the last little while. I think yesterday was AMD, but we've been going short on Tesla, as you guys know, since we broke that 250 mark. So, when that broke here on Tesla, it was a pretty big move to the downside, right? So we're going to wait to see now. You are right at support for Tesla. Well, yeah, our daily chart's not going to be great. But right here on the 20-minute, you're right at that bottom from the 5th again of 234. I'm looking at that 230. Basically 232 there to see if we can break that. The very bottom is 233. I feel like Arud said, I mean, I care about that. I think it is a good move for Tesla. But again, like a lot of this stuff is already baked in. Like if you're going to get the market down 1.68% and Tesla down, I feel like they're missing on deliveries. There's still all this confusion about what exactly they have to do with the shares for Elon. I mean, he has until end of October, or else they're going back to court. Like nothing is settled with Twitter. And I don't know, does he or does he not have to sell $3 billion more valuation here in Tesla? Did he do that right here yesterday off the open when we got hit all the way back down here? This is just a 1-minute chart, so pretty aggressive move here today right there. And then yesterday off the open as well, move up. And then there's the sell back down in Tesla once we got up to that 245 back down here to 233. So I think it's worth it looking at this short break here of 233 to the downside. So if you're going to look short on any name, I think it would be Tesla today. And then you can get away from it back up here to 235-ish. So I feel like this is worth the trade on the push back down in case Tesla collapses today. I like a break through 233. I'm going to try that short. I like it, and I think you can get away from it if it comes back to 235. So about like a $2 or so risk here for Tesla. The market's almost open here. We only have 6 more minutes to go. So I'm going to throw it back to Brendan to see if there's any other names he wants to look at. But I'm with you, Arun. I think that there is some good dip buy opportunities here, including Microsoft, including Google. But I mean, the market's really going to tell. I don't think it's setting up to be a free fall Friday, but down 1.7% right now isn't helping my thoughts. So
it's going to be all about the open at this point.
Yeah, exactly. So let's wait for the open. I do have some bids out, but I also have some stop orders. So let's wait to see. Maybe we can pick something up on a dip like a Microsoft, and we're going to go over that when we get back. But let's go see if there's anything else Brendan wants to talk about.
Yeah, let's discuss big tech here for sure. Meta, another one that's standing a little bit relatively weak. Michael Noss is here from Trade Ideas today, guys. If you have any questions regarding the platform itself, throw them in the chat. We'll get those to Michael Noss, and we'll get those answered either during the morning show or maybe throughout the day. He's going to be here all day, so if you're joining us all day, we'll definitely get some questions answered. Big tech, guys, going to be an important day here because coming off this jobs number, these could provide a little indication as to what the day is going to shape up to be.
Yeah, big tech, and I've been saying it the entire time, Microsoft. It's going to be between the futures and Microsoft. And when you look at indexes and how indexes move, you got to keep in mind of the weighting of these names, right? And at the top of the weight list is Apple, the big dog, right? Apple has the #1 weight. Right behind it is Microsoft. So when you, in terms of priority of big tech names that can move indexes, you're looking at Apple, you're looking at Microsoft, Amazon, Nvidia is there, Tesla is there, Google is there. So you do have to look at those names to see if you can start to see that all of them are starting to stabilize. Market's probably not going to go too much further. But then again, right now, some of these names have broken and some of them have yet to break. So that leads to a little bit of confusion, and this market is still flirting with the 20s. Now, I'm out, but at the same time, I'm not entirely convinced either way. So this might be one of those situations where you are going to be quiet for a little bit. There's nothing wrong with not being in a position right off the open or even going into the open. It's good to kind of get some traction, get some information, because it's better to have the right information to work with than just trying to take shots everywhere, right? So I would just wait right now. Microsoft, Tesla, obviously we've talked about Tesla at 233. That's a tech name. Well, yeah, it's in the tech index. Yeah. It's a tech name. And then you have Microsoft as well. You have Apple, and it's kind of trend to the downside in recent days that it's kind of come back through. But at the same time, it's sitting at support or previous resistance, which is acting as support, 142. There's going to be a lot done at the open. We're going to have to wait for the open, especially in this tech market, to kind of get going. And then AMD's there for you. If you really want to jump around and fly around there, AMD's got some action for you, about 6-point range on AMD as well that you can work within. So wait for the open, and then this should get exciting, I imagine, fairly quickly.
Man, I'm already, like, you're reading my mind here. I'm already got some bids out here for Microsoft. I just want to go over the imbalances quickly that just came out here. You know, AMD, NEO, they're all here. Some of these bigger names, they're not big share sizes, though, for a Friday. So we'll wait to see here if there's anything coming on the imbalance. We also do have a name that I really like is going to be Google, right? So Google down here approaching that $99 mark again. I feel like we could dip down in through that. So we're going to have to watch out for Google right now coming through. $99 right there as a bottom. So I am sitting here with a bid on Google. I'm bidding DraftKings, and I'm bidding Microsoft right now as well. So we're going to wait to see what comes through. There's Microsoft. Here's 241. Man, let's see if 241 can hold right now on Microsoft. So big spread, 30 cents. I feel like if it dips down here off the open, like Arun said, I'm going to try a 241 long, but if it breaks, we're gone again on that. So, like, I don't really want to mess around too much with holding something off the open. I feel like if we, I mean, I might get Microsoft right now. I don't even know if I really want this name this close to the open. But there we go. Well, no choice now. Oh, there it goes. It already broke down to the downside here, Microsoft. So there's the break early. We're long, and now we have this trade to worry about. Anything on your end of things here? As we only have 2 minutes to go,
really
and I got to
rolling
get
the
out of
dice
this
with
trade.
that one.
Yeah, right away. And I thought maybe it was going to come through there on Microsoft. Well, we'll hold this one, see what happens. Now we're going to have to protect it against the 240 level. That just came through a little bit too quick there, so let's wait to see if it can hold. We did get out of a third there at 90, so it's small hit there on Microsoft. We're going to go 0 for 2, man. We went long first and then long again, so watch out here for a possible 240 break now on Softy with only a minute and a half to go. I don't want to just punch out of everything here. This stock could still rally, so let's see if we can make this money back on a nice move to the upside here on Softy if it does happen. But now we're going to be very, very protective of that 240 level.
Yeah, we're getting close to the open, and this is when things start to get, somewhat thin as people start preparing for the open imbalances. NASDAQ imbalances came out a few minutes ago. So everyone's starting to settle in a little bit on how they want to play the open, but this is the information that we need to figure out which direction that we want to stick with. Are we going to stick with the downside read, or are we actually going to turn around and look for the longs here? So in that situation, I'll be waiting it out, see how you guys want to play it. But hey, some of these names that have been moving hot in the pre-market are one to maybe watch while you're waiting for this to happen. I know some of you guys posted Lucy in the chat. I'm watching it as well. We'll see what we can do with it. But we got 30 seconds left before the market opens and we get the information that we need. So till then, I'm just going to hold on, see what happens. But we got a couple guys waiting by the bell, and we just got to get that countdown going.
Okay, we can go over to the bell right now. Let's go quickly. There we go, Michael Noss. No, it's early. Did you want to introduce who you're there with?
Yes, I'm actually here with Tyler Wood as Managing Director of the CMT. Came to say hi, so if there's anyone who's interested in learning a little bit more about the CMT.
Michael Noss, 2 and 1. Hit that bell. There we go. Yeah, he can come on the stage there with Brendan as we go, but the market is now open. Thank you, Mr. Michael Noss, for that one. We didn't have enough time there. Lucas told me in my ear, we're going to introduce. And I was like, okay, well, we have 10 seconds. There we go. Microsoft now to the upside. We'll see, man. Now it's starting to fade back into that 240 area, Arun. So let's wait to see what happens now with the market. We are open to not much excitement here. The NASDAQ bounces down. We did not get longer. We're going to wait to see if we can get, there we go. Now we're longer. Something near this 240. It looks like it's going to break pretty soon here.
Yeah, I haven't touched anything yet. One of the names that did go off on my alert, I'm still watching the features to see how it handles this move to the upside. Google, BABA, Zoom, and Microsoft have come out. There goes 240 on Microsoft. Remember, we're looking at 240 on the buy side potential, and Microsoft went right through that 240. And this is why you wait for the open sometimes, because the market hasn't confirmed its direction. I got pushed out of my short on the futures, but at the same time, I wasn't well enough on the read to go for the long either. So I'm waiting. There goes the market through the 10s. Damn it. They got me out through the 20s, and now they're flushing back through 10s. Okay. So now, if this market can't hold up well through these 20s, and that's what this market looks like, let's start looking at the shorts. You've got to be open to playing both sides. And right now, it looks like we may have to be looking at the shorts here. Oh, no, for sure, man. This is going to be a very, very interesting day. We just got clocked out there on Microsoft because that name just continues to fall, man. 238 and going lower. Here comes AMD right now as well. Going to take down. Ooh, it just bounces. I did not sit here in front of 63. We did talk. There we go. Now we're short. We did talk about possibly taking that 63 short, but there it comes for AMD. Let's see how low can she go right now on AMD. We are short 62.90. We take a piece out there at 70. Now let's see where it goes. Is that just the flush that needed to happen before the rip? So let's wait to see what happens now with AMD. We are now short at 62.90 right now on AMD. That was a sticky note play, man. We just shouldn't have gone back to the well on Microsoft. We should have been a little more patient, let it open up. But we are out of a third of that at 70. Let's see now what AMD has in store for us as it is retracing back up, man. We thought that could have been the flush. Let's see what happens now. Yeah, I got a ton of alerts. If you guys want to see how many alerts I've got there, all those have gone off. Google, BABA, Zoom, Microsoft, Boeing, Roku, Snow, PayPal, Tesla. So I'm going through that list to figure out which ones I want to get involved in. Right now, I am damn it, futures. And I'm sending some orders out. Look, right now, we're going to prioritize the index names first. So Google, Microsoft, and then Tesla as well. And then we'll go from there. But for now, there's a lot of names, and this market has clearly not found stability north of 20. So continue with the short read until it doesn't work anymore. So for now, it looks like we're going down. Market's at 2% on the NASDAQ to the downside, 1.4 on the ES, and it looks like we're going to take a shot at those 3,700s fairly soon.
All right, Arun, we're starting to cash in a little bit right now. Let's go with the bangs right here and get this excitement going right now. As there it is, man, there's the Tesla short. We're short at 232.70. We are now $1 in the money on this trade, so we're making some bank back right now, baby. Just be patient, man. Wait for key levels to break. That's what we should have done a little bit better there. We did not do that on Softy. We did that on AMD, which is now, whatever, 10 cents in the money. It's more about this Tesla trade. So it just went down to 231 and flashed. So that could be something there to watch out for. That's that wick off bottom, Michael Noss, that we talk about all the time, that trade ideas can help you with. But there it is. Let's see if we can get back to the downside. I'm a sales guy even as I'm trading. This is insane. There it goes back down to that downside. Let's see what happens now. 231 coming into play now for this. That's what we have to watch out for. I am trying to bid out near that 231. So if we do get a little bit of a bounce back up, we got to watch out for some levels, man. I think we can, now that we're taking $1 on this, I think it's pretty safe to say we can hold this back to about 235. Hopefully we don't have to worry about that, as Tesla right now still making moves to the downside.
Yeah, as you can see on my board there, I finally got into something.
AMD
We've got some Google shorts there just in front of 100. So waiting on that one. Now on this market bounce back up,
Yeah,
I'm
big
using it
time.
to
What
get
the
some
hell?
shorts here. We've determined that we want to play on the short side. Now let's find some shorts to work with. And you saw that big list of alerts that I had, and I'm going through them. Baba, I don't really like that too much. Zoom is one that I'm looking below 76.50, but it's not. It's a little too, spread out. I'm not a fan of the way Zoom's setting up. So no to Zoom. Microsoft, definitely right through that 240 on Microsoft, but it's already at 238. So you really can't get involved. It would have to bounce at least $2 to $3 just to give me a chance to get in. And at that point, I still need to give it another decent amount, put the stop in. So Microsoft, although the setup is there, great through that 240, it's going to be a problem to work with. So we're going to pass on Microsoft as well. I've got one for now, and that's up, 3 cents in the money. So Boeing maybe? Boeing's flirting with that 130. Boeing's a potential as well. It's been kind of going sideways, back and forth a little bit, and now it's just underneath that 130. I'm going to keep an eye on this 130, see how it trades through here, and if it continues its move, I'm going to jump into Boeing as well. So a few names there already.
All right. Okay, so DraftKings, I just heard. Okay, there it is. Let's go, baby. Now we're getting jacked up a little bit. Let's go. Let's hit that alarm right now, because there goes Tesla. We are now $2 in the money, as it's going to take down this 231 off that 233 talk about. We talked about that on the pre-market. Let's see if this wants to fail. We just got a 231.05. So right now, I've changed up my strategy. If we take this 233, then I'm gone. I'm not going to let this trade go back up, hit it back up to 235, and we get nailed on that. No thank you. So we're going to wait to see if it comes back up and flattens me at 233. Fine. We've already done real well on this name. So good trading there for Tesla. As you said, though, Arun, man, this market is bouncing a little bit. We did take a better short in AMD as it ripped back up to the upside. So we did get a 60 print and then out again at 63 flat. So we're still working this. I want to be short until we take out 64 on AMD. So that's going to be a level for me to look at. We will average into this trade, but yeah, so far so good. Need this to drop back down. And by the way, Tesla, good thing we had that fill down there, by the way, guys, because we got, there it is, now we're gone. So whatever, man, we're going to go like this. We'll barbecue up the profits. That's what you want to do. You want to take profits when they're there and then get out for flat, man. Look at this. There it's ripping to the north side right now, goes Tesla. So watch out. Nice little move back. Are the futures at their bottom now? We've ticked 11,300 a couple times. What's up, Brendo?
Oil, guys, big move up here, 1.8 for crude itself. Here's XOM. We are $1.50 away on XOM from all-time highs this morning.
Damn,
I was been
XOM.
long Apple. I've even talked to, or long oil. I talked about Michael with Michael Noss there a couple times, a couple weeks ago, about how strong those oil names are, and damn, XOM today. Wow. Let's have a quick look. What is it? Isn't it 105? That was the 52-week high, I believe, as Brendan was mentioning. So we're getting pretty close now, man, for that. A nice move up for XOM as oil right here, up 1.93%. But I haven't looked at too much oil, but let's go over to some cannabis names just to see if there's anything popping off. Tilray reports and they missed by 6 cents today. So, not a great report for Tilray for sure. And it's making the move back down. So anybody that YOLO'd some of those options, it doesn't look like they're going to work out, man. We're going to have to wait for something else to come out. There is absolutely no follow through in the weed names. So once again, man, these names starting to eat away at profits because no follow through. And I just feel like this is a lot of people getting out of shares that they were trying to see if there is anything happening overnight. So it doesn't seem like there is that much going down right now on that. It looks like Tesla did make a little bit of a run back up, and it's kind of a good thing too. We would have got out at 235, so that didn't even print yet. So maybe that is going to be a top there for Tesla coming through at around 235 right now. So I'm actually going to start these races now here on Trade Ideas. So I'm going to start them off, and we're going to see what happens. They're all getting ready to set, go. So right now they're going to go, and we will talk about that as Michael's going to come with hopefully a few more examples on Trade Ideas. We've already had a few signups, so thank you so much for that. Our affiliate program is now live. Experience 30% off Trade Ideas. Hopefully we can get that popping for you guys today and every day. All right, there comes AMD. Let's go, man. We got to break that 63. Come on, you can do it, AMD. Let's see some downside pressure.
Yeah, downside pressure would be nice, but before we get that downside pressure, can we get some upswings here? Because I'd like to get some offers filled. I'm not willing to pay the prices they're at right now, but I've kind of looked into Microsoft. The fact that it got back up to 240 surprised me, but it's a $2. We were looking at 238 when it was there, and I was like, $2. That's kind of a hot move, but no, we actually got right up there, and we actually now are backing back down towards 239 underneath it now. So if we can, like, I've got the offer out. If I can get that 240 again, I'll take it. I found a risk point that actually makes sense. It's going to be about $3, north of 243 and change. So on a bounce back up to 240, I'll take the shot and see if we can't get a move on a lot of these names that are preferably index names. As you can see, I'm kind of favoring the index names just because I can work with the index names better than I can work with these names. Why? Because I kind of read that the index is kind of getting some sell pressure. Why not go after the index names? So Google, Microsoft, Apple, I don't know about Apple. Apple's, although it's down 1.7%, the problem with Apple is still refusing to get through that 142. So Apple's kind of still sitting at support, which could become a problem later on. But for now, no on Apple. Tesla broke through that 233.
233, yeah, it's back
233,
down now.
and now right back to
There,
233. So Tesla's a no-go as well. Amazon was the other one, right? Amazon's the other big index name, and Amazon refuses to get through this area. So no shorts on Amazon. But if this market ever went to a point where it's positive, and you actually are looking for longs, then you know which candidates to go for, the ones that are refusing to take out their lows.
All right, here comes, exactly. So here comes AMD. I mean, I'm really surprised that this name is really rallying here today, but we do have that 64 print coming through. So if we do take down 64 here on AMD, we can get out, more like 64.10, something like that. We are going to get into the short, though, really soon, and I don't know. I'd hate to get blown out of this one as well, but let's just see if it does happen. We could take a little bit more up here right now into the 60 area, so we'll do that again. I'm still waiting around that 64 area to get some more short. This is not quite high enough for the amount of shares I'm willing to take on this name, so let's wait to see if we can get that going. Let's just check out that scanner right now. So you're seeing right here, NVIDIA, even though we've only been 3 minutes right now, NVIDIA leading the way right there. Microsoft on the downside. So Microsoft and Tesla relatively weak here. NVIDIA and Micron relatively strong. So again, that's part of the scanners that I use here from Trade Ideas. So make sure that you grab that, man. It's today. It's all day. It's 30% off the Trade Ideas subscription. You can see that right here. Use TraderTV30 as a promo for Trade Ideas. I'm really happy to use their software and tell you all about it as well. And we'll be giving you some more examples. Okay, here comes AMD to the downside. Let's check out that Microsoft being relatively weak. You just mentioned that. And yeah, look at that, down 3%. And, just made a new low of that 238. So definitely something to watch out for there is Softy. NVIDIA's down. Yeah, I don't know if there's any other names you guys want us to look at. Let's look at DraftKings quickly maybe here. $17. So DraftKings does not make that move down here into 1650 and also doesn't really rip up. So right now I feel like, Arun, I know you're a futures guy, but I don't see much happening right now, especially in the NASDAQ, as we just bounce back and forth right here. So it feels like we want to go to the low side. The trend is your friend to that downside pointing lower. Let's see if DraftKings can make that happen. But right now, the only position I'm in is AMD and looking to get some more somewhere. Just got to find it.
Yeah, the problem is that if the market's going sideways in front of a 3,700 even level, Prad's over there saying break 3,700. The problem with breaking 3,700 is, in terms of taking a trade, it might be a quick trade because they're building up a ton of pressure in front of 3,700. Initial move through it could just be stops that snap right back above it. So that's my only hesitation. When they build like this in front of a level, it's pretty obvious that they want to take a look at stops, but the follow through on stops is the question, right? I'm trying to get some shorts filled before we take some 3,700s because, again, you can use that to get out. So why not? So I prefer a bounce before we actually take a look at those 3,700s, but doesn't look like I'm going to get much. Brendan.
Early a halt here, guys, to pass along, popping up on Trade Ideas Scanner. CANO halted upside some M&A buyout talk apparently being circulated.
What was that symbol again?
CANO.
Oh, these guys, Cano. These guys were with Humana before. I remember these guys, so more circulation. Okay, so there's the halt right now on this name. So we're gonna look at that in a minute. But there it is, $30. We'll see where it's halted at. It's halted at 970, offer 30 by 1. So don't consider that for anything. They did have bio rumors in the past, like I just said with Humana. So I believe anyways, yeah, there's some nice spikes up here. We're gonna wait to see with CANO if that deal does get done or not. Meanwhile, let's go with the bang right here. As AMD's starting to crack a little bit, we did average into these positions up there near that 50 period. So unfortunately, it's the only position I have on right now. I am waiting to see about a Google long. That didn't come in at all, man. You know where we were bidding on Google? 99.25. It went down to 99.40 there. So let's see if Google wants to make that move back down in and respect that 99 level. But I might just pull that because here we go. Here goes AMD right back down to the downside to see if there's anything else happening here for AMD. Bang, there it is, a nice little take on that one. Awesome so far here on AMD, man. We just got to stick with what we're doing best. Taking that Microsoft early, really not responsible, dude. We took that again off 240. We tried it. They're quick hits, but they're hits nonetheless. Let's see if AMD can make us a little bit of cash here as we float to the downside again on AMD. We've already taken this out. Let's go more. Oh, what's up, Shock Industry, man? This is what I'm talking about. You're short from AMD yesterday. Sick play, man. Good for you there. Go Niners. Go Packers, I say to that as well. But let's go, man. All your NFL teams, you know, greatest league. I mean, I love the NFL. Love gambling on it. Love playing fantasy sports. So let's go. Here goes AMD straight to the downside. Let's see if we do get that break. There was a road. We did get 3,700 on that.
Yeah, I have like 3 orders that I was hoping to get filled before this happened. And I keep looking at this chart going, I got out at just above 37.20. So we took a small hit on that as the futures now would have been 30 points in the money. Damn it. But hey, we've got Google up 30 cents in the money. That helps. As the futures market now taking out 36.89. So we are actually opening up. We're not just snapping through and taking out stops. We're actually opening up a little bit, which is a great thing. Remember, next up on that, after taking that 37.20 and getting through there, next up is going to be the 70s, right? So 36.70s next up. On the ES side, NASDAQ clearly has taken to the 11,300 as well. So now we're at 270. Everything's starting to open up to the downside, right? So we're going to, if this market's now going to settle in underneath 3,700, underneath 11,300, we are going to start looking at these tech names. We can be a little bit more aggressive now that we've kind of cleared the last little support area. So if we can actually start looking at maybe Microsoft a little bit more aggressively and Tesla a little bit more aggressive, because Tesla hasn't really gone too far away. I mean, it's only $1 and change. It's still $1, but it's still $1 and change from that 233 area on Tesla. So that's still a possibility on a short with a bounce. And I think what we need right now is a bounce.
Yeah, no, I was just doing some work here. I want to get into an early position on Amazon. I do, possibly think that, I mean, Amazon's now down more than the market, right? 2.8%. We did have some great shorts yesterday in Amazon. Unfortunately, I don't know. There it is right there. We destroyed Amazon yesterday, man. These shorts all day, 120, 150. And again, thank you for the super chat. But like, I kind of wish you were still short Amazon right there. Amazon out off those shorts yesterday, 120, 150. You're seeing where we're at now, 116, right? So it's been a huge move down for Amazon. I still think that this is another name that has the shoe to drop still. It was a nice move move up, but you know, coming from where it came from there, the daily chart doesn't work very good on this. We've seen Amazon just down here at 110, right? Get a nice bump up to 122. Super aggressive on that the latest NASDAQ move. But let's fade that. Let's fade Amazon here against that 118. Let's see if we can come back up, take these 50 periods, so on and so forth, out for Amazon. So that's what we're looking at, 118 into the fade for Amazon. We will get some more shares short around that 117 area, but we're working on this, man. We're working on it. Let's check out our race right now. So we're about to end, only 40 seconds left right now. ZI seems to be the winner here for the long side. On the weak side, WDC, DXCM, Marvel, Tesla, AMD, they're all here. Not much winning the strong side of things. NVIDIA looks like it, and Micron. So let's wait to see what's happening right now as there goes AMD. Nicely done. Let's go. Let's cook, baby. Denver might not be letting Russell Wilson cook, but we're letting this name cook. Downside right now. Let's go with the bangs here for AMD, guys. We told you this 63 level was hot. Let's go over to Brendo. What up, Brendo?
All right, quickly, guys. ATXI, big mover this morning. Michael Noss already in this one.
Yeah, so this actually showed up on a couple scans that we have here. The top one actually being our races scan that, again, looks for relative strength, biggest movers from the open. We don't really need to necessarily know why, but I know that of the strongest names out there, this is kind of in the top 3 right now. I saw a little pullback. It seemed to be holding VWAP here. We have the ability at Trade Ideas to send orders directly from our platform to interactive brokers and E-Trade, more brokers on the way. So I'm able to click right on the chart and say, buy some, put out a stop loss, manage my risk for me. So I'm in this trade from about 260, and let's see where we go.
Visually, obviously, a great-looking platform, guys. Check it out. Any questions, again, throw them in the chat. We'll get Mr. Noss to answer them for you.
Mr. Noss, I like that. You know, you show up here and you get the Mr. behind it. So there you go. Mr. Noss is in the building right now. And then here we go, man. We do have a little bit of diamond hands on this play, I feel like, as AMD is getting to the downside one more time. Let's take a piece out at 25 if we can here for I mean, we should be able to, right? That bottom is 25.50 right now for AMD. You guys see we are now $1.20 right now in the money as the bears are out right now in full force on AMD anyways. They're not out on much else, man. We are short Amazon right now. I do have a bid in the 50s. We're short here 76. This only went for us 20 cents. We're hoping for a little bit of a downward push here for Amazon to get this fill. We are sitting at, where am I sitting at? 51s right now. So literally right here, a little bit more downside pressure on Amazon, and we'll take that fill. Take the 20 cents now on 20. There it is, on 20%. Let's go to the downside. Now Amazon cranking lower. We're making it back, baby. That Microsoft trade, this could have been my biggest day if all of these longs were just the other way, Arun. But that happens to us as day traders all the time, where we look back and say, why this, why that? But I feel like as long as you have a process, that's the number one thing, right? And I think that's what's important too about that Trade Ideas scanner. Have a process. Have something you're looking. I think it was pretty cool when Michael was just like, I don't really have any idea about this stock, but technically it looks good. If you're hearing that from a CMT, I mean, that's enough for me. I might have to hop into that name.
Yeah, and the issue here with this market, the way it's moving, as you guys may have noticed that my Google short, I walked away from the Google short. Why? With the futures market moving this much, why is Google struggling?
Right.
Relative strength in a market like this, that's a problem. So maybe I shouldn't be shorting Google, and that's why I walked away from it. I made 9 cents on it, great, but I'd rather not participate in this, because if this market were to bounce, Google's probably the first one to go up. So I don't need to waste my time with Google there, but the names that you do want to play, Microsoft showed its weakness right off the open, taking that 240, trying to get fills there, nothing. Futures market now at 84 to the downside. I've got offers on 3 names, and Netflix also just broke 232. That's another next name that I'm looking at. Netflix going to the downside, taking out 232. The problem is when it moves this fast, not just Netflix, but the market as a whole, if you're not already in, it's very hard to price in the risk and everything that needs to go into a properly set up trade. So at this point, if I've missed it, I've missed the boat, let's just catch the next one. So we're gonna have to settle up and figure out where I want to play on some of these names after they've already kind of left a little bit, right? We need to wait for them to come back, and then we'll go from there. But for now, all I can do is throw out offers at prices that I want where I know the risk makes sense, but I'm not going to be chasing into this market just because it's going down.
Well, what's so funny? No, I said that, I guess not under my breath, because right now, I had that Google bit in there, right? And I was listening to what you're saying, and I agree with you, man. I want to be long on relatively strong names, but that just flew in right now. So we are now long at 99.26. We're getting long ahead of 99 here on Google. So I do like the relative strength here. The thing is that we're already 50 cents in the money on Amazon. We're already out of 60% of this as that keeps falling. We did take another out here on AMD. So wondering, I don't think we're at the bottom. I mean, I don't think there is going to be a bottom today, to be honest with you. I mean, there is at some point, but to sit here and call like 2.5% is a bottom, nah, I don't think that's true. But we're going to go relatively strong here on Google. We did get a note in the chat, so let's see if that's what Brendan has. What's up, Brendan?
Yeah, super chat, guys. Is it possible to get the trade ideas set up of any Trader TV staff or Michael N himself? The answer is very easy.
Yeah, we have the ability to do what we call cloud links. So when I share scans with the guys here, when we share scans internally, we share them with clients, we can just send you a link. So what I'll do is let us know which scan that you want. You can come over to trade-ideas.com. Let us know what scan you want, and I will feed them to our support staff, and you guys can take a look and see which ones you like the best.
Easy peasy, guys.
Easy peasy. What's after that?
I have no clue.
Exactly. See, no kids. That's how you can tell there's no kids. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. My kids also like the mac and cheesy. Oh, you know what? So my wife last night made this amazing mac and cheese, but you know what she did? Sneaky, and I liked it. I loved it. She mixed in a butternut squash puree that she made from scratch. And like that, the kids were just like, rah, 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 rah. They would never eat butternut squash. But I saw her. It was a whole butternut squash, cut it out, gutted it, pureed it, boomed it in with the mac and cheese, and it was super tasty, well disguised right there. Oh, we do have that one. Good. I was wondering if we still had that little logo there, or that GIF. Oh, I still got to shout out people. I still need more of those being made. If you can help us with those, marketing at tradertv.live. P something 44444. Lucas can put that in the chat again, and I'll tell you guys what that's all about one more time. If you can help us make some of those graphics, we are looking for some new ones. All right, so here goes Google again. You know what? That didn't get going there. There it is right there. It's ProRes 4444 with alpha. If anyone knows any idea about what I'm saying and you'd like to help us out with some more graphics, marketing at tradertv.live. And Bob's your uncle on that one. We'd love to have more people help us out with some cool graphics and some new ideas on that one because it's way over my head. All right, Google 99. We're still going to look at that and see if we can pop it up to the upside. Let's see if we can get some more likes as well right now. We do have that trade ideas from over 9,000 watching, just 1.3K likes. If you can hit that. Here goes AMD, man, retracing back up to the upside. Any new positions for you there, Arun, or anything going on?
No, I'm just trying to figure out orders. Again, Boeing, PG, I've got some more offers out, Snow, Microsoft, all of them are offers that are placed. But again, with this market now at 83.5, you really can't get, are you really?
I don't know what to do.
If you want to play momentum, I guess you can. Prad, I'm looking over to you. You're probably in that 3,700 break short, right?
3720, then 3700.
All right, there you go. So Prad's in a 3,720 short and a 3,700. No, that's actually a very great trade, but that's the reason I brought that up is because he plays momentum like that. And if you get momentum and you get that 3,700 break that snaps right through and you get 20 points, it's a huge win on momentum. And that's the way you got to play that right now is going to have to be that way, unless you wait for this market to settle up. And I tend not to play that way, so I need to wait for that kind of market to kind of stabilize a little bit to get my setups in and then work them. But for now, we're not going to push too aggressively. We're just going to layer some offers on some names, wait for some fills. I'm still looking at Roku as well. Tesla is now kind of flirting with that 230. Can we... It's at 230.72.
Can you believe that? I know. We were short there at that 233.
Yeah.
Okay, so I lightened up on Google. I don't know if you guys saw that there. We lightened up on Google, so we took out more than half. And some for winners, man. Our best out is only 33, which is not great. And then we just averaged in closer to 99 because as this market continues to fall, we're raking in on AMD and Amazon. I mean, those stocks are definitely just like huge shorts right now. So, $1 in the money on AMD, $1... Bye-bye, Google. $1 in the money on Amazon, and see you later. Flush that down the toilet. There, you can take that relative strength and put it the other place. As right there, Google falls down on that. Now, whether or not that's a bottom there at 99 or not, I don't feel like going long into this market is obviously the right play. I've only have 2 losses today, Microsoft long, Google long, right? This Tesla short was just so cash. We had that short there at 233 break, all the way to the downside, now looking to break down again one more time. So let's just be careful here. Tesla, Apple, let's just check in on Apple real quick right now. What is ADTX? That's the name I think that Michael's in as well over there. So we can have a quick look at this one. ADTX starting to rip up to the upside right now. Nice move, 26% up. Let's take a look at the charts again. I don't know. We already took out that high right there of 420. So, you know, you could channel your inner Neil here and short all these rips. I don't know if that's going to be the right play or not. On a 20-minute, this is what it looks like. Let's go over to a daily to see if there's any. Yeah, no, wow, okay. ADTX there, huge moves up. And I don't know. I guess it's a recent IPO there or something that just hit off all the way up to 30. Now back down to $4. Could have been a reverse split. I would say that this is probably a reverse split there to get over $1. So we'll see about ADTX, but a nice little move to the upside. And look what's happening. I just feel like, you know, meanwhile, you know, this is $1 now in the money. So that was a good trade idea down to the downside there for Amazon, as now that's $1 in the money and cranking lower, hopefully even lower than that as we go. Oh my God, are one of those for me, Randy? Apparently not. I was going to say I was really excited to grab a coffee, but now Michael, go to that camera. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Nice to see that guest you're getting coffee. That's great.
You.
That's great to see you. You are welcome, Mr. Michael Noss. And I would cheers you. I would cheer. I know, I'm just playing, Randy. Thanks for that, though, guys. And it's great to have Michael in the building as well. Okay, so Amazon just looking for some more levels. You're down to 115 here, 116, sorry. So, I mean, if we really, I mean, is there a lot more room to the downside here, Arun, in your opinion? Because, you know, we're $1.20 in the money on AMD. We are $1 in the money on Amazon, and I'm wondering if there is going to be a little bit of a pullback to the upside here. AMD, for sure, I'm going to get a piece out because we're right back at the day low. It's the Amazon one that I want to see if it bleeds down a little bit lower. The bottom of the day here is 62.25, so I'm going to take a piece out right now. Just put a bid at 37, see if we get run over there, and then see about taking that bottom of 25. See, I put a bid. Nah, it runs away. Hopefully it comes down, fills us. There it is. Yes, sir. Yes, finally. We'll dap it up to anybody that's in this short with me. Let's go, man. We're starting to break some new levels here.
Yeah, you asked if there's any space. I mean, this market's moving pretty quick. We didn't break 3,700 too long ago, and here we are at 3,677.
Yeah.
That's a pretty quick move, and we're not even at 10 o'clock yet. So 3,670 is still there, but I mean, with this speed, I don't know how well that's going to hold up. It's just a level that I'm just kind of marking off to play the top end of the previous
Are you good for a drink? Randy's asking. A tea of some sort?
I've got a tea. I'm good.
He's
I'm
good.
good. Yeah, right. I do my tea. It's in a coffee cup, but it's peppermint tea, so I'm good.
All right.
I appreciate that, Randy. But yeah, 3670 on the bottom end. That's all I've got here. But again, I need a bounce. I need some fills. I like to play on the short side. There's not enough for a long, but at the same time, a bounce would be very helpful to get some of these offers filled. I've had to cancel
thank you, my
a
friend.
Microsoft order, by the way,
Yeah, I
because
think it's gonna be
Microsoft
there
is
today.
gone. Remember, we're trying to get in front of 240, and it's already at 237 and change. Yeah, no, that's not going to work. So
There
we're
has
going
to
to
be
walk
some
away
bid
from
buys.
Microsoft. That trade is gone. Google, the fact that Google broke 99 doesn't bother me too much, just because look at the futures market move and then look at Google's move. What I'm going to do is put Google in a special little spot where if this market were to turn positive or set up on the buy side, I would first go to Google just because of the relative strength on Google. So we're going to assign it that little tag, and we'll come back to it later on. But for now, we're going to find some weak names, and we're going to go to Brendan with what's happening now.
Just like that, it's 10 o'clock. Michael Noss from Trade Ideas is here. Let's get a look at how the markets are shaping up so far today. A bit of a red board to have a look at once again this morning. It is the S&P leading right now, 2.07 to the downside, outside of 1.5 for the Dow. 1.6 for the Russell 2000 was a little bit stronger than the rest out of the gate. There's the NASDAQ Composite and the 100 about the same, 2.75 for both to the downside. A few other things we were discussing. If you joined us in the pre-market this morning, one of those was obviously cannabis. Yeah, the Biden pardon coming through late in the day yesterday. The entire group back in positive territory as a result. AMD guiding lower. Possible ESPN deal to come for DraftKings, an absolute monster right now is DraftKings, happening now, brought to you by Chart Prime. Guys, they offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance zones, and more. Check them out right now. Chart Prime, guys.
We're going to go, thanks for that, Brendo. All right, I just said to Arun, I need to find something to fade. Like, there has to be something that's, you know, a short right now that I can get into that hasn't really been overly extended. I just went back over to Tesla. I mean, I think this is down 3.5%. We want to talk about relative strength versus weakness. This is a little weaker against that market. I don't know if this market's stopping or anytime soon, but I do have a level here. And I just think it's worth this, like 231.25 or so here on Tesla. If we break above there, you know, probably worth getting out. I think we can hold it back to 232 though. That's kind of where that, you know, imbalance, we're not, is it 4 o'clock yet? No, where this number comes from here, it's a 50 period, it's VWAP up here near 232. So I'm gonna go short against that number, right? If we do get a pop back up here on Tesla, then we can get out of this name. But if the market continues to go to the downside, I feel like Tesla's prime again for another flush down. I mean, this is what it looks like on the 20-minute chart here. And again, Trade Ideas has full chart capabilities. Michael Noss can talk about that too. You know, real-time charting, everything coming through with Trade Ideas. Make sure you grab that promo today. 30% off, only good this weekend. There it comes down to the downside here, 229, 230. You know, we're breaking lower. I don't really know what to expect here. If you look at the daily chart for Tesla though, I mean, here it is. It's right back in to where we were pre-split, right? Right back into this area of consolidation. So, you know, we're still a little bit away from 207, but if you can get down, and I don't think this happens today, obviously, but if you get down to 220 there, and watch out below for that kind of a break on Tesla. So I'm going to hold this until 232 comes through. If the market wants to rally for us, we can get out of the way, only take a $2 hit there on Tesla. We don't have a big position now in it, but we do have enough to cash out if and when that does happen. And speak about cashing out, AMD right now back down near its low, well, at its low of the day of 62.25. I'm going to put a bid. And again, we have shares on this one, right? So we did really like that short, enough to reload it up there as well. So AMD today, a good little trade to that downside, guys, down 8%. We tweeted this out yesterday early, and I want to say thank you to everybody that followed that, and thank you for the nice super chat about that AMD trade as well. Right here, oh, that's Blue Jays. Oh, by the way, I realized I cashed a Blue Jay future. I had 91.5 wins. I tweeted this out at March 17th. They had 92 wins.
Oh, damn.
So out of 162 games, I won that by half right there. Here's the trade of the day. And this is what I tweeted out yesterday, right after market. AMD down 3% here after hours on that revenue miss. Well, look what AMD's down right now, guys. AMD down 8% and making new lows. But you know what's not really happening? Not much happening right here for Tesla. So let's see what happens. I don't think that wick happened, but let's wait to see what happens now with Tesla to the downside. But let's go back over to Brendo.
Just saw this one moving again, guys. The past couple of days, this one's been huge. Tops, T-O-P-S, 2 days upside. And then we got absolutely crushed to the downside yesterday. So big volume spike there for Tops.
All right. As you guys can see, I've got one position, new position, Etsy.
All right.
Etsy's actually setting up. It's actually, although the market's pretty extended, but Etsy's not an index name, so I don't have to worry too much about it. Etsy is actually setting up on the break. So I'm like, you know what? I'll take a shot below 110. So I've got 109.92 out, 22 cents at the moment. But again, Etsy's just getting going. So this market has a lot left to be done. This can still bounce back to 111, 112, but I'd rather have the position here south of 110. I'd rather have it now than hope for a better fill. So here we are kind of working it. But keep in mind with Etsy though, this is the trend in the last few days. It's pretty much from 95 all the way up to 116, 117. And now we're kind of falling down a little bit. The move that I'm making is that the trend's broken, but you know, we'll see where the stops end up being or whether I'm the one who's stopped out of this because the trend is not broken. It's just pulling back towards, I don't draw trend lines or anything. I'm just kind of looking at the action, and I'm looking at 110 saying the trend probably breaks at 110, so we're going to play that shot here. 110 against, 113 and change. So $3 in risk, and then I've got about six orders out pending, waiting for this market to bounce so I can get some offers filled on a bounce in this market. Remember, we're playing on the short side, but we're not going to take all of them here because most of them are gone. So you need to wait for a pullback to get the right risk on. Brendan.
All right, a ton of questions coming through on the Trade Ideas platform. Again, if you're just joining, Michael Noss is here, CMT from Trade Ideas, to answer all of those questions today. The next one is going to be about the scanners. Are all of the scanners included in the standard package? Can you tell everyone a little bit more about the differences between the premium and the standard?
Yeah, so the standard package includes free or the real-time data all included for most of the basic scanners that you're seeing. Pretty much everything you're seeing Sean use, a handful of what you're seeing myself use. The main difference with the premium package is you can put on more charts, so you can have up to 20 charts on your screen with the premium package. You have the ability to back test your own setup. So if there's a setup that you're playing with, you like a pre-market high break or something, the system will tell you how trading that would have done over the last quarter. Completely, click button interface for that, and then access to our artificial intelligence that basically calculates about 1 million different trades every single day, and I'll show you guys some trades from that later, and shows kind of probabilities and uses probability statistics to try to give you real-time trade ideas that have entry prices, stop losses, position size, all of that taken care of. So that's in the premium.
Yeah, it's a never-ending list. It's a jam-packed platform. We're going to get into more here coming up. Worth noting, guys, Fed's Williams making some comments right now on the jobs report that came out this morning saying, yeah, inflation is still really high and the economy is obviously still strong, guys.
Fed's Williams. All right. Yeah, I know Neil Kashkari was all over the place yesterday. I think he's speaking again today. All these Feds, these talking heads just get rolled out there. Let's just wait to see what happens with the CPI print coming. I think that's next week, is it CPI? Thursday, yeah, so next week. 13th. Yeah, okay, so 13th coming next week. What day is the 13th? Now that Tuesday it always comes out? It is Thursday. Wow, that's pretty random. Okay, good. Right, I thought it was Thursday, and then, all right, so the 13th next week coming through. There we'll see what CPI has in store. All right, so we're getting more spicy now as Tesla goes right back up to the upside we averaged in. So we got the same amount of shares there that we took right there. I'm going to take one more trade into this like 231. 50s, something around there if we do rip up, but then I'm not ignoring, some of these lines. If we can break trend, we have never broken VWAP yet or the 50 period. So, if Tesla keeps going to the downside, fine, we'll average into this. It's weaker than the market, understood. And so if we break some of these lines, then we're just going to have to get out. I mean, I don't need to be part of this when we do take that out. We took it out right there and then failed. But honestly, in this market and some of these turnarounds, and I know you know that because you're trading futures, you can get whipsawed around here. The market will rip up, stop at levels, then just tank right back down, and it's very, very news sensitive. So when we have the Fed out here, like Fed Williams right now, housing is moderating. So, you're going to get these random sort of things that come through here on all that. So let's just wait to see. That was the recent headline. I do like a short into AMD as well. So let's see if we can take this up to 63. Let's get out of this AMD short. We're short at 63.60. Let's take a piece out right now. Just one more piece right here at 50. There we go. We got that at 55. So we'll take a piece out there at 55. If it falls back down, fine. I'm canceling. I don't even have any more bids. So we'll cancel all the other bids on this. And then I want to get shorter. What was that wick? That was 79. Let's see about taking an 80 short here for AMD if that happens again against 63. Again, we're trying to get short. We're underneath. I don't know if this market, I want to kind of short any pops right now until we're proven wrong. So let's just do that and try to stay net short. You like that idea?
I mean, that's what I'm trying to do. I just got no fills.
All right, I like that then.
So if you can just get Netflix to bounce as well. I've got Netflix looking at potential shorts in front of 234. So I'm trying to play this little move here through that kind of low or intraday low yesterday around that 234 area. I was waiting for it to kind of really get through 233 and 232 really actually get going. Now that it's done that, I'm putting the offers out closer to that 234, see if I can't get a fill on a bounce. That's the thing. It's all going to be done on a bounce. The only one that's set up to go right now is which isn't going, by the way, it's Etsy, right? Etsy below 110 is the only one that I was willing to come down to price on. The risk still makes sense on Etsy. But for everything else, I got to wait for a bounce. Microsoft was great. Remember, initially we're like, oh, relative strength. If this market turns, we're going to look at Microsoft long. Microsoft ran right through 240 at the open. NASDAQ took 11,300 at the open. And here we are kind of now looking at Microsoft being down 4% on the day already. So A bounce back to 240 doesn't help the situation because Microsoft took out that 240, which was a multi-day support level, previous resistance, which turned into support. This here going all the way back to September the 22nd. You saw that 241, 242, call it 240 on the bottom end, and then we got above and then snapped right underneath. So even if we bounce, we're still negative, right? So we're gonna look for potential shorts. There we go. PG now comes in as this market trickles to the upside. So PG is the next short that I've stepped into. And this is what's gonna happen, right? You're not gonna see me chase after shorts because I'm not momentum, but at the same time, when the market pulls back or at least goes counter trend, that's where I'm gonna use to potentially join the previous trend. So for me, a bounce up allows me to step into some shorts on an offer. The danger of doing this is the market fully turns around on you, and that's the risk you run. As a trader, you gotta take that shot. But for now, I like the fact that the market's bouncing up. I would prefer a little bit more of a bounce. Remember, we called for 3670 as a potential support area.
No more bouncing.
Potential support area. It's bouncing, but again, given how fast it was coming down, I was like, I don't know. I have very little faith that it's going to hold well, but it held well. So at this point, okay, I got the 3670 marked off. We had that marked off well ahead of it coming down there. Now let's get a move back up to 3700. I wouldn't mind a 15 to 20 point move towards 3700. I know there's a ton of action up there I can use to find some more shorts, even on the futures as well. So that's where we're going to look and see if we can grab some more there.
No, bro. No, I'm just playing around. Yeah, I mean, I understand that that's, Arun looking at a more broader picture there. For me, I'm just trying to scalp right now. So AMD right here does make that move down. We take some more short there at 55 right there as it just bounces around. We would have liked to get that 80. We're sitting there now. We missed it. We were at 88. So now we're going to sit at that 80. We take a piece out right there. Meanwhile, Tesla made that move again to 230.25 and then failed right there. So I got a bid right here right now ahead of 230. I'd like to get a piece out. We're short at 230.30 right now. I just don't know if we're going to be bouncing off of that level. So let's see. Here it comes in. So Tesla's now cranking a little bit lower. We're actually waiting at 230.10, and it just missed us there. But, another little push down. We should be able to take out some of this pain here on Tesla. Just missed it. See, it's bouncing off these same levels. We're right here on Tesla. We're short at 230.32. So we're just short right here right now. You can join me if you want. We took that short there at 230. That basically didn't work. I mean, it did go down a little bit for us, but then we had to take that short against this 232 level. So let's see, will this print? I'm sitting, I told you where I'm sitting, so a little bit of a move down, we can try to take that. AMD, though, is making the move down now. So we did re-up that short. We're now sitting at 62.20, which is the bottom of the day. Like, if I get missed on both Tesla and AMD, not a good sign, but here comes the market right now back in. So we got the Amazon short, we got the Tesla short. Let's see if we can print a little bit more. You know what, forget about it, Tesla. I'm canceling that 230 bid. I'm here to trade. Let's see if we can make this move, get to the downside again. I'm gonna sit right here at that bottom. 229.80 is my bid now for Tesla. Let's go. Brendo, give it to him.
All right, another idea from Trade Ideas. Michael Noss is here to talk a little bit about Peloton now popping up on a scanner.
Yeah, so this is popping up on our relative strength scanner. Now, with what the market is doing, relative strength doesn't always mean shooting to new highs. There's a trading quote that sometimes the strongest stuff is the least ugly stuff, and that's kind of what we're seeing here. So, yeah, I saw Peloton come through the relative strength scanner. It's got some support at the pre-market low and just bouncing off this 850 today, so I took a little bit around 855, 860. I'm wrong if we break that 850, and we'll see if we can get a bounce, maybe close some of that gap.
Big mover past couple of days, guys. Heads up on Peloton.
All right, yeah, I mean, that's what it's all about, man. Those scanners is what it's all about. And I mean, even here, even this mega cap, Prad talks about this all the time, but this is from Michael himself for Sean. So right there, so that's the kind of like dedication, man. We've already talked about it. Don't worry about for Prad, okay? Yeah, he's not, okay?
Yo, are you guys that lazy to make your own? Come on, man.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
not that hard.
Make your own, Prad. Come on, you're supposed to be young and understand all this stuff. Okay, so there goes that video. No, but the point is, it's pretty easy to make, man. Michael's already told me how to do all this kind of stuff. I'm just trying to show the support that we're going to be getting from Trade Ideas. We've already had signups, guys, so thank you so much for supporting that program for us. So thank you so much for that. It's going to be a great offer. And then I want everyone to tweet at me and all that kind of stuff. Let me know what you think of it. Right there, look at what's been weak so far. DXCM, Microsoft, and eBay. 3 race winners right there. ZI, we got to look at that one. That's a Zoom Info, I believe that is, making nice moves to the upside as well. Right now, Coupang looks like it's trying to make a move down. So go CPNG. And again, oops, that's on New York. You can link this all, like Michael was talking about, with your platform. So make sure that you do that. You can find that all on Trade Ideas website. Here's Coupang right now. And yeah, look at that, starting to make a move to the downside against the market. So look at this Coupang. Coupang going down, market going up right now. So yeah, that's why that scanner is pretty cool, man. I like that race scanner built for who, Prad? For Sean right there. So thank you to Michael Noss for that one. I'm just trolling Prad, of course. He's using it and it's great. Yeah, no, I mean, I can give what's up? We do have a note again in the chat here, wanting to get a quick rundown of the software. Yeah, Michael Noss is here. So he will run down the software a couple times for us today. Let's go over and look at Tilray. What's up, Trader Gorno? Oh, by the way, Tesla, like as if Tesla, I can't, we could have got that fill. I was sitting there to take that fill at 230 flat, sorry. Now the market, Arun, you're getting your wish here because the market is rebounding back up to that upside. So let's be careful. We did just average in. And again, I'm not, Michael's here. He'll go over the Trade Ideas software throughout the day. We're also going to be filming some videos on it as well. So that should be pretty cool. But there's AMD. We did reloaded. So where's my reloaded thing? Did I not give that one to you? I must have not given the reloaded one. No, I don't. I don't have it on here. All right, we'll get that. Okay, I'll just see it anyways. Okay, I'm reloaded right now on AMD. So there it is right there against that 63 level right there. So we'll have to watch out for that. We did go short against that 63. Let's see now if the futures do want to bounce off this 50 period. It's a nice little rally upside here from that 1112 up to 1112.260 there. So let's wait to see if the futures do fail now. Oh man, we were close to getting more shares. We're sitting at 231.70 for more shares there in Tesla. So just missed on that one. Oh man, I still can't believe we went long on this softy, man. That was 2.4. I mean, I can't believe it. We like those levels in and out there real quick, but you're 100% right, Arun. Relative weakness in softy is there, man. You're down to 236.20 right now.
Yeah, this market bouncing, hey, we're at 83. Yes, please bounce some more so I can actually participate in this downside move. Just don't do it too fast, though. I mean, like, just be gentle about it. So if it comes up just a little bit more, I can get some more fills. We're at 3 shorts now. We're on CAT, Etsy, and PG. Etsy is actually running fairly well against us to the upside, but Etsy's still, again, one of those trades where it's been trending up. It broke that 110, looking for that downside break. If it comes back through 113, clearly the trend's not over, then I should be wrong and I should walk away from this. But it's a right, for me at least, I see it as a right play, right move to make against this area. So we're going to participate in that short. And then PG's in the money. PG, we just got a great fill. I mean, I got the fill that I wanted and it just, I pretty much got it right where it kind of topped out. And then it fell right back down. So, I mean, it's up 17 cents, but is it really up 17 cents? Because at the end of the day, it kind of did nothing, right? It just ticked up, got me in, and then came right back to where we're trading before, which is, hasn't moved. So that doesn't help. But again, the market's now at 85, 86. Okay, I should start to see some more shorts being filled on this bounce. And again, once we get into the 3700s, and if we get to the 3700s, I'm potentially looking at this going, okay, yeah, 3,700 through 3,720.25 is going to be resistance. If we can start to taper off a little bit, there could be a short up there as well. Flip side of this is that we get to 3,700, we come right back down to 3670, 3680, and we can't really get going through there. That means that 3670 area that we kind of marked off earlier is going to be a lot bigger than we were thinking. So keep in mind. And then Prad's over there. What did you call it? Coinbase at 170, he says. So take a look at that, and we're going to go to Brendan with Small Cap Recap.
All right, busy morning, guys. Yeah, we'll bring you more content from Trade Ideas. We'll answer some more questions coming up here. Let's get a quick look at what is happening in small cap world so far today. Most of, the majority anyways, of the cannabis names are going to classify, obviously, today as small cap names, including this one I just checked, Tilray, about 2.3 billion now on the market cap only for Tilray. 380 was support here in the pre-market. Ended up being a bit of a congestion zone late in the day yesterday on that Biden note. So I missed the initial move through that, but trying to work into something here on Tilray to the downside, down 10. ADTX mentioned, big mover up on that news this morning, was holding 4. If you go to a daily chart, 4 was the last resistance point. So we get through that. It's trying to hold right now to the upside for ADTX. And then still watching this tops as well. If it gets anywhere close to 850, might be a problem for tops. Kind of running out of steam here though, guys.
Is it topping out? Nothing? No. Okay. Yeah, I know. Weak sauce. Okay, right now, but we're not going weak on this one, man. This is a bear market right here for AMD. Again, look at that. That's what we're doing. Okay, we're reloaded. Let's see if we can fail down to the downside right now on AMD. We just took 20% out, man, at 50 there. So it just came back into 50. We actually got a 60 and a 52 there print for us on AMD. So again, whether or not this rips back up to the upside or not, we are taking some profit now on some of these names that's come back in. It's too bad that I had such a tight stop on this Google trade. That's honestly, man, I couldn't hold this 5 more cents. Absolutely ridiculous. Should have probably just waited out for Google a little bit. We did identify that it was relatively strong. The problem is, I didn't have too many shares, but I had enough that if that did break and the momentum in the market's back to the upside, right? So looking at this, we knew that Google was relatively strong today. Both Arun and I identified that for you. I'm gonna get another piece out here on AMD at 60, so that's fine. Nice trade. Again, we're short at 81, so we'll take a 20-cent hit on that. But there's Google right now. The fact that it's relatively strong means that I don't want to short it, right? But if we can rip up to the 200 period or something like that, and I'm noticing that the market still is pretty weak, then I feel like it's a short, so maybe it still needs to go another $1. If anything, I'm just upset that we're not still long this name. So we're going to leave it alone. Look what's happening right now to the market, though. We just took out the 50 period. So we are getting that bump back up. It looks like Tesla, we are going to get the short in again very, very soon. It keeps coming to this level. But now I'm seeing that 232 really... that's where VWAP is. I don't know if we should be more aggressive right now and take the short, or do I wait for that 232, which is right here, right now, and looks like it wants to break. So, I feel like we might give up a little bit too much here. It feels like it's hanging out on this upside. I want to get a better average price. So I'm actually going to cancel my strat. I'm going to cancel that 231.70 and just try to get a piece right now. Just more shares right here in the 30s, because that seems to be where it's bouncing from. And then if we do go back up to that upside, just got to make sure I have enough shares so I don't punch the wrong amount out right now. So just trying to average in to this. We will take some more up here near 70 if it does continue to move up. But let's take an average price now at this 50 period for Tesla. I'm pretty nervous about this name because we've already bounced off 230 a couple times. So it is going to take a market flush here for us to get this. So let's see if that can happen here for Tesla. Good reload, man. We just reloaded that, and now we're 40 cents in the money on that one. Let's see if Tesla has some more downside here, down to 230 again.
Yeah, I've on this bounce up, this is what we were looking for, right? So a lot of these offers that I had earlier are getting filled. So, but downside of that is that if the market continues a little bit higher, you're out of the money, and that's the case right now. I've got 5 shorts, all of them well, 4 out of the 5 out of the money, but that's perfectly fine because we're trying to short a bounce. So here we are with 5 positions here, all on the short side. We're waiting for one more to get filled. Brendan.
All right, we're going to get another question answered here, and this is regarding the actual scanners themselves. There's a lot of free resources on the internet, obviously. One of those obviously going to be FinViz. Everyone very familiar with that. Tell the viewers a little bit about what is the difference, or what is the main difference between Trade Ideas scanners and some of the ones that are available on the web for free.
Yeah, so this is the main difference between a scanner and a screener, right? And they are different in the way that a screener is something, like a FinViz or something like that, where you can set up your parameters, hit a button, it will refresh, and it will give you a list of stocks that meet that criteria. The difference is Trade Ideas is ingesting every tick of every stock in the US market in real time, all day from pre-market open to post-market close. So it is constantly looking for the thing and spitting it out to you as it comes. So where a screener, you basically have to go look for the trade. What we try to do as Trade Ideas is we just try to give it to you and to show it to you directly in real time, because if you see how Sean and a lot of these guys trade, it's quick, right? If you're refreshing the thing over and over again and you're waiting for that thing to come in, you're going to get a little bit behind. But if you're presented and it's thrown right in your face, then it's going to be a lot easier to pick up.
One of the best parts about Trade Ideas as well, and this promotion, guys, that we're having with Trade Ideas, market data is included. Live market data is included. So great feature for TI, guys.
That's the thing a lot of people
They
may
don't
not understand is that market data is expensive. It is pricey.
Money,
Sean and I both have
money,
e-signal, and we all know it's expensive.
That was loud.
It costs money. So having market data included is a big thing. Right now, what is the market itself doing? It's sitting at 90 right now. Okay, a lot of these positions. The only one that's picking up strength that I'm just concerned about is Etsy. Damn, Etsy, where did you pick up the strength from? I'm sure that 110 and change, it goes right back to that existing or prevailing trend that I thought was broken. Clearly, maybe not. Clearly, I might be wrong on that one in a big way. So if that is the case, Etsy is going to be the first one to get chopped up. But for now, everything else is not too bad because the prices that I've picked on them is perfectly okay. Netflix is all right, PG both in the money, and then Caterpillar and Boeing slightly out. And then Etsy, the big one that's a lose right now. And I've got one more. I've got to get snow as well. I'm trying to get a snow fill a little bit higher from where it is now. So if this market can go a little bit higher, not going too aggressive, but a little bit higher to get me that fill, and then we can do whatever it is that we need to do. Be aware, though, I know as this market bounces, like, oh, why are you going short? Well, everyone has a different strategy. Everyone has a different approach. There's a danger to doing this approach, which is you get run over, but that's a risk you take if you're okay with your system. Know your approach and just kind of execute that however you would normally execute it, regardless of what the market's doing. So for me, I'm perfectly comfortable and okay with executing like this. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I can live with the losses that come with it. That's perfectly fine. So we're just going to keep offering into one more position and then work the fade against the market, the current trend at least, which is to the upside, and see if we can join the main trend, which is since the open to the downside.
All right. Thanks for all the kind words there in the chat. There's going to be more coming with Brendan soon about this Trade Ideas promo that we do have running. Okay, right now, here comes Tesla to the downside. We're nicely in the money now, 70 cents. We just reloaded that, and we actually took 2 times out at 50 there. I just was tired of watching this thing sort of go back and forth. I'm now sitting at 25. I'm right there. Yes, sir, at 25. You saw the shares there. Now we'll spin it again. We'll drop it down as the market's coming back in. Yes. Holy shoot, man, we've recovered now from that Microsoft trade. So now we're all good, baby, because look at AMD as well on the reload. Man, Lucas, I need that reload thing back on the deck here because that's one of my favorites, and that's my bad for not giving that to you. There it goes, AMD, let's go, hit the sirens, man. It's an alert kind of a day as we are rocking here today, man. Every single trade put on for you right here. Google, we lost an amazing 12 cents on that trade. But Tesla now, $1 in the money. Already hit it once. Boom, right there. Out 60%, out 40% for flat, 60% for $1 plus. Average. Now we're into the money now. Nicely here. Real nice on Tesla to the downside. We are nicely in the money on AMD. Look at these AMD shorts. The carnival, the casino is now open. Come join, man. It is warm. Yo, what's up, Liz? What's up, Katrine? What's up, Prad? What's up, everybody? This is going to be a big day. Now, Prad's just yelling out random things. DKNG right now. Where is that? DraftKings bounces off 1650. So, we don't have an order there. Our order is going to be a little bit lower on DraftKings. If you did take that 1650 fill, though, good one for you so far as it comes back up to that 1680 level. Let's watch it out. And it's Sharif, the man, the myth, the legend. Sharif, you see what's happening now, Arun? Sharif brings me chai tea.
Oh, you guys got these guys. You got these guys well trained, huh?
You like that? You like that there? No, but it's true, man. It's true. I want to say
Randy at 9 o'clock. Sharif coming in at 10:30.
No, slow down on that, bro. Slow down on that. You know what I'm saying? We're friends around here, trained or not. Thank you so much to the man, the myth.
Like, don't ruin my
There it is. Thank you so much, Sharif. There, as we go. Yeah. Let's not, let's not talk about that. But for right now, thank you to Sharif, man. Very, very appreciated that one. Give me that energy here to go. But yeah, what a great day it's been. Yeah, I like that shot. What's going on, guys, back there? So, all right, let's just keep on going. Let's DraftKings 1660. What else are we looking at here that's moving around? AMD is at 52-week lows, and right now, let's go, man. Look at that reload there on AMD. Like, if you can't, like, I'm pretty excited right now. I hope you guys can tell that. We do have some great shorts on board, man. Look at this Tesla. Okay, here we go. Now we're getting ready. Hey, you guys like barbecue? How about let's barbecue some profits up right now? Nice out to the downside. AMD and Tesla both testing some of these bottoms right now. Tesla is at the bottom. And the thing I like about this trade, Arun, and I know you're multiple shorts as well, is that we're not at the low of the day in the market.
Yep.
So if the market does retrace, I love it with you, man. You kind of like-minded with me. Let's wait for stocks to pop up. Let's not get too excited early, and then let's hold, baby. So Arun and I, let's go, man. Nice little trade there. Hydration Nation is in the building one more time, and we got these shorts on for you. Let's go, man. If you're not having fun yet, then you're in the wrong place. It's Trader TV Live, and you've now found the best trading show on YouTube right now as Tesla making new lows right now. I'm going to put a bid out. Hey, guys, let's take this $140 on Tesla. If we can get a $29.80 or so on this, we will take it. Here comes Tesla. Bring it, baby. And on that note, am I going to get the fill or not? I'm holding out for the fill. And there it is. We get that fill right there at 80, $29.80, a fill there for us on Tesla. So, hey, it's a relatively new segment for us. It's our crypto segment with Brendan.
I just got confirmation, guys. I'm very excited about this myself. But Michael Noss from Trade Ideas is here, if you're just joining. He just confirmed to me that crypto is coming to Trade Ideas in a couple of months. So stay tuned for that. Yeah, crypto going to be on Trade Ideas. Here's a look at Bitcoin right now on a daily time frame. We're dealing with 20,000 again today. It's been such a magnet for BTC going back to June. In fact, when we bottomed out the first time around 18,000, still chopping around between 19,000 and 20,500. Not a lot going on as far as crypto markets today. Obviously, the jobs number in focus this morning. There was a move that happened around that, as we saw in equities as well. Here's the big board from Binance. Shout out to them. Downside right now about 1.5% for Bitcoin at the top there, 1.3 for ETH. Still holding 1,300 as far as support. On down the list, you can see nothing outside as far as moves are concerned. Doge back down after a 2-day or 3-day, I guess it was, rally following Elon's comments, guys. 3% downside for Dogecoin today.
Well, I mean, 3% down in Dogecoin. You know, we're looking for 300% one way or the other on that name, as some of these names, you know, they're just going to float around with, you know, with Elon and with things like that, because as we get to support the market, I don't know, man. I mean, the only crypto, I mean, you guys know the kind of crypto names that I was looking at. I'm into Cardano, Bitcoin, Ethereum, all of that. But right now, let's go again. We'll hit that alarm one more time, because these shorts, my man, are starting to really print out. I don't know. I haven't really looked at your positions yet. I see you have Netflix there. That should be working out as well. And guess what just cracked? Lower, lower, lower. Look at Tesla, 229, baby. We just shorted that right there, Arun, at that 50 period, 231.50 right there. So we've given you guys just right there in the last 10 minutes, a $2 winner right there for Tesla, as that was a little early. But you remember what I said? We were waiting for 232, but when we saw that that wasn't coming through, we did engage back into that short. Without that stupid Microsoft trade, we'd be really jumping through hoops. And you know what else today? Let's get that bear out here, because look at AMD. Dinner well served on this one, man. This is down to the downside, now in the money, 8%, looking at 9% here on a downside move for crypto, as the market continues its lower move here down. Oh, I just moved that. Yeah, that's good. So I just moved that to get away from that ticker. But there it is right there. The market, like I said to Arun, we're not even at the bottom yet. We're getting close. And there goes Tesla again, man. Tesla really started to work it to the downside there. And I see your positions too, Arun. I see you got some nice little bangers on board right there as well. So Arun, nicely done, man, on that trade for Netflix. Good trade there. More than $1 in the money on that one, my man.
Yeah, I mean, I was telling you guys exactly what I wanted to do, right? Fade any move to the upside, and we just had to pick the right prices. Netflix was a good one, I thought, in front of 234, and we got that kind of flush up through 234. It looks like all the way to 235 and change. That's perfectly fine. You're going to get a lot of these slips happen. But at the same time, if your approach is a certain thing, like if you're looking to do something very specific, stick with it, right? So in this case, we did what we needed to do, was fading bounces, putting offers out. The only one I had before this market bounce was Etsy. Obviously, that's going to be the biggest out of the money one because it bounced up, the market bounced up, and Etsy went with it. So, but now everything's starting to come back in. Futures market 10 points from that low. We're at 81 right now. 70 is going to be the low, but keep in mind, I had 70 marked off as a potential support area. So the fact that we bounced there once is already, it's a good thing, I guess. I mean, I call the level right, but at the same time, if it does it again, I got to start respecting that level in a much bigger way, at which point I would start walking away from some of these trades that are deep in the money. So Netflix up almost $1.80 right now. So I walk away from some of that if we can't get through that 36.70. So for now, I got almost all my fills. The only one that never got filled on that bounce was Snow. So I'm going to cancel that because I don't want it to bounce back up. So we're going to walk away from Snow, keep the 5 positions that we've got. Out of the 5 that I've got, 3 of them are in the money, 2 of them are out. Cat and Etsy are both out, perfectly fine. Etsy coming back down, this is the Etsy chart. So although it bounced all the way back up, again, we put our stop north of 113. So the fact that it went up into that resistance area that I was using to find this short, now that we're coming back in, this is what I would expect. I just didn't expect it to be actually this strong of a move to the upside. That's fine. But for now, this is how we're gonna play this, and we're gonna wait for this market to take out. If it can take out 36.70, we know that we've got the direction right. If it struggles below 36.80 and into 36.70, I've got to pay real close attention to what I'm going to do with these shorts because this market's starting to show something that's not going to be helpful for shorts. So for now, we're just going to be patient. We've done what we needed to do. Now let the trades work out, and we'll just count the profits, or money, 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 as Sean likes to say, and we're just going to wait for this to kind of roll in a little bit here. The market's kind of looking at 80. We'll see if they look at that 70 as well.
Oh, man. I mean, yeah, I'm not going to hit that money, money, money thing again, but that is exactly what is pouring in, man. It's all gravy here today as AMD is just spinning to the downside. I mean, if you've traded anything today, I mean, look at the sticky note, right? I mean, this is the thing about the sticky note. I always get people ask me, like, where do you come up with this stuff and blah, blah, blah. Where do you find these levels? It's just paying attention, man. Watching the watch list, using scanners like that on trade ideas, right? Look at this, 63 short. We're at 62 right now, and that's exactly what we did. We got 63 short right there, averaged it back to 63.50, took the short again, right? Good ideas. Tesla's not on here, but we had the Tesla talk all morning. And then look when we're wrong, right? Look when we're wrong with Softy. So Softy's right there, 244 long. We didn't know which way this market was going to go. And actually, before I go, jobs report changes a lot. Be careful. Okay, so Sean, like FYI, follow your own talk there, because we've had that discussion here numerous times before. Look at Microsoft right here. Wait for the jobs report, my friend. We get long at 241 and out. We get long at 240 and out. Like the reason why these are there's it. First of all, there's 244, the long that we initially wanted, out there, out there, out there. So not really following 1 long, 2 longs, 3 longs, all quick outs. Still, the damage was done because we put on shares. But look what else happened right now. We wait and be patient. Holy crow. Tesla right now, $3 in the money. Let's hit that. Those are diamond hands, Arun.
Yeah, that's pretty
good. That's pretty good. Yeah. All right, nice little downside move there for that on this move. So it's nice, man. And I'm really glad you're here with me today, Arun. We've had a big day trading, and we're looking to make some damage here in the market. Let's see if we can do that. And Tesla right now, nice downside move, baby. Let's put a bid at 228. We have shares left, so we can get out if we need to here and hold on to a little bit more. So we'll put a bid out right now into the 30s. Don't even tell me that I just missed that bottom. Hopefully it comes back in for us, and we're bidding $228.30 right now for Tesla, trying to capture that $3.
Yeah, this market, I mean, like, it's great that it's going down and a lot of our positions are in the money and we're doing well. But the thing as a trader is you got to worry about, like, the profit's going to take care of itself. You know, you picked the direction right, you did what you needed to do, the market's moving, let it be. What you got to figure out now is what are you going to do if it doesn't work, right?
Yeah.
In this case, what I'm looking at and the only thing I'm analyzing right now is if it doesn't hold well at these 3680s, meaning 3680 actually holds well as a support and doesn't actually go through out on the sell side, this could become a problem. And this is what I'm looking at. How am I going to manage my positions if this doesn't work out the way I'm thinking that this trend is going to work out? So this market bounced off those 80s. Now we're at 85. Is something bad? I got to keep an eye on that. That's the only thing that I'm paying attention to right now, because everything else, it doesn't really matter. They'll do what they need to do. Futures market is below that 3720. Now we're sitting above that 3670. NASDAQ, we'll do a quick look as well. NASDAQ, where are you at, NASDAQ?
Where you at?
11.2. Remember, 11.3 was the issue. So NASDAQ still has some space to bounce to the upside and still be negative. So we're going to kind of just, all we can do is wait. I think the read is to the short, but at the same time, the market's bouncing up. Fine. Okay, we'll just stick with it. With that in mind, we got to figure out how the other markets are doing. So we'll go to Brendan with Sector Watch.
All right, Michael Noss is here from Trade Ideas. We're going to talk a little bit more about the platform. Guys, keep throwing in those questions. Again, you're going to have to just be patient. We will get to all of the questions as we get throughout the morning and then into the midday show as well. Here is a very red board to show you once again today, unfortunately. This is the S&P 500 currently. It is tech that is leading. So this is the tech group, top left. Specifically, obviously, the semiconductors after what happened with AMD aftermarket yesterday. Again, they revised their guidance to the downside. If you missed it, saying it could be as much as $1 billion shy of what they had said prior. Industrials also very weak. Bank stocks very, very weak. The entire group in negative territory. Same story for consumer discretionary names. These are the travel names in the middle. NCLH, CCL, RCL is here. Even the casinos and hotels all back to the downside. DXCM, that was an upgrade today. So a positive note on DXCM. The one and only kind of jumping off on the green side, 9% right now for DXCM. CVS is here, CNC as well in the healthcare group downside. There is a little more noteworthy down here. There's a little more strength coming from energy stocks specifically. Another big move to the upside for crude oil today. But 1.88% right now for the S&P, guys. Back over to you.
0.88% on the S&P, 2.7% on the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
And you know what? NASDAQ can bounce and still be not, I won't say, NASDAQ can essentially, well, let me pull this up. NASDAQ can
go to
bounce
hell, it seems like, today.
11.3. It can bounce all the way to 11.3, 11.35, even 11.4 and still be technically negative. So, I mean, there's about 200 points to the upside. You're like, oh, this market's bouncing up. And that might bring this NASDAQ market down from 2% all the way back up somewhere closer to 1%. And you know what you're going to get? Absolutely nothing, because the technicals still show it negative. So I would still fade that short. And this market tried. It did try. The S&P side did try. We bounced all the way to 87, 88, and now we're falling off again. Oh, no, I closed that chart. But at the end of the day, right now, one thing I will say, though, 1043 right now. That means that Europe is also having a rough day. And European closes coming at 1130. And yeah, you may be like, oh, well, that's Europe. But at the same time, there's a lot of things that you got to pay attention to closer to 1130 because a lot of volume does flow through both markets, right? North American and Europe. So around the European close, you might see some action in the not the NASDAQ, but the futures that may be unusual. So just keep an eye on that 1130, roughly 1120 to 1130 close as the European market ends its week. Because that could bring some volatility. You might be like, oh, where's this coming from? Now you know.
And if you don't know,
Saying it.
he's saying they don't hear that, Mike.
okay.
If you don't know, now you know. Right now, thanks, Arun, for all that. And I was actually saying this, just while we were going back and forth with Brendan there, that one thing that's really changed the way I trade is basically just patience and trying to understand And part of it is also the market that we're living in right now, right? And that is that like wait for things to develop, because you never know like what prices you're gonna get. This market has no problem making runs, right? And as long as you're sort of watching out for your lines, making sure that, you know, like this is the 50 period for the NASDAQ, right? So we almost got a trend change right there, but we didn't take out like the past sort of high that we had right there, right? So until we do that, I wanna keep fading these names. And so that brings me to the point that I was trying to make right there before I went on another tangent, is that, you know, normally before, if we take this out on AMD, like if you look at these levels, I would have got impatient. Like every time we broke down here, I'd have been like, okay, here we go. We want the short. Let's hit the short. Let's hit the short. But instead you're noticing most of it, like that's a 63 short that we had on the sticky note. So I'm taking that 10 times out of 10. But up here, wait for it to come up and give us these levels. Like it came, when it broke 63, you know, would have I thought that it would have came back to 63.50? Probably not. But in this market, we can have those bounce back trades, right? So here it comes right into this 63.50 level. There's the bounce right into that. And then there's the downside. Here's the rip back up to view up again. And there's the downside. So there are lots of opportunities there. And, you know, okay, sure, it worked on AMD. But what else did it work on? What about Tesla? The exact same thing happened there. We take that 233 break. There's the break. Then we were patient with it, right? Well, we got out. Then we waited for a 230 break. Fine, we take that. Doesn't work. Let it build back up and respect some of those lines. And we just took a $3 winner, and we're in it right now as well. Let's go back over to Brendo. What you got?
Great trade on this FNGR from Michael Noss. If you're just joining, Michael Noss, CMT, here from Trade Ideas today to talk a little bit about some of the features that come along with this platform, guys. This trade in FNGR came right from one of your scanners.
Yeah, so it came from actually two scanners at the same time. I love when I see a confluence of this type of thing. Came through our relative strength scanner that's showing the strongest stocks from their opening price. And this FNGR, I'm sure if you've been trading at all in the last few weeks, you've seen this one. It's been absolutely insane. I noticed it actually pulling back to this kind of breakout point it had earlier today, and then looked like it was bouncing off that. So I picked a little bit up there, and so far so good.
FNGR, obviously a huge mover the past couple of days. Again, just one of many features. Guys, quickly before we throw it back to the guys, there was a question about Mac versus PC and the availability of the platform for Mac.
So we have a web version, and it has most of the functionality so far, so that will work on PC, Chromebook, Linux, whatever. It's actually something that we are pushing hard along with crypto to get a full downloaded version that will work in HTML5. So again, whatever platform you have, very soon we'll have a downloaded version for it as well. More
to come on the Mac side. Guys, back to you.
All right, I mean, does that mean we're supposed to look at Apple right now? Yeah, thanks to Michael Noss. Oh, funny there. I want to say a funny shout out here to Sorta Maybe. This is for you guys there up, Brendan and Michael. Brendo and his co-host, Mountain Brendo. So right there. So shout out today, Michael Noss joining us again, obviously from Trade Ideas. So yeah, that's just fun stuff there. We're really happy. And again, anybody's welcome to join us here. You just got to get by our security, which is Tony. So, you know, take your shot with him. I'm not, if you want to, fine. We've got Arun in the building today, and we've got Sharif over here. So, you know,
I wouldn't mess with Tony, man.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm not. Tony.
Nah. You come here and Tony doesn't recognize you?
Nah.
Get the door, my friend. But no, we're just playing around. It was nice to have Michael Noss ring the bell, and that was great today. And then maybe at the close as well. And then Tony will be around at some point today too. But it's been great having you here, man. I mean, I've been, you know, obviously learning a lot from you every single day, patience and things like that coming through. We've really saved ourselves a couple times here today. We did get off to a real rough start, man. We had a real bad start on Softy. 3 longs, all crushed. They're off the open, but then we really got it back in and started to do some pretty good damage here. I'm getting excited because today it's Blue Jay Day, and the Blue Jays go today. They're game 1 against the Mariners. I'm going to be there. It's going to be a real fun time. So it's going to be my man over here and Luca for the closing show, so that should be a lot of fun. Jeez, like we are pulling out the star-studded close today. Luca's coming back, and Neil said to mention to Luca about his 250 trade on Tesla. So we're gonna, don't forget about that. He had a nice little trade there through 250. And that's the thing about trading. you got to wait for opportunities, which is why we like the scanner. The interesting thing about that Trade Ideas scanner that's different than anything else is it works for you, like Michael said, it's working for you when you might not even be looking. So like right here, these races are still going on. This is some of the stuff that I look at for relative strength versus weakness. Like Intel right now, Intel and NVIDIA, two strong names, and it's filtering out different parameters here, right? So on the sort of the lower cap side, ZI there, weak today, WDC, these are 10-minute races, weak today, AMD and eBay. So eBay is a name that I didn't look at. So again, brought to my attention, let's go over and look at eBay today, right? So let's see what that, and again, this is not, you know, look, this is why it was winning some races. Downside moves down here, more aggressive than the market. You can also filter out for volume. eBay's done 2 million shares today. If it's not enough volume for you, you can filter out 5 million shares, whatever you want. Relative volume, average daily volumes. You can go on and on and on with all of that. But yeah, really excited here today. AMD continues to now, Arun, I was about to call you Brendan, make new day lows here for AMD and new day lows as well coming for Tesla. So we are net short on all of that. So we've got this covered today. It's going to be a big one, man. Yo, what's up? There it is right here. All right, Matthew, I was waiting for this to happen. What's up, Matthew? Sean, it's time to go to the Jays game. Wrap it up. So this is one of my friends that we're going to with. He's watching the show. So shout out to you, Matthew. And no, it is not time to wrap it up. I've got the Good Luck Jays troll here. This is from 92-93, still in packaging. So we're ready to rock and roll. I see you, Matthew. Get those beers all nice and chilled out. We're getting ready to rock and roll. It's going to be a great day in the city of TO.
Okay, so for a 4 o'clock game, what time do you guys get there?
I mean, okay, so the doors open 2.5 hours early.
Okay.
But we've already got our seats.
Yeah.
So we're going to be doing some pre-game activities.
Okay, gotcha.
And that's going to start at like noon.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to finish out here. I'm going to film the trade of the day. I'm going to talk with Michael. I'm going to do my rounds. We're going to say what's up. Then I am booting it down there. We've got some reservations. We're going to be at a bar. We're going to see all the Jays fans. I've got my Jays jersey behind me. We're getting ready to rock and roll, and it's going to be a great day. But yeah, I'm excited. And I want to thank you for filling in because, you know, that's where Neil is as well. So he's going to be floating down. I think he's coming with the wife, but I've invited him to come out, you know, pre-drink and party on with us, but it should be a fun time. There's no better excitement in the city of Toronto than Major League Baseball playoffs. It is, honestly, I've been here for 40 years, maybe a little more, and there is no, honestly, the hype surrounding the Jays is more than the Raptors, it's more than the Leafs. The experience there is just, it's unbelievable that what this city does to rally around their baseball team. You're going to see. Watch it. I know there's a lot of Americans out there. Just watch the Jays game today. It's at 4 o'clock. Watch the first little bit and watch the fans, okay? We ain't leaving when it goes to overtime. We're here. This is going to be good. And watch the Jays game. It's going to be a hell of a lot of fun. So thanks to everybody, and thanks for supporting the show today. Hit the like button, man. It's been a big one. We're net short as the market tanks. Let's go.
Net short. I mean, forget net short. We're only short.
We're only short. I don't even have
only
a long.
short. I
The only
mean,
longs
between
we got clocked
Sean
on.
and I think we may hit double digits. I've got 5. You got what, 3? Okay, we're at 8.
3 right now.
Okay,
yeah.
we're at 8 shorts across the board, probably on different names too. So I mean, clearly we've picked a direction. I know Pratt and Sharif. Pratt and Sharif will kind of handle it from here on out, because I imagine they're short as well. Pratt was very excited about his futures positions, his 20 short, 37.20, and then 3700. So he's obviously going to talk about that as well. So clearly, a lot of people thinking the same thing, but at the same time, you got to be aware. Hey, 36.70, that could become a problem. Keep an eye on that. But in the meantime, we're going to go to Brendan with Money Talks.
All right, let's talk a little currency here. And I have just confirmed with Mr. Noss to my left that currencies and Forex is also going to be available on Trade Ideas very, very shortly, along with crypto markets. So stay tuned for that, guys. Again, 30% off until Monday. Use the link that we'll provide also in the description and get 30% off on Trade Ideas until Monday. Here is the US dollar. Big move higher this morning on the jobs report. Obviously, if you missed it, comes out higher than expected. a lot higher than expected, which could indicate further action from the Fed still needed. So this is an hourly chart. You can see big move back to almost 113 on the DXY, which is sending all of these back to the downside today, except for our Canadian dollar, Mr. Noss, back higher today for the CAD, about 0.5% back above 73 cents. Our jobs data better than expected as well, so still some strength in the Canadian dollar. Bottom end of the board here, still negative for BTC, ETH, and XRP on the day, guys. Busy.
Specifically.
Stay tuned, guys. We'll have Michael's going to join us for the midday as well. So if we didn't get to your questions, keep putting them in the chat, even when we switch over to the midday show, and we'll get as many questions on trade ideas answered as we possibly can. Guys, back to you.
All right, I'm just tweeting some nice comments there. I tweeted this out right now. Matthew, first round is on you. So if you're still watching, I just sent it into our group. So now you have to pay for it. So you want to bug me about shout outs. There it is, Matthew, right there in your face. First round is on you. But I do want to give a big shout out right here. From South Florida, I want to say thank you to your guys to be my winner partners all day. Yeah, you are welcome to that. Let's hit the alarm right there. Thank you so much for Carlos for that, man. We are winners here. And we got some chicken dinner winners today as well. And then what's up, Playmaker? You're the man, the myth, the legend. Let's see if Sean gets this price. Anyhow, pack it up, pack it in. Let me begin. $12.90. $12.90. What is that price? I'm going to have to figure that one out, Playmaker. You are puzzling me right now. Is it? Okay, I wonder if it was a score from last night's game, because the 12-9 there last night would be my guess for the game in the NFL last night. The final score was 12-9. So, hey, Playmaker, if that's what that is, man, we're right there. Yo, what out? Shout out to Miami. The 305 is in the area right now. Great area code. We like that. Thank you so much, Playmaker. Let me know if that was right about that 12.90 there. Thank you so much. I'll be using that for the first beverage if I can't get my friend to buy the first round. Thank you so much, guys.
Well, I would imagine. He wasn't he asking for a shout out? You gave him a shout out. Now he has.
Yeah,
a buy
no,
round?
he was just sort of. So we have a group chat here on WhatsApp, and he was like, "Come on, bud, wrap it up," and I'm like, "Yo, I'm on till 11." Like, I don't even think bars are open yet now. What time do they serve booze in Ontario? I think 11. Okay, so there we go. That was quick. So yeah, maybe that's the problem. 3 minutes until the bars are open. But hey, keep the seat warm, guys. I'm coming. You know that. That's why you have reservations, right, Arim? Mm-hmm. All right, only 3 minutes. You want to wrap up some of your trades? Any ideas you're thinking about? Any outs you might have or targets?
All we can do is wait for this market to give us the indication. We're short. We're net short. If this market keeps bouncing, clearly there might be a reversal in play, at which point all my shorts get blown up. Hey, that's a risk you run with taking this kind of a trade. But at the same time, if you're fading a rally, this is what you're going to expect. A lot of in the money, out of the money situations until the market actually does what you want. So all we're going to do is let them work until they don't work anymore. So for now, nothing. I've got everything I wanted. I've canceled the one order that didn't fill the first time around. And I don't want it the second time, which was snow. We're just going to ride the 5 out. We've got Netflix, Cat, Boeing, Etsy, and PG. The only one in the money right now is PG. Come back to me again in the afternoon show with Luca, and we'll figure out how this all ends up, because this market is still deciding how it wants to play the rest of the day.
Yeah, Luca will sort this. We'll sort this out for sure. Thank you so much to everybody. Oh, I was right. Oh, thank you for that. Yeah, that is why it was $12.90. Shout out to you, Playmaker. Thank you so much for all of that as well. Yeah, that is what's good. Thank you. Yeah, that was good, man. See, still got it up here every once in a while. All right, just a quick little update here before we go. AMD, we just took another piece out, but you are now getting to the downside. Slap some fail targets on you, AMD. This is Sticky Note Nation time, baby. As we go to that would be something really cool to have a sticky note animation there. So AMD, nice move to the downside, as that is still cranking lower right now for AMD. So this is now, well, I mean, off of our initial short of 63 and 63.50, we're $2 in the money. But off the reload right now, it's $1.40 in the money on that trade. Amazon, this one's kind of putting me to sleep. We did make a little bit of a bottom there. I'm going to have to get out because I'm not going to leave my positions here as we go. But this could be another trade right there to look at for Amazon. Watch out for that bottom of 115. Looks like this is actually relatively strong. I know you're not going to say that it is because it's down 3 versus 2. But I just feel like it's holding up really well as opposed to some of these other names that are continuing to crank lower. And there it is. This one, I think this is pretty good diamond hands, man. We go right back back to the bottom of Tesla right now, down to 228 and change here at the low of the day for this Tesla move. So all good, man. I'm pretty happy about the trading today. We only misstepped on one stock. Google, first of all, actually, let's call it twice, man. This Google long at $99, unbelievable that we have the long. It goes against me 5 cents and well, more than that, because I was actually long at 99.08 there. Goes against me about 20 cents and we get out, then rips $1. So that was a good one. And then honestly, the one that's just really punching me in the face all day is going to be these longs here. 244 on Softy, 241 on Softy, 240 on Softy. Tried it, smacked down to that downside. So it is now 11 o'clock. So I'm going to say shout out to everybody. And what I was saying there about the Jays and baseball is like, I feel like there's no better. I mean, NFL is pretty cool because, you know, it's one game and it's one, you know, one play can change everything. That's also true in baseball, of course, any sport really. But baseball, and if you guys have your cities in the playoffs or in the last couple of years or forever, especially those in Seattle. I think it's Seattle's first time in 21 years or something. So shout out to all the Mariners fans out there as well. It's going to be a great game today. But what I'm getting at is baseball playoffs, there's actually nothing like it. I feel like it's the best playoff atmosphere, and I'm just excited to be at the game here today. So thanks again for filling in, Arun. I think it's been an absolutely fantastic show. If you guys can, hit the like button one more time for that. I'm going to clear out of all the positions. It's $3 for Tesla, it's $1.50 for AMD, and it's 50 cents for Amazon. So the shorts today have definitely been in the market as we ride that bear. So quick little goodbye there, Arun, and then we'll throw it over to the other guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a great run into the market on the downside, but it's not over yet. There's a lot left to be done. These guys are going to go have a great time at the Jays game. We've still got some work to do in this market here and see if we can't make some more money as this market figures out what it's going to do. So definitely, we're going to go to Prad and Sharif, but after that, we'll come back to us. Me and Luke are going to take you to the end. This market's already down, what, 2.6% on the NASDAQ? We'll see how this one ends up because we could be above 3% here by the time the day is over. So come and find out later on.
All right, guys, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. A big thank you to Michael Noss. Make sure you hit that up. Trader TV 30. Grab your 30% off of trade ideas and more talk all day. Michael's going to be here even during the afternoon show, through the midday show. Let's get ready, Lucas, Randy. We're getting ready to throw it over. Thank you so much for watching. For all of us here at Trader TV Live, thanks so much. Let's give it over to Prad and Sharif. Let's go, guys.
Yes, sir. We're here to cover the rest of the market for you until 2 o'clock, and then obviously you'll have your closing show back. I'm your host, Trader Prad. This is my co-host and also your host, Sharif. So any fun stuff you're looking at, Sharif, to start the day off with?
We're looking at Tops, guys. Tops has been a beast. I don't know for how long now. We've been talking about Tops, maybe a week and a half, 2 weeks. This one made a move without me. I was outside. I came back in. I found it #1 on my scanner. Threw it on a chart, looked here, I saw a major pullback through that 7 and 20 EMA down into near that 50 EMA. You know how I like to retrace off the 50 EMA, especially on the 5-minute chart. I punched long here below 8, took it through the break of 8, scalped out at 8.12, then again at 8.30, so that was a nice winner for me on Tops. Not much in the world of small caps this morning. There were a couple of movers this morning. Tops has got my attention, AEHR. Let's bring in the small cap charts here. This one's got my attention, namely because it's above VWAP and been holding VWAP basically the entire morning. Consolidating sideways now. I'm looking to take probably a dip here off VWAP. This one looks like a good setup, so we'll get into that one quickly. The other one I was looking at was ADTX, but now that interests me much less because it has broken below VWAP. So what I want to do is quickly enter into AEHR here. And we're going to look for, that 1645 dip. We're really close to VWAP here. We'll go into a starter position. Doesn't have to be too big. We're long there. Do we get fill? Looks like we got a partial fill. We're still filling. Liquidity is drying up on this bad boy, Bradley, but I'm not even getting a good fill despite the fact that I bought on the ask. Interesting. Anyway, we're looking for this one to break through that 1618, 1619 area, maybe even test 17. Game plan on this one is the breakdown below 620. I'll be out of it.
Right on. Yeah, I can't wait to show you my trades today, baby. It's been a wonderful day so far. Obviously, we gave some money back, but the day's not done yet. We're going to try to keep looking for opportunities to put some damage on the market. Here's my MES short that Arun was talking about earlier. I had the pre-market fill around 920 at 37.20s, and then I added on the break of 3700 to the downside. Took one out already at 36.80, but now I'm just holding to see if 3700 will come back and then wick me out of my position that I'm holding to see if I can make a bigger trade out of it. I had a lot of opportunities to actually trail my stop, but you know, I had a setup in plan already. I had a setup in mind, and I told myself I'm not going to break my rules. I'm going to stick to my plan, stick to my setup, which is either I get stopped out on the 3700 break, and then I get the opportunity to get back in near 3720s if that is a possibility. But until then, yo, what's up? Yeah. You're here today, that's why. You're here today, that's why I'm not trying to break my rules. You know, the slipper man is in the house, and it can fly at any moment. So I wanna protect my face for a second and also my money. But we did give some money back, sadly, on Coinbase, man. Coinbase sure took a lot of my money back today, and then eventually I did manage to revenge trade it a little bit. So I stopped trading the stock as soon as I realized that I'm revenge trading it, completely zoned away from it. Right now, my brand new position that I'm punched into is Google and CNC. CNC also giving me my new position entry. We'll show you Google though. Google was a quick little scalp before 100. Then I got another quick little scalp before over here by 100, and now I'm back into 100 area to see if we can keep on adding to our P&L using our big tech stocks. The market though, looking like it wants to get ready to at least go towards the north side, creating higher highs, higher lows, and higher highs also at the same time as we march towards the 3700.
We got that nice dip bounce here off VWAP on AEHR. Moving to the upside, we're in the money on this one. I'm looking to scalp out a piece at 1660. It's printing 60s on the ask, but a bit of a wider spread on this stock here. Careful, it's 3 cents now, but it'll open up to 8 or 9 cents at times. So tricky one on AHR. I see the liquidity drawing up a little bit on this. It's only done 4.25 million shares on the day. So a bit of a nice one there. I had a Tesla long as well, call me crazy, but I actually saw a little bit of a micro uptrend on the futures, and I chose Tesla as a stock to take it. Probably the wrong idea. Apple probably looks a little bit relatively stronger than Tesla, at least at times. I probably should have taken the Apple long, but here's the long. We got in here at 228.75, and then we scalped out a nice piece here at 229.30. And then I flattened out the rest here because I see a longer period of consolidation at 228.83. So, and this was what I based it on, in case you're wondering. So this is a little trend line that I'm drawing here from off the bottom. I see a little bit of a micro uptrend. I wanted to take advantage of that through equities. That was the game plan there. Moving back into AEHR, still kind of consolidating sideways, but definitely holding that VWAP. So that's the encouraging part about this one. Let's see how it acted earlier, if we can glean any particular support and resistance lines. Yeah, definitely the top of this bull flag here. Kind of the same area where VWAP is at 1630, 1640 area. So it's nice when the two areas correspond, both VWAP and the price action. That way you kind of trust the level a little bit more, but don't get it mistaken. This one can break down and it can blow right through. So that happens all the time on these small cappers. I was told to have a look at AMV. So this one actually didn't show up on my scanner for some reason, but somebody in the chat, Asm in the chat, alerted me to it. So here, let's have a look at AMV. This one you'll see halted. Right? Yeah. This one you'll see is a bit of a halt fest candidate. We have a downward halt here and a really aggressive move 2 minutes after the open. We halt at that $19 level. We pull back, kind of create a bit of a saucer here. Look at that cup. A little bit of a round bottom, and then pull back up into that 22 level. We get a halt and then open up much higher at 23.40. So if you held into that halt, looks like you did quite well, as the tap on that one was to the upside. Looks like we topped out here at 26.07. So not bad. Consolidating sideways for the moment. I'll keep that on my watch list for a small capper. It looks like I got filled right before I send it back to Prad at my level at 1660 on AEHR. So I'm at a half of that one, profitable and looking to possibly break into 17. I'll try to exercise patience on this one, but you know how I feel about these small cappers.
Yes, sir. Back in the money, 10 points on the futures there. So that means we did move right back, but the trend line that we're holding, I know I'm not supposed to show this black chart, but here, we'll just show it to you real quick. Let me just hide that. There we go. So on here, you'll see this trend line that I drew. Sharif has this pretty much the same trend line. The market's looking to bounce off of there. But if you ever listen to Arun, you know, he'll say the trend lines don't really matter, and that's a very true point behind it. Trend lines, they matter when everyone in the world, or most part of the people who are trading that, are using that same trend line. So it's a good to draw it out there, but it depends on how many people are actually using the same trend line to trade against. Currently CNC, which we punched into, giving us a 20-cent profit area. I already took some profits on that. And Google, baby, oh, sorry, wrong chart. Oh, no, my trend line's going to disappear on there. Google is also pulling back to the south side. So that short, I had so much size on it, and I punched out and had to get back in again with less size.
A lot of energy today, bro.
It's good when you're making money. You have energy all the time, right?
Sir.
But when you're not making money, you're just sitting there pouting and crying and whatnot. But today, we're not on that boat, baby. We're on the winning boat. I'm on a boat. We're on the winning boat. We're cashing out today. The market has been giving us lots of opportunities to the downside. What did I tell you yesterday? If this market closes under 3,800, you're getting a free fall. And we got a free fall.
None of us wore red, though.
Actually, someone in the chat
I got a little
yesterday
red.
said you better wear your darkest reddish shirt, and I'm like, okay, but
I got a
just
little
forgot.
red. This is Mo Salah's face, by the way, in case anybody was wondering.
that?
Mo Salah.
Oh, Mo.
Yeah, Mo Salah. There's a little bit of red here, so I guess that could count. We're doing well on our AEHR trade. Still continuing to move back upward. There we go. Nice break there, up right into 1670. I'm exercising patience on this one, though. I want that break through 1690 into that 17. That's what I'm looking for, to test those highs. You know, it's tough for me. I don't have that natural patience, so this one is kind of going against my nature. I don't have anything else on watch, sadly, that is small cap related. Let's see. Let's bring down the scanner. Maybe you guys can follow along. Here it is. So this is what I'm looking at the moment. FEMI showing up, but with absolutely no volume. What's AEHR? We're already trading. PRVB. Okay, let's have a look at this one. Yeah, holding VWAP, not bad. Kind of dipped below it a little bit. Volume's definitely dropping off on this one. That's not what I'm interested in. I'm looking for increases in volume so that we can get good movement, especially to the upside, since shorting is a little bit more difficult on our platform. Canoe, you'll hear Brendan talk about that one this morning. This is also good. Look at that huge move upward and then the halt. Consolidating sideways, but above VWAP at the moment. Looks like 972 is the high of day. I'll keep an eye on it to see if once it breaks what it does, is it going to flush back down, or is it going to continue to make higher highs? That's the play on that one, Pratt.
DJ Khaled with these wins, baby. We got another one. I'm looking at Shopify at the moment. Let's see if Shopify breaks $28. It has me interested to take that break short, 28. But keep in mind, we're at that time of the day where breakouts don't really work that well. You know, from 9:30 to 10 o'clock, breakouts are wonderful because you have that volume coming in. You have a lot of people FOMOing about moves running away from them and people chasing orders. So breakouts are wonderful from 9:30 to 10 o'clock. But as we go into the lunchtime at 12 o'clock or so, from 11 to 12, from 12 o'clock all the way to 2 o'clock, breakouts are not necessarily the setups you want to be looking for. But that being said, with the market actually pulling back to the south side, our Google position now 50 cents in the money. Roblox has been giving me multiple profits today, my number 2 stock on the board. Apple has been absolutely monster bagger for me, baby.
Bagger.
Here's Apple shorts from 143, cover, add 142, cover. I have an order to take more size. If that comes into play, I'll cover again afterwards. So, you know, lots of money just being poured into Pratty Daddy's account today.
We played a drinking game there with the
What's
word
that?
cover. If we played a drinking game with the word cover there, we'd be a little tipsy.
Oh, that's why you don't drink and trade, right?
Of course, no. It's an idea that you're saying cover a lot. I like it. Guys, I'm going to punch out of AEHR here. It's going through into that 1680. Looks like 79s are printing on the ask, so I'm going to get out of this one as it makes higher highs. And just as I say that, it dips down into the 60s. Awesome, so I got it out pretty quickly there. Nice little trade on AEHR, up 21% on the day. Sorry to interrupt you, Bradley.
Yeah, even the chat goes, cover, cover, cover. Yeah, that might be my new thing now. I might have to make a shirt for the Trader TV Live merchandise. One of them has to say Free Fall Friday.
Yeah,
and the other one says, cover,
that
cover,
says
cover. Nice hoodie. Yeah, obviously, this was my last employment. Lehman Brothers, sadly, you guys know the story with that one. And
Hold on, I don't even know the story with that one.
Lehman Brothers?
No?
2008 bank crash,
Oh,
financial
I thought
crash.
you said you worked for them or something.
Yeah,
I was like,
yeah.
what?
I'm the reason the company crashed. Right?
okay.
That's the joke behind
Michael
it
Burry.
anyways. But the market's pulling back. I don't know if your trend line's breaking. Is your futures
Oh,
trend
yeah,
line breaking?
absolutely.
That's
Yeah,
what I
yeah,
like to hear,
yeah.
baby. The trends are breaking back to the south side. We're 13 points in the money on the future short. Google 40 cents in the money. CNC 30 cents in the money. Apple 60 cents in the money. Roblox 58 cents in the money. Hey, you know what to do. Another one.
Another one, DJ Khaled. All right, let's have a look at Tops. Tops about making a move again after taking a little bit of a pullback there. Sad we didn't get into that one. That could have been a juicy one, but we were too busy trading AEHR. Here's what Tops has been doing. It's been making more tops the entire day. Haha. Look, we're about to test 9. We're holding. You know, let's see what kind of levels this one is respecting. Not so much the EMAs, at least not mine. 720 been broken a lot. The 50's been respected, but it really hasn't pulled back close enough into the 50 to see if this is a respectable, whether it's respecting these levels. But let's see, the price action looks like it's dictating here. So the pullback, this is obviously a key level of resistance at 830. It pulled back right into that 830 before making almost a new high at 895. So it looks like the price action is what it's respecting here. Same thing goes for this area. Look at the top. This is at 785, and then the pullback comes into that 790, 785 area. So price action is where we'll go off. So the idea for me here is to try to find a dip trade to take. So far, I see a possible level at 850 and again at that 830. So two possible dip trade levels that I may take on Tops. I don't want to buy this into breaking into new highs. Is it dying?
No, I think someone messaged me on Discord. I'm not sure why that bled into our
I
headphones.
don't want to buy Tops into new highs. I don't want to buy through 9. That's not the way I would trade this. I would look for dips and have tighter stops, perhaps into moving averages or perhaps into the next level of support below.
All right, I'm going to just mute Discord over there so we don't hear those noises coming in. That was a little scary for me to even hear that. Apple, though, Apple's near 140, 135. Market did break that trend line that Sharif and I were drawing over there, that matching those 3 bottoms. So we are now under that line, which means most likely pulling back to south side. That would be good for me at least, you know. So if we do pull back to the south side, I'll be happy again. That means I'm making some money again and why these ones are still going? What the
Can
heck?
you just mute it?
I could try to mute it in a second.
Okay.
But yeah, market's trying to pull back over here, and we're going to try and take advantage of it. I did cover more CNC because CNC was slowing down on the tape side. Is that what it is? No, it's
No, there used to be a band in the 90s called CNC Factory or something like that.
I know CNC from machining. Isn't that what it is? CNC machining, where you like
I didn't know
create
that.
like these metal parts and use this machine called the CNC machining. I think
No
computer-aided carving machine or something. I don't know.
This guy
Whatever.
with all the knowledge.
Hey man, I just watch a lot of Discovery Channel when I'm when I'm
channel,
zooted.
bro,
Okay,
yeah.
that's all it takes to learn some stuff. But here we go. CNC trying to maybe slow down its descent, but I'm still gonna hold on to the size over here. Google now 40 cents, but I want to stop looking at this and look at more. Yes, that is correct, says chat. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. But let's go see what the chat wants us to take a look at. What stocks are you trading today? People in the chat already talk about AMD. AMD is gonna be my biggest regret. Oh no, this is gonna be my biggest regret of the day. What? I tried to throw a stop on AMD and I covered my position instead. How do I get back in? It's at $60. How do I get back in? I can't, man. I can't get back in. Mentally, I can't get back in. My average was at 64. Now, if I see my average is 60, I can't handle it mentally. But this is gonna be my. No. I don't know about that. Mentally, it's screwing me over. I can't change it. I'm going to have to evolve into your mindset maybe 10 years down the road, Arun. But at the moment, the fact that I closed my position, I got pretty upset with that. I stopped trading AMD. But look at this position now, trying to break 61. And it did so successfully. Broke 61, trying to go further. For anyone who's holding AMD shorts, congratulations. But keep in mind, this stock is now on SSR. It's down 10% on the day. SSR means you cannot short the stock by taking out the liquidity on the bids. You have to sit on the ask. But this stock is doing 62 million shares before 12 o'clock. We're probably going to do 100 million shares before the end of the day. That means you probably won't have that much of a difficulty trying to pick up your shorts because there's a lot of liquidity going around.
Oh yeah, definitely a lot of liquidity on that one, especially after the update that they gave us. Guys, Canoe's making a bit of a move here. It was kind of doing, well, look, it was doing something. Obviously, it moved up all the way.
Oh, no, my PC freeze.
To the high of day here at 972 off that 870 bottom. But here's what I'm talking about. Look at that beautiful pullback into VWAP. You buy around here, you exercise some patience, and all of a sudden you're about 30 pennies in the money. And the amount of risk you would have needed to give it would have been about 10 cents of risk there. It didn't even break it by that much anyway. It's at high of days at the moment. This one looks like you can scalp a little bit, hopefully, into that break of 10. So let's load it up here. AEHR pulling back into VWAP. That could be another dip trade too, but that was, we'll focus on this one for the moment. So we're going to go into Canoe. Obviously, Canoe is not a NASDAQ stock. New York, there we go.
I want to go on a Canoe now.
Right? Okay, here we go. So breaking through that high of day at 975, even that the initial halt level has been broken. So that is going to be an interesting area of support now. Let's see if we can hold this level. I'm going to take a baby long here, a quarter position, I like to call it, into this break. And my thinking here is that we test 10. We come close to 10.
Wow.
The volume has to basically cooperate, though. If we don't get enough volume, we're not going to get enough upward momentum. So I'm long there, obviously a little bit out of the money as it pulls back in a bit. Because I took such a small position, I'm able to average down into this, so I like my level so far. My first level that I'll average down into is that break of 950, and then I'll add again at VWAP at 945. So that's what I'll do on that one, and then obviously I'll be out if there is a decisive break and close below VWAP. That'll be what I'm looking for. If it doesn't go down and it continues up, I'm looking to add through that break of 985 into that test of 10. That'll be a smaller piece, though. I won't want to add the same size through that 985 because in case it retraces and I get a bad dollar cost average on that. So that's my thinking. I'm thinking averaging down into 50, 55 area, and then again into 45, but I'll add into 85, Brad.
I'm the worst trader ever, man. Look at this. I had so much size on 70 on Coinbase. Now we're at $68. And the only reason I punched out is because I couldn't handle how much money I was losing on that trade earlier on. So I made some of that money back, but I took a quick exit because I didn't trust that we would go break the low a day. But here's Coinbase breaking that low a day and much, much lower. Every time we look at Coinbase, or vice versa, every time we look at cryptocurrencies, we always look at Coinbase and crypto stocks. So we're going to do the other way around today. Bitcoin currently at 19.5K, down 1.9%. Most of the cryptocurrencies are bleeding down 1% or more all across the board over here. And someone in the chat just mentioned the NASDAQ just took out the low a day. That means the S&P 500 is still continuing its descent to the lower days over here, and that's pouring money into my pocket. Apple 141 coming into play again. Let's see if Apple can break 141. I actually had an order to take more shorts closer to 142. It never came into play. Same thing for Roblox. I had an order to take more shorts near 36. Never came into play for that one too. So we're just going to have to hold on to those positions and see where those ones go for us. But Google, let's go, baby. 70 cents in the money. Take some profits on that side. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. And 22 points in the money on the futures over here. Obviously, I don't have any size left if I cover it right now. So that's not the plan. Just because Arun's sitting here, I'm saying it out loud. That's not the plan. The plan is to hold it till the end of the day or a little bit further after the lower day over here.
Yeah. That's funny. I love how you're like adjusting your trading styles because you don't want to get
Dude,
the slipper.
I literally told myself today I have to stick to all my plans because Arun's coming in.
Yeah, I know.
All
What
my
to say?
setups.
You should come in more often then, dog.
Today morning, though, actually, I had a tweet out, and this guy posted a tweet. How could you improve yourself as a trader? And in that, I literally typed in, if I stuck to my setups and my rules.
Yeah.
That's all it takes. If I just stuck to my setups and my rules, I would have always made money. I don't know, dude. I don't know. Your turn, bro.
Yeah. All right, guys. I'm long canoe now, pulling back in through my entry. I'm long 974, currently trading at 964, so I'm 10 pennies out of the money. I've already put my dip trade in at that 955 level. The reason I'm looking at, sorry, it should be 951, not 955. So let's cancel that quickly and go ahead. Actually, you know what? I'm feeling whimsical. We'll put 952 just for sake. And the reason I'm doing that is there is this level of support here, so I'm looking to buy in front of that support on the dip. I may or may not get filled. You know, these ones are kind of like a shot in the dark. Do I put it at 53? You put it at 51. Sometimes you get filled, sometimes you don't. You have the right idea, but you don't get the right number. So
maybe 11-2 holds.
So I'm putting that dip into there, looking for that break of 975. That's the idea. Now, I'm looking also at tops. That's continuing to make new tops. We wanted to buy into that pull back into the 50 period around that 940 area. Looks like we missed it by about 10 pennies. So let's see how this one does. I'm looking for that break of 970 on that to make a new high off this peak here, and we'll continue into 9. This one may move quickly against you here. Like, look at how many times we had aggressive green candles. So it may not give you the time that you need to set up your order. Make sure you've got that one set up and keep a bit of a distance between your stop and between your limit if you're using limit orders in case it blows through your level and you don't get filled. That always is really frustrating, at least for me. What happened here? Let me just pull back my level 2 that just dropped out for no reason. Which one is it? This one? Tops. There we go. Okay, good. Yeah, canoe still doing nothing. Let's have a look. Looks like we didn't quite touch the bottom there on the futures for anybody trading the large caps. Looks. The low of day today is at 36.70. Yeah, 36.70 is low of day, 36.70 and a half. It looks like we came back down to 36.75, and then we're bouncing up at least for the time being. So anybody trading those big cappers, got to keep an eye on those futures. Tops continuing to make more green candles here. Let's see how that 960 break goes. And if we get that 970, we may initiate a long pred.
Right on. Currently, CNC giving us more profits. I thought it would die off a little bit and not really push down, but the market's going down. I'm seeing if the NASDAQ can hold 11,200. I mean, it's a pretty good level. If you look at it, we have multiple bottoms. 1, 2, 3, 4. Almost 5 and 6. 6 bottoms almost around 11,200 areas for the NASDAQ market. And that's going to be your tech stocks, your top tech stocks. If that one ends up holding, then maybe the SPY ends up holding too. And we might have to restructure some of the trades like on the equity side that we have going on, such as the Apple 70 cents, Google 70 cents, even Roblox 70 cents, and CNC is also 70 cents. The European market is going to be coming to a close soon. So I want to see how the European market sways our market too. Usually the ADR stocks that are listed in the North American side and in the North American side, in European and North American side, they will sway the stocks a little bit, and their impact usually you'll see. However, the European market closes, our market tends to head towards that direction most of the time. So just keeping an eye on all these variables out there to see how we can take advantage of these trades. At the moment, just sitting back, watching 11.2K hold, that's not something I want to do. That's not something I want to see. I don't want to see 11.2K hold on the market, and we're going to be out of CNC over here for profits as it also pops with the rest of the market. 11.2K is holding. Now S&P 500 created a higher low again this time, but clearly it's under the trend line that we were talking about previously. So let's see if it pops up to that trend line, rejects that trend line, which should be under 36.90.
Yep. Good call on that one. Tops pulling back here closer into that 50 period, may initiate a new long at that 940. But what concerns me is we are creating lower highs consistently here for the better part of 20 minutes or so. So I need confirmation or at least indication that this one is going to continue its trend up. It really hasn't broken any major levels of support or any important indicators yet, but it's just kind of one of those hunches. Here it dips right back down into that 830, then shoots up into 816. That was a level of support. So this one was a missed opportunity. Definitely our fault for that one for not having that. That was very clear here. The fact that there was a support level for about 20 or 25 minutes, couldn't break through that top. Then there was a decisive break, so that was a clear level of support. Sucks for me. I should have had that one proudly. I didn't. I missed it. and Canoe not going my way. I added 10% size here because I saw that there was an important level of support here through this peak. So I thought maybe, you know, we'll add here in addition to what we'll add at that 952. This one is bigger size than the add at 965, though. I just want to note that. There, Tops going. Tops is going. Look at that. So what is beautiful about this dip, and I'm looking at it, yes, in hindsight, but at least I know what to look at, and is the fact that we had that top here, okay, at that $9.30 area, and in addition to that, it was currently the 50 period. So there were two confirmatory, I don't even know if that's a word. Is confirmatory a word? Hey Siri, is confirmatory a word?
Language, buddy.
Find out. Yes, confirmatory is a word, so I'm not off my rocker at the moment. So basically, these two are confirming each other, this level of support and bouncing off the 50 period. Anybody who watches the show knows I use the 50 period often with these small cappers. So bit of a missed opportunity on my part. Made a nice move right into that 880, but as is typical, look at that flush, Pradley, on that. That's 60 cents just like that. I mean, it took us forever to move up 60 cents, and in the matter of 10 seconds, we give all that back. That's why you got to be super quick on the gun with these small cappers. Make sure you have like shortcuts or you're familiar with your keyboard or whatever you got to do, but make sure you're quick with it.
Quick with it, baby. Yeah, it always got to be fast, and that's what the keyboards come into play for. That's why I always bash those phone apps like those Robinhoods and so on. Like, you're not going to get the ability to be quick with your orders the way we are when we're using a full keyboard that have hotkeys. Like, I have every single key almost coded to certain gateways and so on, and that allows me to instantly switch from one direction to the other, use certain gateways that the normal traders would possibly won't have and so on.
Yep.
So just urging you guys to maybe think about that a little bit more, right? I'm looking at pins. Pins just now breaking 25 to the downside. This was the level right here, 24.92. Looks like it wants to hold it. I'm not giving it too much a risk, honestly, and we might just get stopped out as the NASDAQ is holding 11.2K, sorry, and S&P 500 did manage to go upside north a bit. Sharif, I just need you to handle for a second. I'm doing something.
Absolutely, of course. Still looking at Canoe here. It's above my add position. I added at 964. Now we're seeing 67s on the ask, and it just pulled back. No biggie. We're waiting on this one. This one is kind of like sporadic in its movement. You'll see like pockets of volume come in at random times. There's no consistent flow of volume, at least what I've been able to observe on Canoe so far. So patience with this one if you're in it, and I'm kind of talking to myself as I say that too, by the way. Now, Tops pulling back in here. Now, this is breaking the area that we talked about initially, which was that 830 and that 835 area where, excuse me, the 50 period was. So now we're talking about that $8 area. 8 also happens to be VWAP here. Again, remember, look for those points of confluence where where important moving averages, or in this case, indicator VWAP, also happens to correspond with the whole dollar level. I always like to look for those little tidbits there, so I'll be definitely taking a long off there. Let's go ahead and set that up. So 8, obviously putting an order at 8 isn't going to work for me. You know how I roll. We'll take half position on this one, and I'll put it at 806. Should I get filled? Great. If I don't, too bad. Let's see. The current price action here doesn't really correspond to any obvious levels of resistance, or sorry, excuse me, support. So just making sure that I'm not missing any levels. That's kind of what I'm trying to think about there. Canoe continuing to, you know, move sideways, now dipping into that 60 area. We have an order out at 53, I believe, Brad. You ready?
Yeah. Sorry, I just had to do something on a different market, but now we're good to go. I'm looking at Roblox. I'm wondering if I should just get out of Roblox. What do you think? I have like size that I can hold, so according to the setup and according to the plan, I should be holding.
Yeah.
So I think I will be holding.
Okay, good. I like that.
That's the plan, so we'll stick to the plan, right? And Pinterest, we added a little bit more as it popped up because, hey man, I'm a bear trader today. The market's bear. It's showing you downside. It's going down. I'm yelling timber.
Down, down, baby. No street in the rain.
Sing it.
street sweep it, babe. What is it? Street
Let,
sweep
let it go.
Rock and ready to let it go.
Yeah.
Shake it, double hug. Pass it to me now. Light it up and take a puff.
The viewers probably hate us because we're singing all the time.
I know,
eh?
whatever.
We're singing all the time. But hey, this
All
is what you're
good.
for. Entertain, inform, and educate. We're putting on trades for you. This is real risk. We're
Yeah.
putting on real money in the real market with actual stress and risk on the board over here. So you guys can see how traders on the floor, on a professional floor, think about their trading structure and how they work through their setups and so on. So for me, the setup is basically an even dollar short, 25. Apple would just be almost the same thing. We look for these even dollar levels. Why? Because a lot of traders in the world look at these even dollar levels, even half dollar levels. So usually you'll see a lot of size or a lot of action coming in at these even dollar levels. But then also if you were watching at 8:30, 8:45, the NOS boss himself was talking about resistances and supports and how they come into play and why they come into play. So those are the main things that we look for. But there's nothing wrong with people using your MACDs, your RSIs, and so on, as long as you're able to create a system for you, a system, an algorithm. You become an algorithm by creating your setup like an algorithm. What does an algorithm do? Never breaks the setup. It knows exactly what to do, when to do, because it's programmed that way. Program yourself that way, like an algorithm, and have a setup, have a plan that you will never deviate from. And if you don't deviate from that, and you have a good plan, a good setup, a good edge to trade off of, you will always come out on top of the game, baby. And right now, that's what we're doing today, enjoying this market. It's a beautiful, beautiful Friday. I hope you guys are too.
Swish. That's what I gotta say to Bradley's move there. Guys, we got into that 806 at tops. We're in the money on this one. I've got my profit taker, my first profit taker on this one at 819. We're currently printing 16s and 17s. So let's see if we can get filled on our first move there on tops. Good little one dip off, VWAP canoe, volume dropping off, price action flattening out. Nothing really great happening on this one. I've still got my dip set up. Thankfully, the long that I took on canoe was a quarter size into that 970. I took it long 974, but my cost basis is 971 on that. There we go. We get filled. Tops goes through the roof. Tops creating new tops, baby. That's what I'm talking about.
Hell yeah, brother.
Let's look to take another piece here into that 50 period, which is that 30 area. So we'll take off a little other piece into that 830. Should we print up there? You know how I'm going to do it. I'm going to put 29. So there we go. Nice little move off that VWAP. Pumped about that. Let's see if we can get some 29 prints there. Canoe frustrating me. Come on, move. Let's see what Dominic Familero, friend of the show, obviously writes here. When you gonna see Lucy break out? Let's have a look at Lucy. I'll look at it quickly while we're giving the other one an opportunity to make a move. Let's just move this up real quick. There we go. So let's pop the chart on Lucy. Dom, look at what Lucy's been doing. It's been basically straddling VWAP from the top and the bottom for the better part of where are we at now? Geez, it made its move initially at 809, so this was a pre-market mover down into that area. No, sorry, the initial move was 750 in the morning, but basically ever since around 8:15, it's been hugging VWAP to the side, consolidating sideways. Sure, there's a range here that you can play. I played that this morning at my desk. I was buying off VWAP, selling at these micro tops here. So for example, I'd pick up something at 3, especially $3 and VWAP held together, and I'd sell into the 320s. I did that a bunch of times, so that was profitable. But right now, unless you're going to play that range, there's no setup trending here. We've got to definitely get off VWAP and stay above VWAP, to be honest with you. Let's move back to our other one here. Did we get filled? Not quite yet. We're real close. We have an order out at 29. We're printing 27s on the ask, so getting closer to taking another piece here out on tops, Bradley.
Yes, sir. Currently watching Pin Squeeze Me, and I'm also long Coinbase. People might be wondering, why are you long Coinbase, Prad? It's down 9% on the day. You were complaining about missing out on a big move on the shore. Why the heck are you going long right now? Well, if you pull up Coinbase right here, you'll see multiple days of top around $67.55. So clearly breaking down to $67 on Coinbase. I'm going to try a quick long, risking the low a day on that stock, which is at $66.80. It's pulling back a little bit, so maybe time to add a little bit more size on that trade, they're not going to give me. So we're just going to take that bang right there. We're going to see if they're going to fill it. If they do, awesome. If they don't, no problem. I'm expecting a nice little pump up as NASDAQ continues to try and hold 11,200. NASDAQ successfully managing to do this once again after breaking down a little bit. We broke down to 11,182, and I thought, you know, maybe we continue going down, but no, we're actually doing a pretty good job on the NASDAQ market at holding over here. That's probably because Apple does not want to break 141. Apple just keeps on battling that level, and we can also go take a look at Microsoft. Microsoft won't go lower than 235. I got a good short, almost $1 per share short on Microsoft from 236 to 235, but notice how I'm hands off on it right now because of that bottom action coming in on the market. We might have just bottomed out on the day. I'm just guessing it, right? This is just a theory being thrown out. 11,200 on the NASDAQ coming from 11,500. We're down 3% on the NASDAQ, which is down 340 points. S&P 500 down 2% on the day, which is down 76 points. So there's a good chance that we might have bottomed out, but that's not going to stop me from looking for opportunities for the rest of the day, because now we can start flipping into the long direction. Coinbase, 18 cents in the money. They didn't give me the size, but that's fine. At least we do have some size over here to make a quick little buck off of this trade and maybe diminish some of those losses, or not diminish, but cut down some of the losses that we've incurred on this position already throughout the day.
I feel that, Bradley. Looks like tops moved back into that low 820s area, so we'll give this one time. Actually broke that. It broke it. Actually went down to 811, then got bought back up. So I like to see that when the dips go on these little pop-ups, that when it dips down, that the dips get bought up and bought up quickly. I put my stop in on this one. I'm fully protected. Yeah, fully protected on tops, making sure that nothing surprises me, to be honest with you. Canoe continuing to hold that 960 level. My order at 953 is waiting for there. But I believe that we're going to go up to Brendo and Mr. Michael Noss at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, Michael Noss still here from Trade Ideas, answering your questions, anything you want to know about the platform, about how to find scans, how to build a layout, anything along those lines. Put a question in the chat. We'll get to it as soon as we possibly can. I, however, have a trade idea from Trade Ideas. Here's GGE, a big mover late in the day yesterday, popping up on one of your scans.
Yeah, so this is, again, from the relative strength scanner. The thing I love about it is pretty much all you need, just spitting out ideas all day. And here on the right-hand side, it's actually building a watch list of stocks that have been relatively strong, not just right now, but all currently throughout the day. So I've seen Prad talking about tops and Canoe we were talking about earlier and all of this, but this GGE, which was a bit of a runner in the end of the day yesterday, is kind of popping up here again. They're Chinese real estate. You know, if this can get around 250 or so, I'm interested in this name. Really, really small float. You know, 21 million shares in the float. You know, 88 times normal daily volume. So this one's really, really pumping that relative volume. And again, if you're interested in anything that you're seeing here, tradertv.live at checkout saves you 30% off for this weekend only.
Yeah, do that before Monday, guys. Why not save yourself 30%? You get great ideas like that one. GGE on the move once again, guys.
Thank you for that, and I get to hit this actually for the first time. Yes, pumped about this. The fact that we have these now on our board here, guys. Look at this 806 dip on tops, held VWAP beautifully. First out 819, second out 829. We're making newer highs. We're pushing into 840s. I'm seeing 40s come out on the book here. I'm looking to take profit a little bit before 50, even though something tells me I should probably hold this into the 870s, where we have a little bit of resistance at that area. I'm gonna just play the safer bet and take out a little piece here. I'm gonna put it at 848. Let's see if we get filled on that one. We've already printed 40s. Pumped about this trade. Sadly, the trade on Canoe not going as well, but we're more long-minded on this one. I don't mean like long versus short-minded. I mean more longer-term minded. And the reason is we only took a quarter piece up there at that 973, averaged in with like a 10% piece at 964. And we're waiting actually for the bigger move down into that 951 area. And then I'll average down a third time into, there we go, got filled on that. I'll average down a third time into that 945, and then the break of 940, I'll be out. That will be when I know I'm wrong. I think as you go down, I'm adding a little bit more size, not necessarily at the 964 ad, but here at the 951 ad and at the 945 ad. These will be larger than the two up here. That's the way I'm going to do that, and I'm going to give that one super tight risk through the break of 940 into that 939 area to know I'm wrong on that one. Let's quickly move back into tops. Tops now pulling back a little bit into the mid-30s here, or the low 30s. We'll give this one time. I'll adjust my stop to this one to the break of 8. I previously had it much lower than that to give it a bit of room. This one will be through the break of 8, which also corresponds to VWAP. So a decisive break of VWAP and that $8 whole dollar level will be an indication to me I'm wrong on that one. Actually, let me adjust that quickly before I go back to Canoe, and I'll send it to Brad.
Yes, sir. I'm just debating right now if I should just close all my positions and take my money because I'm so deep in the profits today, man. My greed's kicking in. I'm actually going to punch out of Coinbase because the market's going back down. So why would you try a long on Coinbase? You already got a quick little scalp off of that. And CNC, if you guys remember what I said about CNC, the tape was dying. Look at my out, Sharif.
Yo.
Sheesh. Look at the out on there. Bottom wick out on that short.
I like it.
I wish I went long,
Lord.
obviously, but I didn't believe in the long. But now that the market's pushing back to the lower days for the S&P 500, NASDAQ cannot hold 11,200. The shorts are back in play, baby. Ride this market to the downside. If you're a bear today, you're loving this market without fail. CNC back in the money, 22 cents. Roblox, 60 cents. Google, 80 cents. Apple, $1 in the money, most likely because it's under 141, and we're pushing to 140 on Apple here. Apple is going to be your biggest weightage off the NASDAQ market. I think NASDAQ market.
What, Apple?
Is Apple the biggest in NASDAQ?
I'm pretty sure it is.
Because it's the biggest in S&P 500.
I think it's the biggest company in the world. It was almost $3 trillion.
Right.
So it's got to be the biggest component of the NASDAQ.
Well, for anyone wondering how to check on it, you can head over to ETF.com and type in the stock QQQ, and you'll scroll down and you'll see right here, where is it? Right there, 13.36% Apple on the NASDAQ market. And if you type in the SPY, you can also, hello?
Hello?
There we go.
That's funny.
Scroll down on the SPY over here, and you'll see it is also the biggest on the S&P 500, which is at 6.937% over there. So Apple being the number one weighted stock around the board for the number 1 and 2 baskets of stocks. If it's going down, it's going to bring down the overall market with it. We already know how Tesla's behaving. I actually have a complaint about Tesla.
Go.
Pepsi?
Oh, yeah.
Pepsi?
Yeah,
You couldn't partner with Coca-Cola?
So hold on, what happened? I need
The semi-trucks that they were creating, you know, the big trucks.
The Tesla truck,
yeah, the Tesla truck is apparently they have a partnership with Pepsi now. December 1st, they're going to either be delivering it or they're going to be making it on December 1st. I forget what exactly it is.
Pepsi put the order in
Pepsi
2 years ago. Anheuser-Busch is next.
Okay,
Yeah,
so Pepsi put
that's
the
gonna
order
be a
in
big
2
order.
years ago, apparently. So yeah, pretty decent order for Tesla, obviously. But I would have much rather liked it to be a Coca-Cola deal because I'm a Coca-Cola fan,
Let
right?
him get paid, man.
That's true. Let Elon get paid for sure. I mean, did you hear about that though? Like he has
No,
up to
actually, I didn't hear
October
that.
26th to close the
Yeah.
deal on Twitter.
Yeah.
If he doesn't close it, then the lawsuit's still gonna go through. And the Twitter employees don't want to close the lawsuit. Apparently, they want the lawsuit open still, and
They
that's
want to
why
keep
we're
the
having these
pressure on him.
issues. Yeah.
That's why, because if the lawsuit's out, then it's going to have to
I don't know if this deal's gonna go through, man.
Yeah, you know, I'm
Because
hearing
the 2
all
companies
this
who were
grumbling.
financing him, they're not financing him.
So with the 2 banks you're
Yeah.
talking about, so they pulled out?
They pulled out. They don't want to finance
But
it
I'm
anymore.
pretty sure what I heard on TV was they had ironclad contracts with those 2 banks. Those 2 banks are on the hook. In fact, they were talking about where the banks were actually going to get their money, that they may actually be on the hook for this because the banks weren't going to dip into their cash. They were going to go seek out investors and then guarantee those investors. That's my understanding. And so the fact that they are contractually locked into Musk, this was the analysis, they're going to actually have to front their own cash for this, and that's kind of not what they wanted. So I may be incorrect on that, but that's what I heard on one important interview and actually one article that I read, Bradley. We'll see what this goes through or not. Like, it's going to be tricky. Anyway, Canoe now still holding above VWAP. This one makes me comfortable. The fact that it's still holding that level. I've got my dip. You'll see that blue dot and line here right on VWAP at that 945. That'll be my last ad. And then a break through that 945, that 939 area. I'll be out. What I have to do, and this is something that I need to remind you guys a lot of, is adjust your quantity on your stops as you're averaging down, and if you have a stop. So for example, I've averaged once, twice, 3 times, and I have a possible 4th into this one. Make sure that the stop that you set, you've adjusted to your new quantity, and it's not over or under. That applies to when you're taking profits too, because then if it comes back down, you'll find yourself short if the shorts are available. So that's happened to me as an amateur trader before. Make sure that you adjust that, and you've got that in your repertoire. So I've got a few stops here on whatchamacallit, on tops. I have to fix them. Some of them are to the upside, so that 791 is to the upside. That 774, that doesn't make much sense anymore, so I'll get rid of that. And then I have another one here. That's weird. Let me get rid of all of these ones except that one. And now I have exactly, that many shares, and I'll have that many more if this one dips, so that'll put me at that one. So I'll have to adjust my stop here. Let's go 939, and then we'll go to 934, and then we'll do like that. So there we go. So now we've got adjusted our stop. Everything is gravy on that one. Let's move back into tops. Tops not doing anything, consolidate sideways, but we'll get that profit when it comes, Brad.
I'm debating if I just take my profits on Google over here and get ready to make a new order on the break of $98 to the downside, or just hold it and take more size on the break of $98. Obviously, your risk management is going to get wonky. Your orders are currently at $100, and now once you take that break, it's going to be probably $99. But that means, new trade, new risk management setup and everything, because the NASDAQ is on a straight move to the downside. The 11.2K area looked like it wanted to hold, and now we're at 11.175, heading even lower than the previous low that we created at 11.185. So market's struggling, stocks are struggling. What was the employment number? It came out bad. The jobs number came out bad, and you got the flush at 830 off of that?
No, it came out good.
What?
Yeah, so the job number was strong, and because it was strong, the market pulled back. Right, because the market wants to see a slowdown. They want to see a contraction.
They want to slow down in
because
the people
working? The Fed is going to have to continue to raise interest rates if jobs continue to expand. So ironically, good news was bad news this time, and bad news was good news. That's the way it works in this market, man.
All I know is Free Fall Friday, baby. Punch in shorts, enjoy your profits.
Yes. Brad holding his brain like got
you
break
fried my brain over there. You fried my brain.
Look,
I'm gonna need to learn more.
The Fed has to continue to raise rates
But isn't more jobs good?
In different times, yes. Not in the current environment financially. Why? Because the more the economy continues to grow, if there's a contraction, then the Fed will have to offset it by
interest rates?
Increasing interest rates. Every time it increases interest rates, you know what happens to the market. And so the fact that we had a strong economy this time was detrimental to the market. And that's basically it. Anybody in the chat want to comment on that? Shoot me up there. Here we go. Canoe coming down to my level at 945. So I just got filled. Looks like I got a partial fill on that one nonetheless, but I'm not changing anything about my stop. If it blows through 940, I'm giving this one 5 pennies. If it blows through 940 into that 939 area, I'm out. The reason I feel that way is because VWAP was respected well this time around. Not saying it should be the same thing every time, but you have to have some parameters with which end to work. So there it is. We'll see what this one does. I'm not getting the other fill for some reason. I'm still on a partial fill. Let's check out, as that one does its thing, let's check out tops. Pulling back in here, still way above our entry on this one. Respecting VWAP, I'm asking a lot of it really to come into that 950 area, especially during this time when the volume is going to start declining. But you know how these small cappers do. They march to the beat of their own drum. So you could find volume coming back at basically any time here. There have been no hard and fast rules for these small cappers. They're completely independent.
I'm just looking at what can we do on the markets over here at the moment. Is there anything moving square?
Why?
Sorry?
Arun is talking to me.
Me?
No.
Oh, nice. That's kind of weird, though. Okay, anyways.
Hey, man.
Square. Square coming into play a little bit. Square at lower days, new lower days around $59, $58.85. Let's see if we can continue that extension to the south side, but the market's actually showing me a new candle, the green candle on the 5-minute charts for both S&P 500 and NASDAQ. Still under 11,200 on NASDAQ, but looks like it wants to head back towards there, and we're just watching it to see what ends up happening on the overall market over here. 19 points in the money on that side. CNC did pull back after being 20 points in the money, so it looks like we're going to get an opportunity to take more size over here on CNC, closer to my stop, which is 75.50, which is perfect, giving it a 10-cent stop to the north side. And if we do get another move to the south side on the market, we'll be able to take advantage on it. And look at that. Immediately, the stock teleports from 75.40 to 75.34. The teleportation on the stock is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Sorry, go ahead.
The man, the myth, sending a $4.99 super chat. Appreciate that, brother. He says, surge for the long. Well, let's have a look. I don't even know what surge is, so this will be new for me. We're going to type that in, S-U-R-G. It is a NASDAQ stock called Surge Pays. Okay, we'll read a little bit about that too so that the viewers can educate themselves, and so can we. Here's what IBKR says about Surge, if it loads anytime today. Surge Pays Inc. is a technology-driven company engaged in building a supply chain software platform that offers wholesale goods and services for traditional and existing wholesale distribution models, yada, yada, yada. Okay, so that is what it is. Today, as a day trade stock, as an intraday stock, obviously this is not something that I would be trading. You can just glean that by looking at the chart. This disfigured chart is as a result of a lack of volume. Now, so then we zoom out to the daily to get an idea of how this one has been trending lately. And if IBKR would fix their services here, any day now. Okay, want to take over
Yeah,
while
sure.
this thing does its
Why
takes
don't
its
I
sweet
take
time?
this time to promote the number one leading technology for scanning for your softwares? I think someone in the chat earlier in the morning asked, can we customize this? Yeah, guys, this is completely customizable. You customize it to exactly to fit your needs. You click on new, you click on whatever alert window, topless window, and you can literally pick and choose how you want to scan for stocks and the parameters that you want to use in there. Obviously, I talk about this a lot, the Forshawn scanner, which is absolutely morphed my trading, man. Morphed my trading to the point where I look like a god these days compared to 2 years ago. Yo, stop looking at me like that, bro. To the point where,
That
you
was
know,
funny coming
2
from
years
the corner
ago,
of my eye.
2 years ago, I know, as soon as you moved back, I was like, I can see something.
Because I
feel
saw
the
him in the
stare.
corner of my eye kind of give you a look. I was like, okay, he's not impressed.
But, you know, it just morphed me, and it's allowed me to look for stocks that are actually moving instead of constantly trading the same 5 stocks every day. I used to just trade Apple, Microsoft, AMD, and even if there wasn't any catalyst behind it, I would continue trading them. But now there's actual moves happening, and I look behind the catalyst for that stock, and then I try to look for an area to get into or get out of for profits or for a loss, and try to trade my setup, stick to my plan and trade that plan. Today, that plan has been absolutely wonderful. We're having a good day today. Sadly, the long-term portfolios will not be having a good day, especially when it comes to AMD. AMD saying that they're it's at 60.50 now. Oh my
Stop
God.
doing this to yourself, man.
I know, right? But if AMD comes out and says we're going to have a bad quarter, Q3 looking bad because the demand in computers are going down, the demand in data centers are going down, everything around the world is just going downside. So not looking good for AMD. I think in the Discord chat, in the Trader TV Live Discord chat, people were actually asking me, what can we trade as a sympathy for AMD? I would naturally say NVIDIA, Micron, your chip stocks, but something that you can play off with the sympathy of the catalyst, which is maybe Dell, HPQ. So let's go take a quick look at Dell today. I'm guessing it's down because the market's down, but could we have gotten a clean short out of it? Yeah, you would have. You would have never had to look back if you got into the short somewhere around 36, around VWAP or so, and I'm guessing HPQ kind of looks the same way. HPQ on New York, let's pull that one up. 3 million shares, 4 million shares on HPQ. That's still Dell. And there you go, HPQ giving you a little bit of a bigger move, down 5% on the day with 4 million shares traded. So that sympathy play idea that people were asking me on our Discord. If you're not on our Discord, do !Discord and check that chat out. Lots of fun topics talked about all day, even at the end of the day after 4 o'clock. So if you want to be in touch with your friends that you have in the chat, if you want to to be in touch with me and talk to me about some levels or whatever, you can always come and hang out in the Discord.
That's sweet. Yeah, I got to get in on that Discord too. Don't forget to
Just
add me
click
on.
click exclamation mark Discord and you'll get the link.
Oh, yeah? That easy? I'll do it on the next break. Okay, so Serge, I just wanted to finish analyzing that one because it was a super chat request. Here we go. So this one looks like we are in a little bit of an uptrend here, especially off after the split. They did a 1 to 50 split back in November 2021. It was a bit of a decline after that, but the bottom was made near that January of this year, basically. And then if we can draw a trend line here, obviously creating higher lows consistently. So this one, from a technical perspective, it's back on an uptrend. But look at these all-time highs here. I mean, going back to March of 2021, it looks like this one gapped all the way up to $28.49. So I don't know the volume action was at the time. I don't have the volume chart here for some reason. I got to add that. But it looks like there could be some bag holders, especially on the way down. Probably people dollar cost averaging in, and that was way higher than it's currently trading. Today's high is 548, currently trading at 521. So this one looks decent from a technical perspective. Especially from the earlier this year. You can say that this year it's been completely counter to the S&P. If I was to superimpose the S&P's chart on this, which I can, but it's just going to take me some time, this one is moving upward while the S&P obviously is moving downward. So an interesting relationship there. Now, I wanted to look at AEHR, despite the fact that I'm not in this trade. I got to manage my other ones, but AEHR, I got to let you guys know that it's making a move. The most important part here on AEHR was, I want to say this kind of hold on VWAP. Yeah, we see a wick below. In fact, actually it closed below, but this is on the 1 minute chart. So the 1 minute chart's got a lot of noise. Looks like I got stopped out on something here. I just have to look. No, I didn't. Okay. 1 minute chart's definitely got a lot of noise. So if I look on the 5 minute chart, will I see a close below VWAP? Let's zoom in here and have a look. No. So it's a wick below VWAP on the 5 minute. So I don't take it on the 1 minute as being, a confirmatory. So you have a dip below VWAP and then you had a bounce back up. So in my book, this one held VWAP and it confirmed the breakout, especially when it broke through that 1695, 17 area. There was a clear level of resistance here that it just blew through and it didn't really have a problem breaking it. So this one's trending up slowly. You're not seeing that many aggressive moves down. They're slower. Yeah, let's hear it. There are slower moves down, slower moves up. Be patient with this one. Up 25% on the day. We're going to send it up to Brendo with happening now.
Hey guys, the slide continues here. Back to the downside once again this morning, coming off of this jobs report that, was better than expected, but good news is bad news once again, unfortunately. I want to direct your attention down here, 3.03, 3.07 for the NASDAQ composite and the NASDAQ 100. Everything, though, downside in a big way. The Russell, all three of them getting, killed. 1.6% for the Dow. The S&P, 2.18%, currently in negative territory. If you joined us pre-market, here's a few things we were discussing. Tilray was on the watch, and that was off of what happened late in the day yesterday. The Biden pardon coming in full effect for weed names today. AMD, meanwhile, as the guys were talking about, guiding lower, $1 billion possible to the downside off of what they had forecast prior, and DraftKings, the ESPN deal coming through. Here is Tilray. It's been a bit of a grind, but nice fade on the day for TLRY. I want to mention this one as well. Tesla, day lows right now, guys, down 5% for Tesla today. Back to you.
Arun, get those slippers ready, man, because I broke that plan. I told you I was gonna hold it to the stop, but I just couldn't handle it. I couldn't handle it anymore, man. I can't watch how much money I was up, and if it goes back here, and I'm gonna be like, oh no, my money's disappearing. I'll start crying again. So I said, you know what? I'm taking my profits. Give me my money. I want my money right now. Exactly. We're gonna keep on putting damage though across the board on other positions such as CNC, which we reloaded. Okay.
Yeah, I was about to do it. Do we have that one here?
No, we don't have that. Even Sean doesn't have it on his board at the moment, but we will get it back eventually. But yeah, taking profits on CNC over here to the downside. Google's still 70 cents in the money, but the problem is I don't have much size left on Google, Apple, or Roblox, and nor do I want to take more size at the ranges that we're currently in. So if this market can give me a nice bounce now I can ask the market for a bounce because I'm out of my futures, you know? So if the market can give me a bounce now, then I can probably reload on Google near 100, reload on Apple close to where my average price is, and even reload on Roblox if that's an opportunity that the market wants to, you know, just provide me with that opportunity. Pins, only 4 cents in the money after being quite almost 20 cents, 10 cents in the money. So I'm gonna close this trade over here. We're gonna be done with that one. It's a winner on the board, but it's insignificant of a win, so doesn't even matter.
Guys, AEHR making that new high. I want to say it's at 17.25, now pulling back into 17. In addition to the fact that it's a whole dollar level, there is this area of support here that we had between that 10.45 and that, 11 o'clock time slot where it wasn't able to break through 17 and then it pulled back. So I'm thinking maybe I'll take a small entry position at 17. The debate right now is how far I give it. The 50 periods at that 16.92, I may give it to about 16.89. If it breaks through that, then, too bad for me. Let's go ahead and see if we can punch in here. Are we going to get filled? It looks like we're a little bit below the ask here. We put an order out for 17.08. We got 9s on the ask. There we go. We got partially filled on AHI. And by partially, I mean like nothing. So that doesn't really count. Okay, let's see if we get this one filled or not. Anyway, the idea here is to take this one off 17 into a possible newer high through that $0.25 level at 17.25. That's the idea. The breakdown below 16.90, I'll be out. I'm going to give it 10 cents because that's part of my risk assessment, and it's also the break of the 50 period, and you know how much I love the 50 period. Canoe. Now, holding view up, the fact that this is holding view up is good. What is not good about this one is that the volume is markedly dropping off. Yeah, and the fact I got filled at 1945, nice, not bad. We made our way up to basically 55s, but now we've made our way back down, right at my last average down. I'm definitely down on this one, and the fact if I hadn't taken smaller pieces as it was making its way down, I'd be definitely a lot more out of the money. So I've got my stop on that. I'm not going to change my plan. Let's see what it does at VWAP. The AEHR trade looking a little bit better though. See if we can make our way into the 20s. We got fully filled there, so that partial fill is no longer a problem. We'll scalp out some probably at 19. So let's go ahead and put
Tesla 325, right 225.
And there's all sorts of commotions happening here. What's up, Bradley?
Tesla 225, there was some size on there. Market's getting ready to bounce. Maybe this is a long off of Tesla over here, off that 225. If 225 breaks, we take that loss and move on. We did get our size. I'm going to be ready to punch out on it. Market's trying to move up, though, so let's see if we can capitalize on this move. 225, I mean, this stock's already down 5% on the day. That Pepsi-Cola thing.
Oh, here we go.
A
lot of size on.
I'm going to have
25.
to punch out on that. There we go. Yeah, punched out instantly.
It's getting eaten away, man.
No, we're back, man.
Wow, look at that. Let's see.
We're back. We're back, baby. So,
that's so exciting.
This is wants to hold 225 clearly, and now it basically burnt the stops and it's going to run to the north side. Is that what it did? So it burnt my stop and it's run to. There we go. We're long. There's some size on the ask though. There's some size on the ask at 225.40. Not much, only 300 lots. Let's see if we can burn those size on the ask and rip to the upside. Allow this market to move north. We did take a quick little loss, but we're back in, and now we're about to make some money. 22 cents in the money. There we go. That size got taken out. Push it to the north side now, baby. We're gonna run north. Come on, I know it. I just know it. Push it. Push. Go.
Prad's trying to use, what is that, Vulcan, what is that thing? Vulcan, mental, something?
The Spock thing, where you just force people into things?
I've never actually watched any of that. I just hear it on The Big Bang Theory because I like that show. It's funny. Hiren, hopefully I don't butcher your name. Hiren Chugani.
Hiren Chugani.
Yeah, sends 40 rupees. I believe that's rupees. Yeah. What a great day, guys. More blood expected. Prad, he's actually asking you, so go for it.
Where's the super chat?
The blue one, right there.
There you go.
Yeah.
Hiren, what a great day, guys. More blood to expected. I mean, look, the market, it's down quite a bit already. It would be a little insane to maybe expect more out of it, but anything can happen, man. I don't like to predict. You know me, I like to anticipate. But based off the variables that the market's giving us at the moment right now, S&P 500 did not break the low a day. NASDAQ did manage to break the low a day because your tech stocks such as Tesla and Apple are kind of weak, right? So NASDAQ might be able to drag the market back down if it rejects 11.2K like it's trying to at the moment. But if 11.2K breaks on the NASDAQ to the upside, I think S&P 500 could leech off of that movement, also go up a little bit, maybe to 3690, maybe to even 3700, where I'm pretty sure your boy Arun is patiently waiting to smash some shorts over there. But currently, man, this Tesla stock did go up to 225.50, but the NASDAQ pulling back is not really looking good for Tesla. They burned those stops at 225. They burned a bunch of stops at 225. Yeah. So now the question is, are the longs coming into play or not? Apple, which was 90 cents in the money, is still 90 cents in the money for me. So that's a little bit of a question mark coming into play for my Tesla long. But CNC, baby, 47 cents in the money on CNC. What did I tell you? Just keep on reloading on the trade. That's working for you. Why break the rules? Why break the setup? When it's working, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. And I don't have size on the other three trades, so I'm not even going to bother with it. I'm just going to have to watch Tesla over here to see how the market behaves and how Tesla behaves. If we get back under 225, I'm out, and I'm not even going to bother with the long anymore.
These trades are slow movers. Canoe, or whatever, Canoe is really taking its sweet time. Not really much in the way of price action at all, to be honest with you. The fact that it's holding view up is the only reason I'm still in this and I haven't punched out. Also, I've got my stop at 39, so I kind of want to just hold to my rules there. But the AEHR trade also making life a little bit difficult. It is breaking through these support levels that I drew out. So if this one breaks through, I'm going to be out completely. I'm not making any exceptions for this one. Let me just confirm that I have my stop on this one. Canoe, there we go, 9. No, that's AEHR. Where's my stop on AEHR? I don't have one? Silly me. Okay, so then I've definitely got to put one here. It's going to breakthrough of 75. Let's go ahead and put 1674, and we'll get out at 1669.
Stopped out.
There we go. So we've got our stops in for that one, but this one not looking like the way that I would want it to go, especially the break of the 50 period. Now, obviously, it may not have broken the 50 period if I look at it from the 5-minute time frame, but we get entirely different locations for the moving averages at that point, so that doesn't do me any good. Let's see here. Yeah, just move this back. There we go. So AHR not working the way we anticipated, but not really breaking through our plan either. Everything is still in effect. Tops making a move now off VWAP. This is an interesting one here. Let's flip back to tops and Q. There we go. So this one, sadly, we put our stop at break even here. We took out 2 pieces to the north side for really good trades, and then I put my stop at break even. That was probably a mistake because it just kind of wicked for 1 second below VWAP, and then it stopped me out, but it ended up making the move that I anticipated to move. That's a mistake on my part. I'll own that one. I should have probably had my stop at the same area that I originally had it. I canceled it and I changed it, which was that break of 780. So I had it at 779. Hey, you can't win them all. That's definitely a faux pas on me. Now, let's see what AEHR is doing before we send it back to Prad. It is starting to pull back into this support area here. It makes me wonder if I should add a little piece at this area and then give it a super tight stop into the break of 79 for that new piece. Just because, if it moves back in my direction, I'll say to myself, well, you could have averaged down there and had a better cost basis. So maybe I'll enter in with really small size here. Let's see if we can get that fill. The spread is opening up on AHR, making it harder for me to get in at a reasonable price. Currently, the bid is 84 and the ask is 89. So it's a bit tricky for me here. I'll have to wait for this one to tighten up a little bit, Prad, before I get in.
Oh, I'm so on fire today, man. But it just sucks that I'm taking my profits way too quick. Look at Coinbase trying to still push that. I told you that long on 67 looks good, didn't I? It did look good. Tesla stopped me out, so whatever. I'm not going to complain about it. But it looks like it wants to go up north. It broke the low at day to low at day was 224.80. It broke to 224.66. Whatever. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Not gonna moan about it too much. We got 11,1200 coming into play on the S&P 500 again. CNC, baby, 70 cents in the money on that position. Now I also punched out on my Google because Google did not want to go much lower than 99.15 over here. So I punched out. I'd much rather just wait for the 99 break to the downside if the market does manage to go south, or wait for the market to pop and go short 100. I'm going to take my profits. I did the same thing with the Roblox also. Roblox were out close to 35. I'd rather take the 35 break for a brand new trade or load back in at 36 for the exact same trade, but I'm not going to bother with this anymore as the market whipsaws from the low of days most likely. I think I should do the same thing on Apple. So let's go do that, cover that trade. Either I get back in closer to 143 or I take that 141 break to the south side, right into 140 if the stock does manage to give us that. I have the scanner over here to show you guys real quick why I'm trading Roblox. So clearly the scanner from Trade Ideas, do exclamation mark Trade Ideas in the chat to get the link. 30% off until Monday. Roblox is the number 2 on the watch list over here. That means it's won 2 races so far, and the races are based off of relative weakness in the stock. So clearly, Roblox has been weak today. That's been where I got most of my damage on the market. Actually, no, CNC is my number 1 stock now. Apple number 2, Roblox number 3. But the overall idea is, you know, look at CNC should be right there, popping up on the scanner, and it's right here on CNC. As you can see, though, Coupang apparently has more relative weakness right now than CNC. It's getting extended. So let's go take a look at that. Let's go take a look at Coupang. Let's see what it's doing and why is it popping up on the scanner this way. This is the power Trade Ideas telling you where the positions are moving around with, right? So bang, look at that. It's going to the lower days. Even though the market's popping, Coupang doesn't really have a green candle in it. There is no real volume in the stock, and if there was volume, maybe it would have pushed it to the upside like the rest of the market. But the overall direction is the south side. Most likely we're getting ready to break the previous lower day of 1971 and push even lower. But let's just watch and see how the market goes. Oh, look at that. Now Coupang is no longer weaker, and CNC is getting ready to push even more to the south side. And guess who is in CNC? Your boy Pratty Daddy, baby. Pushing the south side, taking more profits. Now we only have half our size left on CNC, so we're going to take out our orders. We're going to hold the 50% to see how low can we go on this one. Sharif is currently off for taking a quick little break, so whenever he's back, we'll throw it back to him. But in the meantime, let's head over to Super Chat section, baby. Super Chats today have been as always, wonderful, and we appreciate everyone who super chats us and sends us those donations to help increase the production value of this stream. So we got a bunch of super chats from the morning that I'm going to go through. You're going to help a lot of people make money today. Let's go. You know it, Dior. And with that money, hopefully you can buy yourself a nice little Dior bag or whatever if you're into that, man. I love your name, Dior Allen, if that's your first name. I love it. We already read this one. Salute to you, Mike. You're talking to Nas Boss. I'm subscribing on that alone. This is a great idea, Trade Ideas. Trust me, I've been dying to partner up with Trade Ideas for so long. I'm so glad that we finally decided to do it. And now I get to talk about the scanner all day, every day that I've been using to help me become the trader I'm trying to be. The Fam and Friends, new member with the $5 super chat. Are y'all buying puts or just shorting these stocks? Yeah, we don't trade options. We just trade equities. We're an equities firm. And we also trade future contracts. But we don't trade options because options sadly expire weekly. We don't have to worry about that. And also we're day traders. We don't hold past 4 o'clock. What you guys take on the direction of tops? $2 super chat from Stefan. I'm going to leave that to your boy Sharif because he looks at tops. I have not looked at tops ever, so anything I say will not matter. I'm going to go take a quick break.
What does he want to know about
tops?
Okay.
He said, what do you, I'll read the super chat again for you.
Quick.
The super chat says, what's your guys' take on direction of tops?
Oh, well, it's clearly to the uptrend today. There's no question about that. Up 30%. But it is a bit glacial in its movement. I mean, especially how it bounced off VWAP here, and the break of VWAP was really, really slow. There haven't really been that many periods of aggression on the stock, and the ranges also correspond to that kind of characteristic where it's really tight ranges on this one. You got a 10-cent moves take about 5 minutes to develop on this one. So this one, a little bit tricky. You know, here we're very profitable on it. Got long here at that 805, popped out at 819 and again at 829. But that stupid wick that kind of just wicked us out here below VWAP. That again, that's on me. I own that sadly. The problem here is AEHR, so I got to get out of that one. It breaks through the levels that I've identified. I averaged down here on this one. This one will be a loser for me, despite the fact that we ended up having a really good trade on it over here. Is it a loser for me? Yeah, very small loser, because this one was a big winner. So this entrance here and then this averaging down here didn't end up working for me. It didn't respect the levels. Maybe I should have waited for this one to retrace back into VWAP like I did initially. That one ended up working for me, but hey, can't win them all. Top's profitable. The one that is kind of really the most frustrating is now Canoe or whatever, because this one's ranges are non-existent. Like, we're talking about half penny ranges here that it's been in for the past 6 minutes. It really hasn't broken through a penny range. And the volume, don't even get me started about the volume. It's non-existent. So we're stuck in this one. We're stuck for a good amount of shares here, but we're not going to change our plan. If it breaks through that 949, yeah, the 939, we're out of that one. Thankfully, what is saving us here from complete destruction is that we averaged down with small size. We didn't actually end up getting in all the size at the highest point here. In fact, most of our size is closer to our exit. So that's the saving grace, if there is one on this trade. Look at this. AEHR stops me and then starts making new highs. Looks like I got stop hunted there. I can possibly punch back in if it reclaims that 1695 level, or possibly even that 17. 17 is probably the, you know, I don't want to say the better bet, because with these small cappers, you really don't know. Keeping my eye on this one. I want to get revenge on this one and get back profitable, especially because it is quite a bit above VWAP and definitely one of the bigger candidates on the day. But small cappers today, guys, moving glacially slow. They definitely don't have that
Glaciers
momentum.
don't move slow, bro.
Yeah, they do. They do.
They do?
Yeah.
All right.
You know glaciers move, right?
Yeah, but they think. Oh, I'm thinking about avalanche. Sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah.
I'm thinking about an avalanche. Yeah, glaciers are the ice bodies.
Slow, yeah. So anyway, very frustrating here on AEHR, especially since we just got stopped out and now it's going back up. Hey, that's just the way it is.
I'm saying no, because look at pins, man. We chickened out of that trade. All we had to do was stick with our stop and not worry about it. Stick to your plan, Prad. You talked about this and you broke it again. Pins is actually volume's increasing on pins to the downside. So we could have probably made a lot more money on this position than what we do. It's insignificant, the amount of money that I made on pins. I'll tell you, I made $5 on this trade with 100 shares, which sucks. I did nothing on this position. So obviously we would have made more money if we held on to it as it goes to the south side right now. And we get to complain about it a little bit on the chat over here. But CNC, baby, pushing more to the south side, $1 in the money on CNC. Market's heading back to the south side a little bit, just a little bit. But not really extending the south side. So we're loving it. Show your appreciation for the folks, guys. Hit the like. That's right. Thank you, JF Trader. Appreciate it a lot. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. Ring all the notifications and bells. That helps us with the YouTube algorithm, right? That algo craves and needs those like buttons. So please hit that for us. We appreciate everyone who's already done so. Time to head back into the super chat realm for a second, because we do have a lot of them to deal with. Please do a nice analysis on Best Inc. The fundamentals are there, and also the money in cash. Thank you, says Ali G. Okay, 10 euros for that. Best Inc. I think the ticker is Best on New York. We talked about this yesterday. Penny stock doing no volume, man. I don't know what fundamentals you're talking about when the stock is under a dollar and recently was above $1, and also the stock's not doing any volume. I'm sorry, but I have to move away from this position. There's a lot going on today, and Best Inc. just ain't it. Farm Trader, $5 super chat. Was finger a smile face trade idea on 10 out of 4? Not sure what that means, but we can take a look at FNGR maybe on the 4th of October. That's like 2-3 days ago. I don't know what the scanner said that day, Farm Trader, but it was probably on there. It pops up on the scanners sometimes. We do have a small cap scanner created by the man himself, Nas Boss. Not sure where he is. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, he's right there.
So it does pop up on the scanner sometimes. Playmaker, we read this. Dominic coming in with the Sharif and Pratt. Check out TGA, $5 super chat. TGA, probably a Famularo classic. Let's go take a look at it. 3.4 million shares traded on the day, currently at 358. Come on, charts, load up. No halts that I see for the most part, so not a Famularo classic unless I go to the 1 minute. Maybe I see a halt somewhere. Maybe not. Oh yeah, it doesn't halt anywhere, to be honest. But yeah, TGA did pop up quite a bit off the open, but sadly the negative news on the market, bringing this bad boy to the south side of my chart, just died.
We're getting ready to leave here.
Holy moly, bro.
Good luck. Good luck.
Yes,
Have
sir.
fun.
Bring the
I
good
thought it
luck
said
with
Detroit
you.
for a second.
Old school.
Bring the good luck with you.
Whose name is it?
I don't have any name on the back of it. I know. I thought I had Clemens.
Yo, you know what we should do? Get the name, like the
I'm gonna get
things?
Tony on the back. Hey. Tony. All right. Good luck.
Have a good one, brother.
Yes, man. Kill it.
All right. Peace.
Guys, top. Go ahead,
Yeah, go for it.
Brad.
No, sorry. Here, I
Pride,
finished
Top's
my sentence.
making a move here through this resistance point, through 850. This is an interesting breakout area. Let's see if we can take, we'll take some piece here. Nothing
Market
to
broke low
write
there.
home about, to be honest with you. We'll see what this one does. We want to kind of take it through that 880 area. There we go. We're already 10 pennies in the money on this one. Lots of volume coming into Tops right now. We're already 10 pennies. Yeah, 10 pennies in the money on this bad boy. As it retraces. No, we're still good. We're still good. We're looking for that test of 870, 880 anyway. We have small size, nothing to write home about with this one. AEHR making another stair step up. I took super tiny size for that 17, currently like 10 pennies out of the money, no biggie as well. I'm taking a really small size here, guys, because in case I need to punch out before 12:30, I have to not take that big of a hit. So these are just trades kind of to keep everything interesting and to keep you guys interested, but typically I wouldn't be trading right now. This is kind of not the trading environment that I feel is conducive for my style. I need lots of volume, I need lots of momentum, not seeing that now. So I'm taking these baby trades just to keep you guys interested. Ian will be on in 7 minutes. It's his day up today. He'll be on from 12:30 to 2 o'clock with Bradley. Ian graces you with his presence on Friday. Anyway, let's have a look here at the market, since not much is happening with the small cappers, to be quite honest with you. It looks like we broke low of day on that big move down on the market. Previous lowest day was 36.70. So Bradley was talking about the fact that we may not make newer lows. Looks like we may be making newer lows. 36.66 is the next level I have below that. Let's see how that one acts. Obviously not that far off that 36.70, that 4 points. No biggie. Let's move to the daily chart on this one to see if we can get any important levels here that we may encounter on the way down. I see a low of day on the 28th of 36.54. That may come into play. Should we make a move down 36.54? And then what is this one? This one is 36.35. That goes back to the 26. So those are interesting. 54 and 35 if you're looking for possible bottoms here where we may find areas of support on the futures. And I'm talking about the ES, of course, right? Given that I'm using that number. Now, Tops continuing to make newer highs. We're looking again through that break, of 875.
I got into Google on the break of 99 as the markets did break the low a day. Sharif talked about it, and I'm crying, obviously, because I could have made more money on the futures short if I just held on to it and stuck to my rules. Break your rules, pay the price, right? And that's what I'm doing right now. I'm paying the price. NASDAQ did not manage to hold 11.12K, sorry, on the bids, so we're timber mode at the moment all across the board. Google really struggling to continue its descent past 99. I've seen 99 break, come back like that, hold 99 on the bids, went up to 99.10 and then pushed back to the south side. So I'm trying to wait and see if we can turn this into a big enough of a trade for us off of this 99.98 level. But something that I always talk about, maybe not enough these days, but back when we used to host back over there, we used to always say this thing, which is when in doubt,
zoom out.
There you go.
Yeah.
So when in doubt, zoom out. And by zooming out, I saw the 5th October low was $99.80 on Google. So let's see if we can extend past that 5th October low and start going into a little bit of a deeper red state on the market, not on the market, sorry, on Google, maybe push towards these ranges over here at $96, $97, giving us a nice dollar per share trade on the short, which is average price of $98.95. And CNC still continuing to give us profits to the downside. Now $1.15 in the money. And whoo, baby, what a beautiful day to be trading the markets today. CHWY going to the downside apparently and breaking 36 recently. So let's go pull up that position, see how much we're down on the day. We're already down 10% on Chewy, and we're near the pre-market lows of yesterday. So maybe I'm not going to short the stock.
Let's bring in the big cap charts here to have a look at the big six. They are all decidedly down and moving, even like they're all making lower lows here basically. If I had to choose between the strongest of the bunch, it would be definitely a tough choice here, but I may have to go with Google and maybe Microsoft, looking to show that they may have a bit more relative strength.
Yeah, I'm out of Google.
You're out, you're in, no.
I'm
okay.
out. I don't like the short.
It's a bit of a tough one. Tesla looks like the weakest of the bunch, followed by Meta. Those ones are, I think, a lower relative to VWAP than the other four. Also, Amazon, you know, not a distant third there, but what a day on for the big cappers. If you're looking for long-term adds to your portfolio, this may be an interesting day. Now, coming back to our trade at hand, we're in the money on tops. This one, by a penny or so, by a couple of pennies. Nothing really to write home about. Again, we're looking for that 880 break, but there is not much time left for me on the show. I've only got about 3 minutes left, so if this one doesn't make a move soon, I'll just punch out flat of this one. Such inconsequential size. Again, I'm just taking this to make things interesting, but if you're looking to follow me and how I trade, this is definitely not an environment that I'd be trading in at the moment. Very low volume. You need a lot of volume for these small cappers because the moves need to be aggressive, right? So this is definitely not the environment with which I trade, and that's not really surprising. Friday, you know, there was a big market number, so maybe traders are more focused on these bigger tech plays.
I'm gonna need you to do something.
Yeah.
Take a look at where the market bounced off of.
Okay, let's have a look. So, is it 666 proudly? It's close. It's 6-4s, but hey,
nah, let's say 666.
666. It's good enough. I just want to answer Klopp quickly. He says, hope you have a good weekend, big guy. Hopefully Liverpool smashes your Gunners, though. Big hope. We suck at the moment. Can I tell you something?
We hate Tottenham. Is
Oh,
that
yeah.
the right way?
No, yeah, definitely. But this
okay.
guy's talking about Liverpool. To be honest with you, I can't even hate on Liverpool. Number one, Mo Salah. I'm a Mo Salah fan, obviously, and my dad loves Liverpool. So I got to be, you know, a little bit respectful when I watch them because I'll be watching with my dad. It's Thanksgiving. I'll be up there on Sunday for lunch, actually. Yeah, and my Cowboys play a little bit before that, too. So I see Ian in the corner of my eye, so I'm flattening out tops. That'll be a whole penny winner. Good for me. And then here, I'll be about like 5 pennies out of the money on AEHR. Again, inconsequential size. It was great to see you guys. I hope you guys have an awesome weekend. Obviously, it's Thanksgiving up in Canada, so Americans, wish us Thanksgiving. Before you go, make sure to let Neil and Arun know that as well in the afternoon show. And I hope you guys have a great weekend. I don't know. We'll see you Monday.
Spurs, Tottenham?
Tottenham. Hotspur.
Okay.
Yeah, short nickname. They call them Spurs.
Yeah, because Black Empress is saying, hey, Prad, what's up with booing Spurs? Like, I don't know what I'm doing. I just read a comment from the chat that says, we hate Tottenham. That's all I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing when it comes to soccer teams.
Yeah, no, Tottenham definitely on our you-know-what list. But, yeah, we'll keep it civil on here. No biggie.
Wow,
Take care,
Chewy
weekend,
actually
guys.
extending past 36. And Sharif, man, always
you,
a great
sir.
time sitting with you.
Always.
Before you head out, I just want to say thank you for joining the floor.
Oh, yeah, no
because of you, honestly, I think a lot of us have started to go in the gym. And today, man, I'm getting a little lazy, you know, because
Yeah,
like,
it's Friday,
I have a
man.
good day. It's Friday.
Yeah,
I feel
it's
a little
Friday.
lazy, but guess what? Greg goes, no, we're going to the gym today.
Nice. Feed off each other.
I have friends
Yeah.
who want to motivate each other, and that's the beautiful thing about this family over here, and you're part of that family, and thank
appreciate
you
you
for,
guys.
for
I
putting that
appreciate you
into the ecosystem. I don't think it would have been here without you, man, honestly. So give it up to your boy Sharif, the tank himself, the Hulk himself. He will be back Monday, 11 o'clock, obviously. So come back 11 o'clock to hang out with Sharif a little bit more. Until then, you're going to see your boy Ian coming in and sitting down over here and showing showing you some of his positions. I punched out of my CNC trade. CNC was a pretty good trade for me, but now we're going to take our profits and run away with it. I'm actually looking to just stay away from the market right now because I don't know what the market wants to do. Clearly, it's pushing the south side. It's clearly pushing the south side, but I just don't have any trade ideas at the moment. Maybe Google, we can get back into Google, maybe under 98 here at 99, as the market does seem like it wants to go down. Let's see if they give us the fill here. Did they give us the fill? Let me quickly make sure. They did. They did give us the fill just now. And we'll see if we can try to put some damage over here because the market looks like it wants to go down yet again. And if that's the case, I want to be in Google, even though it's relatively strong compared to rest of the tech baskets, such as your Teslas, your Apples, even Microsoft. Microsoft, one of the weakest stocks today. Down probably 5% now. Yeah, almost 5% on Microsoft. There we go. We're actually at 235 on Microsoft. Do we break 235? We haven't broken 235 today yet. So I'm going to throw an order over here for the 235 break in case that does happen. Do you think 235 breaks today? Ian?
I'm not mic'd up.
You're not mic'd up? Yeah, okay, yeah. So we're just trying to see if 235 breaks today. And it's that time of the day where, you know, volume lowers down. So I'm not really trying to take too much size on this market. Currently, I've already made enough money on the day to the point where I should basically be logging out and just walking away from it. But that's not what traders do. They're addicted to the market. They're looking for opportunities 24/7. So I'm looking for an opportunity at 252, which has some size on the bids. Look at that. Size on the bids get taken out. Market continuing to push to the south side. We're now short Google and Microsoft. Both of them not real size, guys. Trust me on this. I'm not taking real size on these trades because if I lose on these, I don't want to give back a lot of my money that I made today. So just keeping it tight risk, tight size, and trying to see if we can ride the market to the south side, which is where it's going towards. S&P 500 now down. Oops, sorry. ES/Z22CM now down 2.5% at the low of 36.63. NASDAQ down. NASDAQ down 3.48% and it's at 11,140. Let's see what the market wants to do from here.
How's it going, guys? I hope everyone's having a great day. It's been an exciting day. I feel like today is one of those days though, where if you don't have the short at the top, it's tough to get involved, right? You really have to be careful. You really have to manage your risk accordingly and trust your setups. Because if you're trying to like chase this move and just kind of like punch in short randomly, you're probably gonna get hurt. And you know, playing the bounce has been tough. Like you know, there's a reason why bounce plays are on our suicide watch list over there by Greg's desk, because bounce plays are simply just not working. And on a day like today, with the market down 2.5%, man, like yeah, if you're in a good short, needless to say, hold your shorts, you know, obviously scale out, but, you know, trail that stop. I was in a couple shorts early, and, you know, I covered early, and then I was like LFTing, trying to play the bounce and whatnot. I see someone long Tesla. I bet Kathy will buy more shares. That's a good call. But man, I was short Tesla at like 228, you know, trying to get 228.50, trying to get that 228 breakdown. It was consolidating nicely above that 228 area. Eventually broke down, and then you know the rest is history. I covered pretty much right away because I was like short and I added to the short, and then it didn't really go anywhere. But in hindsight, you know, hindsight 2020, hindsight in my hindsight account, I'm a millionaire. It is what it is. In my real account today, maybe the millionaire. I'll have to wait a little bit.
AMD pushing down to $60 at the moment, and there's actually some size on 60. I scrolled down to see if there's any size. I see on the NASDAQ book there's about 1,300 lots on AMD. So we'll see if AMD can bounce off of 60. This stock is already down 11% on the day. How low can you really go, AMD? So maybe stop your brakes. Put the brakes on a little bit over here, right? Hit that brakes on your V12 engine that you're rolling with today. And Ian and I were actually talking about something yesterday. I thought V10 and V12 engines were completely banned from the world.
Yeah, I don't know where you heard that from, but maybe in Formula One. But,
probably because I'm zooted all the time. But, you know, I literally heard somewhere that it's banned across the world. But then after our conversation yesterday, I'm out there Googling.
Man,
and
Bugatti,
I see Bugatti, Rolls-Royce, they're making them.
Oh, yeah. Bugatti just made, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chad, if you guys know, but I think they just made like their newest Bugatti was like a V16. Something crazy like that. You know, Bugatti's obviously into making those crazy things. Maybe Brendan knows, but... yeah, and then, so I think that's the last one they're making, though. But I don't know. Yeah, see, Dodge Viper's V10. I don't know where you got that from, Brad, but I don't think it's true. I think V10s are still a thing.
Right on. Looking at the trade desk over here. Trade desk is at $56 and just now broke 56. Let's go see if we can find any levels on that. Look at that. It's actually at the low of 23rd of September on trade desk. Maybe a quick little long idea to think of off of these levels here as we can risk the low a day, which is 55.82. I'm going to take a little bit more size on that. Come on, Brad. Don't be a little baby. Let's take a little bit more size on that. Let's see if risking about the low a day from 55.82 will give us a little decent winner on TTD. And if it doesn't, that's fine with me. We're just trying to see if we can take some scalps over here across the board. I really do believe the market is overextended to the downside, but it's not what you believe. It's about what the variables the market's hinting you with, and the hint is currently still to the downside, man. I'm not seeing a green candle on the market. 36.63, 36.60, trying to hold at the moment. We'll see if that breaks.
Yeah, I'm thinking about this AMD long
60?
right now. Yeah, at 60. Just
But
because
you're chasing it, man.
the ES is at 36.60, and that's kind of those June lows level. I know it's been rinsed and reused a little bit, but that's what I'm going to kind of go off now. Basically, seeing the size in front of this 60 level, if we get there, I want to see it like kind of break. It is SSR now, so that means it's going to be harder to short this name, right? And we were originally trying to play the SSR bounce when it turned SSR around 61, but that wasn't really in the books, right? And obviously we're fading all the way down to 60, so might as well try it in front of a nice round whole number at 60. I'm going to give it, you got to give it some breathing space, right? You can't just put your stop at or at 99. You're probably going to get wicked out if it comes back down there, right? So just keep that in mind. I am getting a little bit early here, preemptively at 60.20. Quickly 10 cents in the money. I'm probably not going to scalp that out. I want to get for like a bigger reversion play here. Look how far away we are from VWAP here. VWAP is all the way up at 62. I think that's a tall ask to get back there, with this long trade right now. But that being said, maybe if we even get back halfway to 61 area to these tops, maybe that would be good outs there. So we'll see on this one. I'm also looking at Tesla. That seems to be bouncing off of the 222 area. 222, I doubt it's like a level or anything like that on the daily. I just quickly looked. It doesn't really seem like it. So I'm probably gonna steer away from this one. Down 6% on the day, man. Like it's just getting crushed. Oil, what? I wanted to check on Exxon. Exxon was a great long yesterday off of 100. And then look at it today, guys. Like it hasn't even tested close to there. As soon as that $100 broke yesterday, a few of us got that fill, and then many of us did not get that fill on that breakout. I was one of the lucky few who got it, but just pretty much half the size I wanted, which was unfortunate. So it ended up being a good win, but still, it never came back through 100. And now today, XOM having another stronger day, testing 103 again. Yeah, oil is on a serious rally.
I just got long on Apple at the lower days, trying to do the same thing that you're doing with AMD over there. But we'll see if this one can help us out. Let's see if they can give me more size. And they did. Thank you for that. And now we get to see how big of a move can we get. I'm actually going to throw a stop out real quick. So let me just try to think about where I want to throw my stop out. Okay, right, I want to do it over there, 140.43, so we'll do 140.39, and bang, bang, bang. My stop is now sent out. Now we just wait for the markets to see what kind of moves the market wants to give us. Trade desk already in the money, 11 pennies, so it looks like that idea to go long off of that September lows is actually working out for us. September obviously being one of the worst months for the market. Look at how low the trade desk go, from $76 to $55, and then bounce off of that, move back to 64. So we're using that same idea of if this is going to be the weakness, the bottom of the range for the September move, then we're expecting the market to come in with some sort of buying action at least. If the market bounces, we expect trade desk to have some buying action coming in just like that. Now 15 cents in the money. Apple also pushing to the north side. We're trying to take advantage, guys. That's all we're trying to do, take advantage of the market. As your boy, I was getting mad at him because he took my trade, but I was talking about AMD. Yep. I wanted to wait for AMD at 60.15, but you chased it to 60.20, so I hate you for that because you didn't care about 5 pennies. I did, and now you're in the money 20 pennies where I'm not even in the money.
I think it was, and Prad knows who I'm talking about, our good friend who sometimes makes you cry at bars. He was saying how if you're waiting passively at a level and it's like 1 or 2 cents away from that level,
just take it.
Like, just take it, man. Like, are you really going to fight for a couple of cents?
Yes.
Like, in the grand scheme of things, it might save you money in the long long run, I guess if you're, that meticulous about it. But in this kind of trade here where I'm just kind of playing the bounce trade, I'm having to give it a lot of room regardless. 1 or 2 cents is not going to really, make a big difference. Like realistically, I got to give this to like, if this $60 breaks, I want to give it to like at least like 30, 40 cents of leeway below, because, we've seen AMD kind of do that, break down, and then give that big bounce, right? So, it is what it is. But, I was 20 cents in the money. I'm not going to take that, guys. You know exactly where I told you earlier I wanted to take like 60, 80, 61. That's going to be my main targets. I'm going to try and hold and be patient. That's one thing I'm really trying to work on. I said it the other day. I'm trying to work on, getting better exits, being more patient. So that's what I'm going to do here on AMD. I also punched in long Tesla, if you guys noticed on my blotter as well. I just saw the buying like kind of pour in above this 222. So I bid and got long on Tesla. That's chilling about 20 cents in the money. Obviously on Tesla, that's nothing, guys. So, same sort of deal here. My chart didn't load there, just showing you the level 2. I want to get this a little bit more of like a reversion play, right? So now it bounces about 40 cents in the money. I want to see it reclaim the 223 level and, test this 50 period moving average up towards 224.
All right, let's see what the chat's looking at. Actually, guys, I have to cover some super chats before your buddy Bears versus Bull gets in trouble over there. Apparently, the viewers get mad at him when we don't cover the super chats. Guys, it's not Bears versus Bull's fault that sometimes the super chat gets missed. So be nice to your moderator, okay, before he has to pull out the ban hammer. Chef Henry coming with a $10 super chat. Happy Thanksgiving weekend, boys. Appreciate it, but sadly, we are no longer Canadians now. We're Americans, so Thanksgiving for us will be in November. So all my family members will be on a nice holiday, but I will be having to come into work. But I'm not complaining because I love my job. I love my work. I get to hang out with the 4,000 of you every single day. I get to hang out with my boys. I get to make some money and lose some money sometimes. It's always fun coming to work. So I'm not complaining that I don't get a holiday this Monday. But for all you Canadians, happy Thanksgiving weekend if you are enjoying that holiday. But November 24th, I think, is our holiday.
Yeah, I think
in
American Thanksgiving
November.
is always like late November.
Third week of November?
Yeah, something like that. But I always joke around with like my friends and family.
We're American.
Yeah, for like 9 or 10 days a year, I'm American. 9 or 10 days a year, I'm American. That being said, I think a few of us were debating whether or not to take Monday off. Maybe take it as a mental health day. We'll see. Yeah, well, It's good to take time off, guys. If you've been struggling in the market or whatever, not saying that I've been struggling, but if you've been struggling or maybe finding yourself just getting tired day in and day out, take a day off, man. There's opportunities every day, so don't get FOMO trying to chase every single one. No turkey. I'm not a big fan of turkey. Are you a big fan of turkey? I think turkey, like, to be honest, it's a little dry. I guess like depending on how you kind of cook it. It is what it is. Tilray flush. Let's bring up Tilray. Tilray was, was in the news yesterday. I had a sick trade on Tilray yesterday, taking I think it was the 350 break initially, and it was funny because like you want to be long at the bottom, obviously, off those moves, but it's so hard to catch that move. I'm just going to try and scroll back and see if we can see it here. But like, look at this move, guys. So around 3 o'clock, obviously, Biden comes out and says they might be like decriminalizing like some petty like weed crimes and whatnot. Might be releasing some people. Okay, cool, right? That's a great catalyst. Tilray runs up, Sundial runs up, makes a huge, massive move, right? But if you're not like, I guess you could have taken the 3 break. But yeah, if you're kind of scalping out here, it's kind of tough because then it's like people are covering, right? People are covering. It's like starting to consolidate. People are trying to decide what to do with this move, if there's going to be like real continuation or not, right? Obviously today, Tilray kind of gapped up, but then it faded the entire move. And I think it was Max who was trying to short this one. You had a good double top off of the pre-market high here for the short, but as soon as it turned SSR, it's become so much harder to short. Let's go Tesla. Tesla quickly, almost $1 in the money now on Tesla. So let me actually offer out. I want to be patient with this one again, guys. So let me offer out to try and get a piece. Oh, I added there, my bad. Let me try and get a piece to get out. on that one. So you're going to see a real bad ad there. I mistakenly added there. Luckily, my average was way down there. I only added a little bit. But yeah, that was a little bit of a mistake there on my part. Let me just try to get that piece back out and offer out and be patient.
Yeah, I don't know what this market wants to do. I mean, it's creating red candles to the downside, but these candle sizes are not really that big. Do you see that?
Yeah, exactly.
Candle
like
sizes are so small.
Yeah,
so it's
exactly. Like I'm just like looking at the ES.
Out?
I'm looking at the ES now, and this is like the 5-minute chart. I know Prad uses the 5-minute chart a lot as well. Look at like, okay, so you got the momentum to the downside here. Obviously in the morning off of open, obviously off of the jobs number this morning, right? Huge momentum to the downside. And then now it's just kind of like trickling down. Like I guess like a lot of people are, I guess like calling it a day or maybe covering some of their shorts. Like, does this really have momentum to keep like flushing like with like that same velocity to the downside? I'm gonna bet no, as you can see, because I'm in two longs. But I'm playing the bounce off of these like kind of these previous June lows as they kind of break down there. But Tesla still seems kind of strong. Like it still seems kind of strong up here. Off of this 222. So off of that breakdown off of the ES. There was a little bit of selling that came in on Tesla, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm still looking to bounce for now.
I like this one. Faded Polo, if you're in the chat. My precious, and you're talking about the green candle for your precious. I don't know about that. My precious are these red candles that are pushing this outside. But coming back to the super chats, we got Dominic saying, I want to be Prad's friend. You're my friend, Dominic. $5 super chat. Thank you for that. John Welch, $2 super chat. Are you guys big on overnight trades? Maybe people who in the back, if they trade on their own accounts, might be. I personally don't do overnight trades. And over here at the firm, at the floor, we are a day trading firm. Day Trade the World is a sponsorship. If you want to learn more about it, right there, Nightbot already put in the link for you. But you can do !DTTW or ! software. I forget what it is. Either way, Bears versus Bull, the #1 moderator in YouTube, will put in the link most likely in the next 10 seconds for you. So feel free to click on that. We are not allowed to hold positions after 4 o'clock. We close all of our positions at 4. We take our profits or losses, whatever they are, at 4, and just call it a day. And honestly, man, my mental is so much better with that system because I don't have to worry about overnight fluctuations, overnight movements. Like if I was long Twitter yesterday and I come in today and Twitter is where it is, I would flip this table over.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like there's just so much more emotions involved, like with those overnight positions. Obviously before when I used to trade alone, sometimes hold swings and whatnot. I feel like you have to be more in tune with like the general market, like sentiment and directions and whatnot. But that's a whole different style of trading, right? The market broke down here 36.60.
Yeah.
And then now kind of rejecting that area. Tesla's right back up to like 223 again. So I'm liking that position a lot. I was thinking about adding to AMD a little bit actually as well. Someone said Rivian flushing. Rivian's down 10% today. It is SSR as well. I don't know if there's a catalyst with Rivian. To make this big move. I think it's just moving in sympathy.
Probably the overall weakness in
yeah, it's just like the overall sympathy like play. Obviously, Tesla's getting hurt today, down 6%. So I wouldn't really worry too much about that. I want to talk about DraftKings as well, DKNG. Just because they had that.
Paying me that money.
They had that. Were you short this morning?
No, long-term portfolio.
Oh, long-term portfolio. Okay. No, I was gonna say like so. They had the catalyst this morning, right, on a potential deal with ESPN. But we'll talk about that in a second. Let's send it to Brendan real quick. I think he has an update.
Hey guys, I want to jump in real quick here with Michael Noss from Trade Ideas once again, just to answer a few more questions that are popping up from viewers today with regards to the Trade Ideas platform. Again, any questions you have when it comes to Trade Ideas, signing up, layouts, anything like that, throw them in the chat. We'll get to them. Michael Noss going to be here with us all day long. 2 questions in one right now. The first one is the UK is available in the UK, and then the second one is when it comes to training. If somebody was a new sign up, maybe just open an account, what can they get as far as training on the Trade Ideas platform?
Yeah, so first the UK, we deal with U.S. equities only, but the platform works anywhere. So if you're trading U.S. equities from the UK or wherever, Canada, like where we are now, it will work totally fine. It's just that's the market that we're focused on currently. We'll expand out, I'm sure, at some point. When it comes to training, we do have robust video walkthroughs and user guides. Our support chat, if any of you guys are watching from Trade Ideas, is absolutely phenomenal. So they'll help you out with any questions that you need. We have options for live one-on-ones where you can just sit down with a trader and talk about different things like that. So we have a whole lot of trading. We understand that both trading is complicated and the software itself is complicated. So we want to make that as easy as we can and offer as much as we can throughout.
Amazing. On that note, coming up tomorrow morning, mark it down in your calendar, Saturday morning, we are going to put out just a very quick, basic how-to. So if you're just starting out with Trade Ideas, we're going to answer, a few very basic questions. We're going to talk about the scanners. We're going to talk about the races. We're going to talk about some layouts, how you can get different layouts going on Trade Ideas. So watch out for that. Again, tomorrow morning, guys, all weekend long until Monday. Trader TV 30 gets you 30% off Trade Ideas. Back over to you guys.
Far out, though.
3660, my bad.
Yeah, 3,600 so far out. I was just asking your boy Ian as to where you think the market's going to bounce, and he says 3,660, which is where right here around 3,650, the low a day on the market. Google does not want to go too far to the downside either, and we're short on Google. We were 20 cents in the money, now only 11 cents in the money, taking some profits across the board on Google. Let's see if 3660, as Ian said, actually ends up holding. If that's the case, I'm going to cry because I want more money. Yeah, it's holding. You know what? I'm out of Google short. Screw it. Yeah, I'm gonna go to AMD. Oh, I thought AMD would be closer to 60 bucks because the market made a new low, but AMD did not move to 60 bucks. It looks like there's no long opportunity for me on this one, but that means your boy, not Sean, your boy Ian, almost forgot your name there, is actually going to start making some money on that AMD long without me. So congratulations, Ian. Ride that rocket ship to maybe 61 or higher. Beautiful long position. It looks like the bounce plays are not on the suicide list at this time of the day, but most part of the day they used to be on there. Even NVIDIA bouncing off of 122 to the north side, so we'll see how far NVIDIA can pull up over here. That means Tesla long should be something to be thinking about. Maybe 224 break long.
I've been long Tesla, off of this 222 now. Got some out, obviously, had the mistake, the fat finger trade to add on it. Luckily, it wasn't too many shares, so it didn't ruin my average a little bit. That much, but now I'm in the money about $1 on this one. I took some out there. Gonna try and keep riding this trade to see how far it bounces. I was talking about 3660 to Prad just because I was looking at the daily here on the ES, and you see this consolidation and then this big explosion move, and I believe that was on Monday that move was, and that was when the bounce was truly in. And then it kind of, looking at this 3650, 3660 area, that was where it kind of consolidated below and then exploded above, right? So that's the kind of level that I'm looking at for today. If we are going to bounce, better be here because I'm in a couple longs now, and hopefully these can be good ones. But that being said, the market can turn on you at any given moment. I want to talk about DKNG before. And just because DKNG, so they had the catalyst this morning about the potential deal with ESPN. Obviously, ESPN is owned by Disney, right? So that's a huge, potential deal on that front. But that being said,
what's the deal? Do you know what the deal is going to be?
I don't know what the deal is going to be. Well, that's what I was trying to get to. Is it's just rumors, and I was even reading
read up on the
that
deal.
I was reading that ESPN even denied to comment on it. So that being said, I think that was an auto short bias for me, just because I was looking at DKNG in general, and they just every time a big pop happens with DKNG, it just kind of sells off the move or sell the news kind of event. And I was telling Luca, I was 1750, rejection, or $18 maybe if it gets up there is the play. But it just ran up there, and I was waiting for a more valid Tesla 1750 area, and never really got it, and it just rejected. But I kind of nailed the head on that one. Obviously sad that I missed the trade. And I didn't get that one, but it is what it is. You're gonna miss opportunities. It's you try to go for the next one.
What? It didn't even hit my stop, and it stopped me out. Did I screw up my stop? Either ways, yeah. It didn't even hit my stop a whole day. I didn't even see it show up on the book, and it just stopped me out. Wow, okay, Tesla, I guess I'm not trading you anymore. I'm done. I have 2 trades on you today, and both of them were losers, so I'm not going to worry about you anymore. It literally just, I had my stop at 223.16, and we were at 223.39. I didn't even see it go down there, and it just wicked me out. That's crazy.
I wasn't paying attention. It probably, you You probably messed up the
No,
order.
that's crazy, man. This is nuts. I'm just gonna leave this one alone. Market's trying to bounce. Congratulations on your Tesla long. I actually tried to take the 230, 350 break because there was like 50 lots on there. Actually, there's like 100 lots on there. So I took the long on that break. It went to 229.29 and it stopped me out on that somehow. But you know what? We're not gonna worry about it. I LFT'd $6 on this trade. I don't care about $6. Okay, I lose way more than that in a second. So I'm not worried about $6 at all, but the longs do seem to be coming into play off that 3660 level. Arun's back, so maybe once Arun gets some time to settle in, we can ask him what he thinks is a good support area. Look at Tesla now launching towards the north side. Looks like if I only didn't throw my stop out, I would have been in this trade still.
Yeah, exactly. And this Tesla trade continues to work for me now. It seems like I got a good one on this one. Again, guys, you know, I wanted to reclaim
8600.
Yeah, see, okay, so that's a little ways away for now, so maybe this is going to have to be more of a scalp play. There is 144 lots there on Tesla at 63. That's probably going to get taken up. You know, I've seen size on Tesla get eaten super, super quick. It's starting to grow a little bit, but I'm not too worried about that. Is it going to get hits? Yeah, it just got filled there, so that size, you know, 144 lots, 14,000 shares. You guys can do the math at 223. Was it 50 or something? I don't know, but you guys can do the math on that. The notional value on that one probably wasn't that much, and now we continue on. We continue to pour on to the long side here on Tesla, over $1 in the money on this one. I'm probably gonna wait to like right before 224 comes. Now there's some decent size on the bid there. So I'm offering up front of 224 to get my next leg out and see, you know, if we could get the bounce up to 3680 maybe, you know, a little bit of reversion. I don't think we reclaimed 3700. I was talking to Pratt about that. We're still a ways away from there. Is AMD SSR tomorrow? Yeah, so the way SSR works is that, you know, once it turns SSR today, and I'll bring it up here guys so you guys can see, it has to be down 10%, right? So AMD is clearly SSR today. It will continue on for the next trading day, which would be Monday.
Keep going.
Yeah, which would be Monday. Exactly, guys. So yes, AMD will be SSR. Not tomorrow, obviously Saturday, the market's closed, but it will be SSR the next trading day. I bought some Tesla at 222.37. I'm assuming just the way that you kind of said that, you're probably, you know, holding that for a swing trade or something like that. You know, be careful with those just because the overall market trend is down, and obviously with today's news with the jobs number, you know, Sharif was kind of talking about how good news is turned into bad news these days. It is what it is. Obviously, you know, increasing jobs is overall great for everyone, but it also means that the economy is continuing.
That blew my mind up a bit.
Yeah, it also means that the economy is continuing to grow and kind of like expand, right? So that in turn means that inflation is still kind of, you know, a problem. Inflation is still going up.
But
right?
like, let's say there were no, like, it was worse, right? People are not working. And inflation's still there. That means people can't really afford things anyway. So how does that happen?
In that scenario, like let's say there's more unemployment.
Yeah.
Unemployment goes up. There's less jobs created, and inflation is still obviously really high. That's a bad scenario. That's a pretty bad scenario.
I think we're in that scenario right now.
We're getting there. Well, think about it like this. Like obviously the estimate was 250K jobs created, and it just slightly beat that. That's still like the lowest since I think like 2020.
Okay.
So it's still bad, guys. It's still bad. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, obviously the market didn't like it today.
I mean, yeah, people like Tony working like 7 jobs to feed his XBI addiction and so on. So maybe that's part of the reason why over there those numbers could be inflated too, because of inflation. People are working more than one job, right? So it could be that numbers are going up that way. Tesla did pull back slightly. Markets are still holding up at those same bottoms, 3660, struggling to go to the downside past 3660 for the market. So I'm hands off right now, guys. I'll be honest. I want to protect my capital. I made some good money today. I want to protect that. I don't want to give it back. But that being said, if I do see a good opportunity, you know we're going to look for that trade. We're going to look for that opportunity to smash it. Let's go back to a super chat over here real quick. Last super chat. Where is the DXY and crude oil heading towards? Hiren, your questions are all asking me to predict the future, something I can't do. I'm sorry. I don't have that ability to predict the future. I call myself Prastradamus, yes, but I simply don't have the ability to predict the future. What I can do is show you the chart maybe, and the DXY should be on Amex. What is the DXY? Do you know what DXY is?
I do not know.
DXY It's not even pulling up, so not sure what DXY is. And crude oil, so CL/X22 on CM, no, NM. NM is the commodity
NYMEX,
market. It's currently at $92, so crude oil clearly liking the fact that OPEC wants to cut 2 million barrels a day, was it?
Yeah, so they're cutting production and whatnot. So energy prices
Was it a
are
day
going to go.
or a week or a month? Was it 2 million per day?
I'm not sure.
I think it was 2 million per day if I remember what I read. So we are pushing towards that $100 marker because the oil princes want their $100 per share barrel.
Yeah, exactly. Oil price is going to continue to go up now. You know, we talked about that briefly earlier with some trades on XOM, and I know some people had that in the chat. So congratulations to you guys. Stop loss fishing on Tesla. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying, yeah. So if you guys, and I'll quickly talk about Netflix as well, and I hate to be talking about the same stocks, Tesla and, you know, AMD and whatnot, but they're in play today, guys, and that's what I'm kind of trading right now. Tesla ran some stops at 223 to the downside, and now it's kind of bouncing from there. So I think that's what Nick Clemenzi was talking about in the chat. Someone said Netflix 230. Netflix getting hurt today, down 5%. Look at this like kind of range on the daily here from 220 to 250. So you can kind of play these ranges, you know, going long at support and going short at resistance. I don't have to really explain too much about that. That's pretty basic. But you know, when something's in a tight consolidation like this, it's vital to kind of stay away. When it's in the middle, like kind of doing nothing, right? Just kind of diddling the middle. You don't want to be getting too involved. Obviously, if you have a key level that you really like, then hit it. Or if there's a catalyst, then hit it, right? But I don't think there was a catalyst with Netflix today. It bounced off this 230 to the downside, but that could just be like, you know, momentum to the downside. Obviously, today is a very strong downtrend day, right? So, you know, when levels get broken to the downside, they're going to tend to hold as resistance, and that's exactly what happened here on Netflix. No trades for me on Netflix today. Only doing 3 mil volume, guys. That's not too much. You know, I want to see things doing higher R vols for us to get involved.
Leroy Jenkins in the chat. Brad, why are you not in 75 positions right now? I love seeing those names stream across the bottom. I'm done with my positions, man. I took profits for the most part, but the market's actually trying to push back to the south side. So maybe we look to get back into Google. No, I'm not going to chase it 20 cents past 99, but it looks like the opportunities are piling in again for the short side on the market as we did create a new low. I didn't hear it in my ear. So yeah, apparently we're going to throw it to Brendo over here in a second. So let's send it to Big B.
We'll give you an update on the energy markets this afternoon. Another Tuesday for oil back to the upside. I want to take the opportunity to show you some functionality of the TradingView charting system this afternoon. First off, however, here's the headline on Wednesday, kind of driving things so far today. The U.S. stepping up to sell another 10 million barrels from emergency reserves to limit price gains as far as oil is concerned. This is what happened earlier in the week with OPEC and OPEC Plus. So this is a comparison, USO, TradingView platform, obviously. USO comparison. Anyways, this is the overall market. So the bottom line is the SPY, and then the top line is USO or oil on a daily basis. Obviously, the weakness in equities today corresponding with a very strong day for oil. We're also seeing the same thing on currency front. Treasury yields back to the upside as well. Really cool function for TradingView chart today. You can actually take two different assets right now and compare them to what is happening on a daily basis.
Yeah, this is something I use all the time. I've been showing Brendan one of my charts always this. I'm always just looking for strong things, so I want to find right now the market is changing. Everything that I'm seeing long is actually holding up pretty well because I'm just looking for the stuff that is just not agreeing with the market. So the idea being, if we ever find a bottom today and start to move higher, the stuff that I'm in has already been strong and will continue to be strong. So it's a nice way to visualize not only, you know, relative strength when it comes to a number, but how are the two securities moving relative to one another?
The best idea for this, and one thing I just thought of while we were talking here is, what if we put all of the sectors on one comparison chart and it gave you a nice visual representation of what all of the sectors were doing throughout the day? Very quick way to understand what is leading and how far and by how much throughout the session.
Yeah, and we can do that with up to 5 symbols now, and maybe we'll just start to expand it out. How many sectors are there now?
11.
So maybe we'll try to
For
go.
some reason, there's 11.
Yeah, so we'll try to push it up to 11, but maybe if we can find the top 5 that are interesting, I'll put something together and we'll show it off.
Works. Amazing. There you go, guys. Little look at oil versus the S&P 500 today.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, back at it here. Some good insights there on how to use trade IDs and whatnot. I wanted to do a little bit of a like count here. Obviously, 3,900 viewers today, 2.4K likes on the day today, guys. I've seen this number a lot higher recently. Let's kind of boost this number up, guys. Let's get it going. Friday, it's Friday. Yeah, Saturday, Sunday, what? It's weekend time, so let's get excited here. It's been a great show so far. We obviously really appreciate all your support. If you guys do want to as well, subscribe to the channel as well. We're a growing channel, 351K subscribers. When I first started hosting on the show, I think we're only around 300K, so it's grown so much even since then. And that's only been a few months, right? So, this is thanks to you guys. This is why we do it. There's a lot to check out on the channel as well. We do have a store. I'm wearing some of the merch today. I'm wearing, it's not here actually, but it's the black version of this hoodie. No, it's not here. Yeah, it's not here. It's the black version of this hoodie. It says, "I'd rather be trading" on the back. Super clean, super cool. You guys can get it as well. But as always, guys, we thank you for your continued support. And, we thank you to keep watching us on the channel and watching us grow.
Yeah, only 2.5K likes, guys. Pump that number, pump. Let's get to 3K likes. Sadly, no Neil to rap on this Friday, but maybe Luca can drop some bars over there. Luca actually is nodding his head yes. So guys, throw some song options in there. Luca, who do you want to rap, bro? Tupac, Biggie? I think he's nodding his head for Tupac, guys. So tune in. If we get to 3K likes, Luca's gonna drop some hot bars, boy, but I'm not a rapper. So we're going to have some fun with that. Make sure, by the way, Luca was nodding his head no the whole time, if you were wondering. Go check out our Twitters also, guys. Trader TV Sean, Trader TV Brendo, Trader TV, even Pratt and Neil, all of us. We're always posting content over there for you guys to check out. So go follow it and always share the tweets if you can. We would appreciate that. Also share this channel with as many people as you can so we can help grow the community that we love growing over here. UVXY now up 6.3% on the day, still continuing to the upside. Your buddy Brankles, who's been on the show a couple times, had the nasty long on the UVXY today, and he smoked this trade. So congratulations on that, buddy. I wish I held my futures trades a little bit longer because now we are still continuing to go to the downside. I wish I also held my Google trade. There's so many things I said I wish, but what can you do? Sometimes it just doesn't work out for you that way. Now Google continuing past 99 to the downside, most likely going to 98, as this market has no bounce level just yet until we go to 3,600 according to your main man Arun.
Yeah, exactly. We're still a ways away from there. So, if we do get there, you can imagine that, I'm gonna be hella burnt on my longs right now, but they're still kind of floating around. Tesla hasn't broken a new low, even though the market proceeds to break lower and lower, right? So if this market does find a base at some point, you can bet that Tesla is probably going to bounce as well, and that's what I'm kind of playing off of now. It's right back to my price. If it comes back down to this 222 area and begins to hold, bidders start to stack up, or there's buying down there, I'm probably going to add to this one and try to grow this position. My AMD position, I was taking some pieces out here just to make sure that I am capitalizing, being like 40, 50 cents in the money on that one. Since then, it has come back down. I was taking out in front of 60 and it was unable to get above there. So same sort of story, guys. Like it held this 60-20 area. You guys know I'm risking off of the 60 level, right? I haven't seen the size there, so that's to be seen. But for now, these trades continue to work for me. Are you guys in any trades? Call it out if you are. Apple 140 already broke to the downside. You see the 139.94 is the low of day, so we're testing those lows now. It broke earlier today, and I think that's what Prad was trying to go long off of before. On the quick breakdown.
We're at 140? No!
Yeah, on the quick breakdown, and then reclaim the level. Sometimes you can get crazy bounce moves off of there like that.
I'm going long here.
Yeah, exactly. But sometimes the bounce play just isn't in for the market. Now a green candle starts on the ES there
I'm
on
long.
the 5 minute.
That's why.
Maybe the bounce. Yeah, you pushed it up, right? So
I
maybe
have
the
a
bounce
million
is
on
in
this
now.
long right
maybe
here.
the bounces come in. That's what we're playing off of.
I have a million buying. Okay, I know. Before anyone takes me seriously, I don't have a million buying power on this long, but I do have this long right now.
If you punched long $1 million
It's
on
gonna
half
pop.
it would have showed on the tape, and everyone would have saw it on the show.
Yeah. No, obviously I don't have a million buying power on this long right now. That would be even ridiculous to put my whole buying power in one trade. That would be absolutely ridiculous to do that. But let's see if this market can bounce, man. I really don't want this market to go to 3,600. I'll be honest. I don't want this to go to 3,600. I don't know about you. Maybe you do because you're short, but I don't because that's not a good sign for the market. Let's bounce before 3,600. Maybe Friday or maybe Monday we go to 3,600. But let's not just go all the way from 3,700 or even where do we start this day with? We started in pre-market at 3,760. If this market goes from 3,760 to 3,600 in one day, that's ugly. Already down 2.7% on the S&P 500 market. NASDAQ down 3.7%. And Apple here, the long's looking like a little bit of a relief long coming into play. Let's see if we can capitalize on that move. But I'm also watching UVXY this whole time. UVXY at the high of day, does it break the UVXY, there you go. It's at the high of day. Does it break the high of day or does it reject it and pull back? If it rejects it and pull back, then the market clearly having a bounce in it. But if this doesn't reject it and continues to the north side and breaks the high of day, then the market's still going to the downside. Thankfully, it is working out the way we need it to. We're seeing the green candle on both the markets and we're seeing the red candle on the UVXY. That means our Apple position in the money by how many pennies are we in the money right now? Where's my blotter? Hello? There it is. So we're in the money 13 pennies.
Yeah, almost like a double top forming there on the UVXY, almost like a lower high. So, watching that one on the side, it's always good to watch that on the side. And I'll bring it over here. It's, it is on my side screen here, so I'm always kind of watching that to see what that's doing in correlation with the rest of the market. I wanted to bring up one comment here. What is a good aim on percentage per trade to go for? I'm fairly new and my account is small since I'm new. Yeah, that's a good question. To be honest, I think it's more about R&R. Like, say, for example, you want to risk 10 cents on a trade. Try to go for at least like a 1-to-1 or a 2-to-1, 3-to-1. Those are the great trades to be in. Not necessarily like a certain percentage, right? Like, you can always try to say like, oh, I'm going to cover when I'm like 50 or 150% of the money or whatever. But I always kind of look at trades like at an R&R standpoint. That's what makes it worth it for me to be in the trade, right? If you kind of cover like right away or something like that, then, accepted that risk for essentially nothing, right? So kind of keep that in mind when you are trading. If you are new, then, trade with a paper account to kind of get used to those kind of strategies and those kind of like entries and exits and whatnot. AMD TL retest here, I'm not too sure what that means. Apple, Microsoft, NASDAQ 100 buy. Yeah, so I think you're kind of going in on the bounce play as well. Prad got in on the 140 long, and that seems to be working as well. Tesla right back in the money for me, over $1, almost $1 now. So it seems like I should have added to that one. Short the market, yeah, I think you might be a little bit late to the party on that one. And that's what I said earlier, being short today, like if you got the short early in the day or had a good short position, that's like something you really want to hold, right? Because then, you're trying to short these pops and whatnot, but like where do you risk? You got to, risk up here and whatnot. So it is tougher to get the short later on in the day, especially if you're shorting bottoms. And, these breakout trades haven't always been the greatest recently, right? So if you are in a good short from today, guys, trail that stop, hold that short and keep it going.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if we can maybe look into Microsoft, but something that keeps on ringing in my ears, I forget who said it. Was it Neil or sorry, was it Arun or Sean? Either one of them said it, that Microsoft is really relatively weak today because Google was holding in a nice little range. Microsoft was just dying off. Microsoft was down 3% when Google was only down, I think, 1% or something. I forget what the number was, but it's clearly a lot weaker than the rest of the tech basket. So I'm just trying to come up with a theory over here to maybe this long works out over here because it's a good company. If people are looking to buy a dip of any stocks, it might be the Apple and Microsoft instead of like your SoFis or something, right? So Apple right now, 35 cents in the money. Time to take some profit on that bad boy. There we go. Apple taking some profits on that one. Let's see if we can keep getting a bigger push. But I want to talk about GGE. GGE popping up on the trade idea scanner that Michael Noss made for Sean. As you see right here, GGE already won 6 races on the day. 6 races on the day, up about 35%, and the current change is 11% change. That means clearly buyers are coming in, trying to push the stock to the north side. So I'm trying to take a quick little long on this position to see if I could work with it. But I gotta let you know that I don't really have too much experience trading these low float stocks. This is a 21 million share float stock. Green Giant, apparently a Hong Kong company, I think. No, China company, with no real short float in it either. So, and I need to know the catalyst. I don't even know what the catalyst is for GGE. Let me quickly go see if I can find the catalyst for it. Come on. Nope, nothing on here. And what does GGE even do? Engages in real estate development. Okay, then short. What the heck? Short real estate.
I want to bring up one comment here, and it's just kind of on that topic that we were speaking of before. Leroy Jenkins, great comment here.
Wow,
a lot of
sucked.
people get carried away with the results of their trades in the short term, but it is actually meaningless. And this is something that we talk about a lot, and it's something that I remember Greg preaching a lot too when I was like kind of starting. Man, your P&L is like so, you shouldn't look at your P&L as a measure of success. Like, looking at your P&L every single day and, you know, recognizing that like, oh, I did poorly today just because I lost money. No, that's not correct, right? If you followed your plan and maybe like your setups just went against you or you didn't trade or something, it wasn't not a successful day. It wasn't a bad day, right? Don't always just look at your P&L and get down on yourself because you lost money, or don't think that you, just because you made money means you're a great trader, right? The P&L is not a direct reflection of what you're doing. The P&L is more so a byproduct of trading well, right? So just kind of keep that in mind, especially when you're new. Consistency above everything else. Yeah, exactly. That's what you got to build. You just got to build consistent trading habits and become a better trader that way. And that's something that, you know, we all work on, something that I really focus on every single day.
What does P&L mean?
Profit and loss? Yeah, exactly. So
that's what Chad just asked.
Oh, yeah. What does P&L mean? So, yeah, profit and loss, guys.
Watching the bid stack up on rhythmic order flow ES. Not sure what rhythmic order flow is, but probably something that's a tool for you that's helping you to understand the order book and the flow going in. Yeah, good for you. Congratulations on that. We clearly see the market moving up north and are long on Apple. 48 cents in the money, baby. What did I tell you? 140, gotta hold on Apple. Apple below 140 today? I don't know about that. You think Apple breaks 140 to the downside and stays below 140?
I mean, if the bounce is coming in now and that's where you're risking off of, I don't think it breaks there.
No, you think later on in the day, do we end below 140 or above 140?
I'm going to say no. I'm going to
Above
say no.
140,
yeah,
right?
above 140.
Yeah.
I'm going to say no. I think we probably, you know, bounce from here a little bit and probably end up somewhere like 3680, not quite reclaiming 3700. But man, the market's down 2.5% right now. Do you really see it being down like 3.5%, 4%, something like that? I think that would be a crazy day. And one more time, guys, I want to address one more comment. And someone said that can maybe be true, like going off of what I was saying before, that can maybe be true for us because we're trading company money, but for personal traders, it's a day-to-day grind. Guys, it's a grind for us. And believe me when I say this, like even though we're trading for a prop firm, this is still our money. This is our livelihood, right, that we're trading for. So it's exactly the same thing, guys. We're in the same boat.
All right. Yeah, one of our viewers is just asking me how do I get promoted to YouTube member on the Discord server? That one's just automatic, man. Honestly, that one's pretty automatic. I think I integrated it at once before and I took it out because it wasn't working properly. But I think Justin integrated it back, so I'll talk to Justin. I'll remove this. The YouTube integration with Discord doesn't work properly. See how it only shows some names in there? That's not true. There's a lot more YouTube members on Discord that actually are also members on the YouTube side. So ignore that part. Don't worry about this. I want to also mention, guys, we have a lot of people trying to come in and pretend to be Blind Jedi, who's our Discord moderator, pretend to be me also. So please be very careful right here. This guy, we banned him once already, and he's back again trying to pretend stuff. So anytime that anyone contacts you or messages you, says, hey, how's your trading been? Give me Bitcoin and we'll triple it for you. That's not us. Please be very careful for these scammers out there who are just gunning for your money. If they spent half that energy to actually learn how to trade for themselves instead of trying to scam people, maybe they would be better off in life. But hey, I'm not their dad. I can't tell them what to do. What we can do is protect our wonderful viewers on an everyday basis. So guys, be very careful. On Twitter, on Instagram, on Discord, lots and lots of scammers out there. We're not gonna ever message you first. We don't have to message you first, right? We're busy doing all other things. But if you do message us, there's a good chance I reply I actually reply to almost every single message people send to me. So there's a good chance we will reply to you, but there's never a reason for us to contact you first. So if any time a Trader Prad or a Blind Jedi or Trader TV Sean is contacting you, 99.9% it's a scammer. We're going to go to Brendo right now at the big desk.
I'm trying to make these colors.
Hey, guys. Yet another question and answer period here with our friend Michael Noss, CMT from Trade Ideas here, to give us a rundown on a few things when it comes to the actual platform itself. We had a great question in regards to the data and the scanners. Can they go back more than a day or more than a couple of days to show prior history and price action, things of that nature? You're going to show them not only can it, but a little bit more.
Yeah, so you can go back and you can see in a replay mode of what happened in the scanners yesterday or going back 64 days. Some of the swing trading stuff, we go back up to 10 years to test certain things. But yeah, I'm going to show you guys something where if you develop your own window, and this is a window that my buddy Chris working there, basically just looks for stocks that are breaking resistance, that are not quite at highs. So PRVB here. It's not quite at highs, but it's breaking resistance, and this is a setup that he really likes and uses all of the time. And the question is, well, what about if I wanted to trade this for a longer period of time, or what if even I wanted to automate it through our Brokerage Plus system? Well, you can run a back test, and this is just a simple back test that he put together and said, what if the first time a symbol comes into this scan for the last 64 days, I bought it, I traded the rules around it that I set. I can see this is the performance, the equity curve of this particular trading strategy. I can dive in going back 64 days and we will mark on the individual chart exactly where, so this is one for tops on yesterday, and it will show you exactly where the entry was and the exit was. I can scroll back a little bit here. But yeah, so you can see on the chart down here, this little arrow, so it showed that it purchased right here. Pulled back a little bit, but this one ultimately resolved in profit. So you can go back and check all of your scanning histories. It's a great way to hone your trading skills by being able to put in way more reps than you can as a human being.
A huge bonus that comes with the platform. Obviously, once again, guys, Trader TV 30 all weekend long until Monday. Get you 30% off Trade Ideas. Go check them out right now.
Yeah, go for it.
Thank you, guys. One question in the chat was like, why are you guys long Apple and Tesla? So let me bring that up right now. So Tesla, it came down to this 222. It's down 6% on the day. I was looking at these market levels. So, Prad and I were talking about it as soon as I came on, what's going to happen right now with the market. Are we going to bounce? And I said, it looks like we potentially can bounce off of 3660 just based on previous levels, right? So I quickly looked to Tesla just because Tesla's been, grinding lower basically all day. Like, look at this. It's all red candles, right? No real kind of bounces, right? And then as soon as 222 came into play, there was genuine buying down there. And that's why I initiated the long here, basically risking off of that 222. And a lot of times you'll see like these big tech stocks, like they'll kind of rally, or not rally, but they'll kind of revert back to VWAP almost and kind of trickle back up there. You see that all the time with Apple, right? So Tesla's the same sort of way, same sort of thing. So that's exactly why I'm long on Tesla here. It would have been a beauty ahead on that dip when I was like basically flat on my position here, but I wanted to get closer to 222 to add there. It is what it is. I didn't get the add. I'm still long in this position. I still have a few shares left here, and I could still kind of scalp this one out. I am offering shares out 224.50 area. for my next piece, and then hopefully we keep pushing up towards 225. And someone else also asked what moving periods or what moving averages we like to use. I use the 50 moving average, the 50 EMA, so that's this like kind of pink purple line here. And then also the 200 up here, and then this blue line here is VWAP. VWAP is always something that you should be using. If you're day trading, it's a good tool to always use. And I like using the moving averages just because I know that a lot of institutional traders kind of use those tools to also trade off as well. So it's good to have those tools up on my charts. That being said, we tend to not trade off charts. I use charts to kind of find levels, and then once it gets to that level, then I start reading the tape and seeing the price action. Is there buying? Is there selling? What's the supply and demand like at this current price and at this current time, right? And that's how you kind of make decisions. Don't really make decisions just based solely off of charts. But that being said, great tools to have up on your charts.
Hey, Trade Ideas official account in the chat over there. What's up, Trade Ideas? Obviously, your man Michael Nos Boss is in the office right now, and we're having a great time talking about Trade Ideas and all these wonderful scanners that help me, make the trades that I look for every single day. Let's show you another scanner that just went blank. Maybe I did something, but that was supposed to be the volume leaderboard scanner that shows you what stocks are doing a ton of volume today. And I think on there I saw NVIDIA. Let's go check out what NVIDIA is doing at the moment. Obviously to the downside, most likely same as AMD and so on. But as AMD bounced off the $60 level, it still bounced, right?
Yeah, it hasn't gone back down there.
Awesome.
Yeah,
so it still holds. So because of AMD bouncing off 60, I'd say because of that. NVIDIA bouncing off of 121 here and moving to the north side too. Apple still in the money, 30 cents. But if you look at the overall market, it didn't really go too much further to the north side past the 36.66. We're still using that 666 number on the market over here, and we're finding somewhat of a maybe this is a pivot point, This pivot point will direct us to either to the downside all the way to 3,600 or to the upside right back to the VWAP, which is 3,700. Never has this market today had a VWAP retracement, which is pretty insane. For those of you who trade the financial juice number, you might want to see a retracement coming in. Without a retracement, it's going to be hard to punch the bottoms over here on the market, but we'll see what ends up happening.
Yeah, exactly. It seems like we're almost at that sort of inflection point, and I was talking to Pratt, it seems like every time that I come on the show, the market tends to kind of make a bottom or, turn around and revert back. Maybe that's the case today, but again, guys, this does seem like the market is trying to decide what it wants to do at this point, whether it wants to just continue to grind lower, or if there is going to be any single, shed of a bounce today in the market. Someone said thoughts on Meta for today, and Meta, I haven't traded today. 14 mil volume on the day, no catalyst, so no reason to really be trading it per se. It is down 4% on the day, kind of just grinding lower with the market. What I want to talk about with Meta though is on the daily. There's been a consolidation probably since, basically since the end of September. I want to say last week, September, basically between 132.50, 132, let's call it, and all the way up to like 142. So about like, a $10-ish range, $8 range here on Meta. And it hasn't been able to break out either direction of this consolidation. So this is definitely going to be something to watch for if, there is a catalyst with Meta, or if it breaks out of either direction. It's probably going to continue in that trend. And just because, that's what tends to happen when the market consolidates like this, right? When you get a big consolidation or a breakout consolidation on volume per se, then you get that, that's usually the start of a trend. That being said, it's tough to trade in the middle of this area. It's kind of touching back to like what I was speaking on about Netflix. To trade within this consolidation area, you're probably going to get chopped up unless there's like some sort of catalyst or something like that. RIP Credit Suisse. I think Credit Suisse, they bought back. They had a buyback today.
Debit Suisse?
Yeah, Debit Suisse. Yeah, they had a buyback today, so I saw that pushed up a little bit in European markets. Ghost of Lehman Bros will visit soon. Brad's wearing the shirt today. You guys, he used to work there. He was the reason why that bank fell apart. No, that's a joke. But do you have a trading floor in the UK, do we?
I just asked Justin that question. So it's most likely we do have it. I don't have the answer for that. You could head over to the Day Trade the World website, which is daytradetheworld.com or DTTW.com, and you can contact someone from the marketing team over there. Most likely Justin will reach out with you if you do contact him, and he'll be able to tell you exactly where the offices are. We're just sponsored by Day Trade the World. We are a floor which is, just connected to Day Trade the World, but not really work with them. We're traders who are a completely different entity from Day Trade the World, but we do use their software, and you can go check them out. Once again, Justin will probably get in touch with you or someone from the marketing team. I know there's offices in India. I know there's offices in Australia. There's offices almost every single place except for USA. So there has to be an office in UK, just from my guess. Something that my buddy Dan Imans made a comment in the chat. Pretty good comment over there. If the NQ loses this level, we are under the NASDAQ open from Monday. So here's the open on NASDAQ from Monday, which is 11,030. Yeah, if we do go there, that's not really looking good. I also have this green line drawn out from the bottom of 17th June 22nd. Notice that's the first bottom where the market started reversing to the north side all the way back to 13,000 over here after the initial drop down that the market had. So that was the first bottom. We did break that bottom a little bit recently, I think sometime in September. No, that was sometime in October. Wow, okay. But overall, was that October? Yeah, in October 3rd, we started off a little bit lower and then we ripped up. Overall, though, the market's trying to push back to that exact same Monday open. Monday's low would be way lower than that price. So hopefully the market does hold up over here. We just have to wait and see. Time will be the dictator of what's happening. And NASDAQ S&P 500 still failing to get above 3660, and we're seeing another downwards candle coming into play on the market, which means our Apple long, which was 30 cents in the money, now only up 11 cents.
Yeah, I'm watching AMD now because it's creeping closer to that 60 area. It hasn't quite gotten there yet, so I haven't been able to see the size. It's kind of stalling out. And look, it seems like the level one's kind of stuck there. Okay, it's unstuck now. But it was like kind of frozen there at 60.12. And I'm watching the tape. A lot of action is going off at 60.11, 60.10, 60.12 right now. So it seems like AMD is also at an inflection point. The market is pulling back, has yet to break lower, right? So this is low a day. Okay, so 60.06 is low a day on AMD. So we haven't quite broken that yet, and we haven't broken the 60 level yet. So, I'm thinking about potentially adding to this trade if the 60 level bounces here and doesn't, break down and sellers really start to take over. You know what? I am going to add to this now just because it seems like there is buying down here. Okay, so a lot of green on the tape right there. So it seems like there is buying here. It quickly gets shut down, but that's okay. The reason why that I'm adding is because, man, the market is still struggling with 30.60. I don't think, that Prad or myself are necessarily wrong to be long right now in the market. If the market, I'm also watching the VIX too. I was quickly bringing up the VIX on TradingView there to see, where we kind of were. And I was also looking at the UVIXY, right? The UVIXY is the tool that we like to trade. I was talking about it a little bit earlier. I was thinking like, okay, if, the market does break down here and I get pushed out of these longs, the Tesla long and the AMD long, where can I get long? And I think it might be on the UVIXY here, but I wanted to see it like pull back closer to like the 1250 range, this consolidation, maybe off of VWAP. It probably pulls back down to VWAP and then bounces from there if we are going to continue downwards today.
I'm trying to find the scanners to see what can we find over here. TQQ today with 172 million shares traded on the day. Why do I not trade the TQQs, man? I don't even know. Lots of liquidity on these positions. $19 position, absolutely through the roof today. No, to the downside, sorry. TQQ is your 3 times leverage of the QQQ. So every time QQQ goes down, TQQ will follow it too, but the opposite of TQQ will be SQQQ, which is also on the volume leaderboard. It's number 2 on the volume leaderboard with 109 million on the day. Look at it, up 10%. This is your 3 times leverage ETF of the QQQ to the other side, inverse. So every time QQQ goes down, SQQQ goes up, and vice versa. If that one goes down, then this one, if QQQ goes up and SQQ goes down. I know a lot of you trade QQQs and TQQs all the time. I just go trade the QQQs because I have the buying power to do so, and I'll just go directly trade the market itself, like the futures itself or the market itself. But I do know I have a lot of my friends who do trade the TQQs and QQQs because it's a way lower notional price of a share. So you can take more shares and maybe even get a bigger move out of it because they move 10%. They move 3 times whatever QQQ moves and SPY moves. I forget what the SPY's 3 times leverage ETFs are. Do you know what they're?
I don't know. No.
Yeah, I forget what the 3 times leverage for SPY is, but someone in the chat will for sure help you out in there. I know a lot of you know that. Oh my God, no more QQQQQQQs? Yeah, fine.
All the gains from this week are just about gone. You know what? That's okay. Flat or forward is what my good friend Luca always likes to say. As long as you didn't tilt and lose everything, so to speak, then I think you're okay. It's been a weird week. Like you had the bounce Monday and Tuesday, and I was talking to Brankles about it. And these bounce days, I feel like we got to take better advantage of them, just because those days are very violent to the upside, during a bear market and whatnot. And you can make a good amount, especially on just overall like beta stocks, right? I think it was Amazon on Monday or Tuesday was up like almost 5%, 6% on the day. Like that was a huge trade, and I think most of us missed it on the floor, right? So, look for those days, and then the rest of the day or the rest of the week, Tuesday or Wednesday onwards, the market has kind of faded and made that top around like that 38.20, and obviously the big down move today, and we're right back at those lows once again, right?
This ruins my whole theory of the market that I created.
Yeah, right.
Do you remember that theory?
I think we were both on that though. Like I was really thinking that the market was gonna continue to bounce, and there's always been like people say like there's always like mini bear rallies after like FOMC and whatnot.
Yeah.
And I was like thinking, okay, this is kind of lining up perfectly leading up to CPI.
Yeah.
But now it's just kind of ruined, right? Now
it ruins my theory.
Now it's
completely.
kind of ruined, and we're back to the drawing board, I guess. For next
I
week.
literally screamed, we're going to 4K before it goes down, and here we are right back to 3,600. So I don't know what to do anymore.
Yeah, exactly. I had the Amazon long and didn't take profit at the high. Well, hopefully you took profits at some point, because I think Amazon is like right back down. But that's what I was kind of talking about. It is right back down. Find those strong names on those big bounce days, and then take advantage of them, and make sure you take profits, man. Don't be too greedy on that one. Someone said Tesla wants to break through 225. I hope so. I got this fill at 225. What was it? 224.38 was my fill. So good out there. I'm still holding a decent amount of my position here, waiting for it essentially to really give a true test of this 50 EMA up to 225, right? So the market is still kind of lulling itself to sleep here around this 36.60 area, trying to figure out what it wants to do. This whole time, Tesla has been kind of just stagnant or grinding up slowly, right? So that makes me like this long position more and more. I'm simply just I'm letting it manage itself, basically. I'm kind of trailing the stop on it now, probably bringing up the stop to like 220, 230, 40 area. If this breaks out in 225, gets reclaimed, probably going to put my stop around 220, 350 and just kind of move my stop up $1 each time, so to speak, right? So this Tesla trade continues to work. AMD, however, is not really doing too much. It's giving a little bit of a bounce here from my last ad at like 60.10. But now, it just continues to struggle. And this was a lot of selling momentum here. So really need the market to really kind of pick up to the upside. If AMD is going to continue to push upwards and bounce off of this 60 area, this is the long that, I'm not that much of a fan of right now. And, unfortunately, it is a bigger position than my Tesla one right now, because I've been scaling out more of my Tesla position. Are you still in that Apple long? I think that's...
Yeah, I'm still holding it. I mean, trading the plan, trading the setup, doesn't matter what happens with the market or whatever. As long as I stick to my rules and I stick to my setup, that's all that I care about, because then I can justify my loss even easier than previously, right? So look at this tweet over here. I would immediately be a better trader if I just stuck to the plan. Right, that's my answer to the statement. How would you answer this, Ian?
I would immediately be a better trader if I was more patient.
More patient? Yeah, all right, I like that answer. I was actually thinking about giving that answer, but I just stuck to the plan.
Yeah, stick to the plan. More discipline, I would say. It kept emotions more in check. I mean, we can go on.
Let's see what Luca has to say. Luca, I would immediately be a better trader if I blank. turn off my monitor on a winning trade. Yes, Luca. I mean, if I did that today, I would be way deeper in the money, baby. If I just turned off my monitor once I punched into my winning trades and just didn't even look back about covering, come back at 3 o'clock and throw my mocks out and then just leave the office, I would have probably made a lot more money. But hey, we stuck to the plan at the end of the day. We're happy with what we did and we're enjoying our day. And talking about Luca, get ready for a big show, baby. You got the home run hitters, Luca and Arun himself, on the closing show. It's going to be a lot of fun. Apparently, Luca's going to talk about his big banger of a Tesla trade, so I can't wait to listen to that. 2 o'clock, stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. And make sure to smash that like button on that show, too, because it's a brand new show. The like counter starts all over again. And for every single video and every single live stream that we go up to, those like counts do add up and helps the algorithm overall. So smash that likes, baby. We appreciate everyone who already did.
Guys, I'm watching AMD. It's coming right down to 60. That 60 level is getting hit.
I like it.
You won't see it here, but there was about 2,000 lots, and it is an iceberg trade there. Bid on AMD at 60, and now it's starting to bounce. Okay, so yeah, so I just added to that trade there. I'm gonna see if this can go up now. Yeah, exactly. So it tested that 60 level. I'm basically still risking off of the 60. I don't think it broke. The lows,
it broke it by 0.1, man.
Did it?
I think so.
I don't think it did. I don't think it did because
okay.
I was watching that 60 dwindle down. It got down to like less than 100 lots. And then, you know, it bounced right back up, right? So I was a little late on that ad. I got 60-10. What a bad fill. I wanted to get like low 60s for the amount of size I just put on. But that's okay. That's okay. I'm thinking that now the 60 area bounces. If it held like that, clearly someone wants to buy AMD at these prices.
Yeah, one thing that Greg always says, like whenever I mess up, sometimes I do mess up because I get impatient and I start chasing a trade. As a day trader who has a shutdown, meaning I have an X amount of dollars that I'm allowed to lose on a day. If I lose more than that, I can't trade anymore for the rest of the day. On a setup like that, our price is very important. So you saw me not take the long at 60.15 last time or because I don't want to chase it. But now that we're at 60 again, this is my trade that I want. This is my setup. I'm leaning on that size that your boy Ian mentioned earlier, that 1,300 lots that I also mentioned previously. Let's see if we can capitalize on this. Now I have more size than I ever had all day on any stock. And this trade is going to be a banger of a winner. Apple 41 cents, AMD 8 cents only. But let's see AMD move up as the S&P 500 is getting above 3660. We're going to get $1 out of this trade. Well, maybe not, but I would love to.
I would love to, but now it seems to be bouncing. It's in the teens now. There is buying here. Let's go, AMD. Come on.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, here we go. So getting some out here.
Same.
Just on a little 10-cent pop. Again, guys, I had a lot of size.
Oh, I added. What?
My price wasn't that great on that ad, right? So now my price reduced down to 60.10. I have a fair amount of size on this trade. I want to see it bounce up a bit more and, you know, get this bounce up to the 60-30 areas, into the 20s, and then I'll take off even more size on this one. That Tesla trade, I quickly went to manage this one, and I just want to offer out in front of 225 in case the market does start to bounce a bit more here. I want to make sure that I have orders on the offer to get filled and take more profits on that Tesla trade as it continues to work. Come on, AMD. It pushed up to 60.10 and then just didn't do anything. It just kind of, you know, right back down. It pushed up to 60.20 and didn't do anything. And now the buying starts to pour back in. I think Luca just said, see that? I didn't really see that. Okay, yeah. So someone posted on Inverse there on the bid, and you know, the price kind of ran away from it, and now it's right back down. So maybe if that person can post again, that would be great. But you guys accidentally add too often, man. Okay, so here's the thing, guys. Like, I don't normally trade at this computer, and that's why, you know, sometimes you'll see like my chart setup or whatever is a little bit different. I normally trade back there. That's my main computer on the actual trading floor. And my keyboard setup is a little bit different. My layout is a little bit different there. So, you know, sometimes I do fat finger and make mistakes. Luckily, you know, I'm trading on that accidental ad. I didn't add as much as I would normally add. But yeah, you know, it's easy to make mistakes sometimes when you are trading on a different setup.
Yeah, that's very true. You gotta you get used to your setups and your keyboards and so on. And keyboards are such an important thing. Like, that's why I carry my keyboard anytime I go to a new workplace. Like, I'm not using a keyboard that's not mine that I'm used to. Like, look, 110 words per minute doesn't come by using these trash HP keyboards and those trash Dell keyboards that Luca is trading off of. I don't know how you trade off of that garbage Keytronic keyboard. But yeah, you know, I always suggest people to use tools that they're comfortable and okay with using. For me, my tool is this beautiful keyboard that only cost me $55. I love this keyboard. Let's go. It's Corsair, by the way. Talking about Corsair, let's actually go look at Corsair. I haven't looked at Corsair in a while. I think the ticker is CRSR. It is indeed CRSR. All-time lows on Corsair, near $11. What is GitLab looking like? Because I need to... How does GitLab, oh, it's down 666. How does this happen every day? This number always shows up in my radar. I don't know how. But GitLab, man, I'm waiting to buy more GitLab around these ranges. If it does pull back, we'll look for that opportunity. But this stock is pretty strong, and it's a very good company compared to, if you look at GitLab and GitHub, they're pretty much the same companies. I can't wait to add this to my long-term portfolio. And another stock that I can't wait to add to my long-term portfolio is Google under 100. So here's Google pushing to the downside. Even Justin is talking about CRSR. Okay, Justin. Justin's a gamer, so obviously he knows what Corsair is.
I'm just watching AMD here. It's pushing back. It looks like it's going to test 60 once again. I looked over at Luca, and he thinks AMD
They're going to burn the stops,
here.
right?
It might burn the stops.
Yeah.
But, man, that was a whole lot of buying that just came in. What did you say?
Oh, it's SSR. That's right.
Yeah, it's SSR. So it's harder to hit those stops to the downside. Like, so when that 60 was
I'm going to add more in that case.
Yeah, exactly. So when that 60 was getting hit, it was tougher for it to actually break through, right? Because it is SSR. I'm thinking, you know, of adding to this one, honestly, like, because there was just a lot of buying there when it trickled down to 04. Maybe if the bid comes back down to 04, I might post and, you know, see if I get a cheeky fill. There it is. So, okay, I did get the fill there. So I did add in front of the 60 again. I'm basically just going to, you know, stop out if it breaks to 15.99, but it has yet to do that. The lower day is exactly 60, guys. To me, this trade is still on, and it still continues to work. There's still bidders here, man. I think this is really going to fly, but we'll see. You know, time will tell. I've been wrong many, many times before.
MPLS Realtor goes, the devil wears Prad. Not Prada, but Prad. I like that one. But yeah, let's not associate me with the devil, please. I don't want to be associated with that. Even though those numbers do pop up. This market's popping up to the north side right now. AMD held 60. Our boy Luca mentioned something very important. This might just end up being a banger long because of that catalyst, which is SSR. AMD is on SSR. SSR means short sale restriction. You cannot punch the size on the bids, and only the people who can punch on the bids are someone who's long and is trying to get out for a loser or something on the $60 area. Or maybe they're long from, I don't know, like $20, and they're afraid to see the stock go back to 20, so they're just punching it out on 60 because there's some liquidity there. So all the other sides that's on 60 and the iceberg level that's on 60, I don't think there's enough short sellers who can actually punch that level. So we're gonna try to just take as much size as we can, risk only 5 pennies on this trade. There we go. We're back under 605, so I want to take more size. Every time we go under 605, I'm adding another lot size of my trade, and then I'm giving it up to 59.90. If 59.90 breaks, then I'll lose on this trade.
It just broke there.
Yeah, this is just burning stops. It's fine. I'm not worried. The market's trying to go up still. I'm giving it up to 59.90. If 59.90 breaks, then I'll cry about the money that I just gave away. Until then, let's stick to the plan. Stick to the idea. Stick to the game plan.
My plan was to stop out at 59.99. It did get me out, but I'm watching the tape now. I want to see it reclaim the 60 level. There is buying here. So you know what? This is what happens. Sometimes when you get wrong, or when you do something wrong, and it stops you out, you just get right back in. You get right back in, so that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to give it a little bit more room now to the downside to see where this can go. If we are going to bounce from 60 here, I did stop out there. It was a decent L because I was trying to add to the position above 60, and that's exactly what I was doing. So you know what? It is going to be a bigger L if I stop out here, which it looks like has potential to do, but it is what it is. Sometimes you're just wrong on the day. Maybe the bounce plays do stay on the suicide watch list. I don't know.
Chill, bro. It's up.
Here we go. We're bouncing back. We're bouncing back.
What did I tell you? They burned the stops, and now they're gonna come back up. It's pretty obvious for people. Like, look at those longs. They're punching above bids and above asks, sorry. And those longs are 3,000 shares. Like, longs, come on. Let's send this stock to the north side. Apple's already up 50 cents in the money. Actually, Apple came down a bit. UVXY is at VWAP at the moment. So if UVXY bounces off of VWAP to the upside, then yes, we're all worried about our longs at the moment. But if UVXY rejects VWAP and pushes a little bit more to the south side, this market can really have that pop that we're looking for to capitalize on it on AMD and on Apple for myself. AMD 2 pennies in the money right now, so nothing too much to bang my chest about. But let's see if the stock can move up to the north side for us. But UVXY is where my eyes are glued to. I don't even care about AMD right now. I care about what UVXY is doing because I wanna listen into what the market's whispering in my ear. Is it saying you're gonna lose, or is it gonna say you're gonna win? And the only way I can see that is what the market's doing overall.
I'm trying to manage this position. I'm trying
No
to churn.
worries.
I got some out at 08 there, and now I'm trying to add back. I think I just got more. Yeah, so I'm trying to churn the position and build a bigger position for that big move, guys. I'm trying to get a big win here. See if we can reclaim 60-20, 60-30. Maybe I should get off this because I'm watching it way too much, man. I'm watching this way too much. I'm getting way too emotionally attached to this trade. Meta here, someone said, breaking down this 133 area, and it looks like it is sliding a little bit lower. That's breaking a new low on the day. The low on the day is 132.87 on Meta. When the dip keeps dipping, yeah, that's basically the story of the day, except for right now, it seems like this 3660, the price that we've been talking about all day, Brad, is just kind of, it's still holding up. Like, it's still valid. This 3660. 3660
yeah.
on the market right now is still valid. Tesla is the best one. Mean reversion, dollar will dump into the close, boys, 100%. Yeah, I don't know about that one. This Tesla trade has just been, milking, basically printing money for me. And I got that last piece out in front of 225. I'm holding one more piece of Tesla, essentially just for, if the market really starts to go, I just want to keep riding Tesla, and I'm just going to keep trailing my stop on it. But for now, my big position is definitely this AMD position that I'm trying to get the bounce on.
Man, where's that 4K inverse order guy again, bro? Bring that guy back on the books over here. Let's send it to the rocket ship. Come on, 4K orders. Where you at? Apple, 33 cents coming into the north side right now. We were 50 cents in the money at one point. Not looking good right now. People in the chat, what are you guys looking at? We only have 10 minutes, 9 minutes left between Ian and I. And then you guys get Arun and your boy Luca back in the spot. That's Lucas Sproman that we're talking about. Lots of fun moves and trades to be put on after 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock. That's going to be your power/sour hour. We just don't know which one it's going to be yet. The day's already been sour as heck, so it's just a question mark moment at the time. But the Snapchat, okay. Oh, never mind. Snapchat was popping up on the scanner, but it just dived down. You know what's popping up though? Debt Suisse. Debt Suisse is popping up over here, and it is apparently going. Wow, it's at 480 today, up 12% on the day. Most likely trying to inch its way towards $5. So it looks like it wants to go to $5. What do you think about Debt Suisse today?
Well, they had the buyback, right? So that's exactly why it's pushing up.
Was it $3 billion?
Something like that, yeah. It was a huge buyback, and I think they just wanted to prove to everyone that they have money still. Like, they're still a huge bank.
No, we got it, bro.
Yeah, we got it, exactly. No one's, really hurting here. That's exactly what they wanted to prove. Yeah, probably leaning back towards that $5 area for Debt Suisse, Credit Suisse, if you will. Someone said, thoughts on DKNG. I briefly talked about DKNG earlier. They have the catalyst today of a potential deal with ESPN. Obviously, ESPN is owned by Disney. Disney is a huge conglomerate.
I hate it.
I was talking to Luca about that earlier, how the whole world is kind of owned by a handful of companies, and Disney is one of those companies. But that being said, that was only ESPN denied to comment on it. So, to me, that says that no real deal is necessarily on the table, or it's not concrete or anything like that. So I thought, DKNG was a definite short the pop kind of move today, or maybe a sell the news event, if you will, today. It looks good though on the daily. Look at this consolidation. I talked about these consolidations on some other stocks here. It was consolidating around 15 to 16 area. And then now it's kind of broken out. And
look at that iceberg on AMD, bro.
Yeah, it's iceberging, and then it just kind of broke there.
Yeah.
But it's still not doing anything. I'm watching on my side screen. But yeah, DKNG broke out this consolidation. It pushed up all the way to 18. Obviously, it's going to be profit taking up into these highs here, right? So just kind of keep that in mind. Obviously, if this deal is concrete and comes through, you can see DKNG rocketing to the upside. But for now, it hasn't really done much.
UVXY is bouncing to the upside off VWAP, so not looking good. I'm actually now getting scared about my AMD short because 59.90 is not too far out from here. I want to talk about AMBC. AMBC apparently got, I don't know if you saw this catalyst, Ian, but AMBC apparently received $1.84 billion from Bank of America to settle some sort of a lawsuit. So this stock was up pretty big in pre-market, but gave up a little bit of that move. Still up 14% on the day. I want to go check on BAC based off of that catalyst. Was BAC selling off by any chance? Technically, it should. There we go, down 2.38%. And I wish I remembered the catalyst to start my day off with, because then I would have just blindly shorted BAC without even thinking about it, and that would have been probably the easiest short to take a lot of size on and just forget about it, because there's actual catalyst in it. BAC is out $1.8 billion in an environment where money is expensive and interest rates might keep on going higher. So obviously that's not a good catalyst. And with the company who's receiving $1.8 billion in that same environment, obviously it's good news for them. So they jumped from 13 to 15. Actually, they jumped all the way up to 17.50 in pre-market.
Looks like AMD is making another push up above 60. Watching
yeah,
that
but
one
UVXY
still.
bounced off VWAP, so that's my worries.
Exactly, yeah. So watching a few things here, a few instruments here. I don't know, Pratt, if you see this position. It's a pretty fat position right now on AMD.
I have half your size.
But someone said Tops making a new high. Tops is kind of pushing towards this high. I was talking to Brankos about trading these small caps, and it's almost better to trade them on the first day that they make the big move, when they're having like a lot of volume on that first day, because there's just more price discovery. Now, the price has been here before. So it's a lot, there's more games to be played, so to speak, from algos and banks and whatnot. Okay, cool. I just got a fill there to the upside on AMD. Let's quickly look at that, because I just got that fill at 08. Now it continues to push up to the upside. I want to see it push up a little bit more, man. Come on, let's go. Push up toward these teens. Yeah, the UVXY is pushing back down, but so does AMD now, right? So does AMD push back to the downside. AMD is kind of toying with our emotions right now. Tesla bouncing in a narrow triangle, tested support from December, wants to go south. Yeah, potentially, but for now, that 222 level on Tesla has held for the day. So unless that level breaks down to the downside, I think that Tesla continues to grind higher.
Where's your average? 59.92? Oh, you're chilling. You're
59.99. 59.99.
Yeah, you're big chilling, no stress. I'm at 64.04 with half your size, so I'm stressing out for no reason also. These stocks I really don't like getting hammered in some pleasure. I don't know what that means. I'm guessing you're saying stocks that you don't like, that getting hammered to the downside gives you pleasure. Yeah, that's the same thing for me when it comes to Peloton. Every time I hear that Peloton's to the downside, I'm playing guitars on the inside. My inner bear is just playing guitars and enjoying its day, because screw Peloton, right?
Did you see, just on Peloton, did you see that that backboard basketball net thing? It's not made by Peloton, it's made by another company.
No.
But essentially it's like a basketball net, and it's like a TV screen, and then it has like a bunch of different cameras on it, and essentially it watches your shots and like the way you play, and it gives you feedback. And it actually like keeps track of your stats and whatnot. It's pretty interesting. But then I heard the price point, $4,000. $4,000 for this basketball hoop, guys.
net for $4K.
Smart hoop. I saw yesterday. So some of you guys know what I'm talking about in the chat. It looks like AMD is going to stop us out.
Oh yeah,
man.
we're screwed.
Yeah, it looks like AMD is going to stop us out.
I'm screwed.
Looks like it's pushing back down to the downside. The battle at 60, the brawl at 60. It's not going to happen, so we're going to take the L on this one.
I'm going to give back all the money I made on this today. Oh my God, AMD.
Did I not get stopped out there? My stop is sitting. Okay, there we go. So I take the L there. Why am I not punching out? Yeah, exactly. So are you not punching out?
Why am I not punching out?
I would punch out now. Yeah, I would punch out. There's selling pouring in on this one. I got 87s on the way out. So guys, we talk about winners all the time in the show. Here's a loser. We were trying to, get on the long side on this trade here on AMD to defend the 60. It did not work. The SSR bounce did not work. I think we can, firmly keep
add that to the suicide
list. Bounce
list.
plays, SSR bounce plays, whatever. They're all on the suicide watch list right now.
I'm depressed, man. I'm depressed. I really thought that trade was going to work.
I thought it was going to work too,
Now
and then
I'm
we're going to have a
slouching
banger
now.
trade leading into
Now
the
I'm
close.
full
zone.
slouch out of depression. No, we're good. We're good. I know. I was
man.
thinking that's gonna
I
work
think
so
we
well
were
too.
all trying for
I
that
think
one.
all of us are waiting for that bounce in this market. Just say yoinkies, my money now, Pratty Daddy. So we're gonna have to look for other opportunities across the board. Apple's still at 140, but with the market pulling back and UVXY trying to go back up north, maybe that 3,600 Arun was talking about actually does come into play today. I don't want to see 3,600 come into play today because A, it's gonna make me regret not holding my future short, and B, it's gonna make me not like the market.
If you had the future short still, like you could have been hedging whatever, like all these nonsense bounce longs with that, and still could have been way in the money. But you know, trading's tough, guys. Trading's so hard. But that's why if you see yourself in a good trade, just keep it there and just trail your stops, man. I made the mistake earlier today. Brad made the mistake earlier today. It is what it is. As long as you can still walk away, and learn from these mistakes and, write them down and try to do better next time, then it's still a win in my books. We're just about wrapping up here on the midday show. We're going to send it over to, it's going to be a special closing show today with your boy Luca and also Arun. Brendan, of course, is going to be on the closing show. So it's going to be a great one, guys. As always, thank you for your support. It's been a pleasure being on the show, and we'll see you on Monday.
Hey guys, welcome back. 2 o'clock. That means a couple hours left in the afternoon here. It is a Friday afternoon, and we were just noting how unbelievably red it has become on the market itself. Almost 4% to the downside here for the NASDAQ. We're not quite there yet, but 3.72. The S&P about 2.72%. We'll call it for the Dow as well. Look at that number, 4.5 to the upside right now for crude oil. Some of the energy names definitely holding up a little bit better than the rest of